ありますか？
リズムのゲームなんてあったっけ？パラッパラッパお楽しみに。プレイステーション。
The wheel will provide.
Kicking off Volume 1, we have Extreme Power, developed by a studio called Profire and released on the PlayStation in May 1996. Extreme Power is a 3D mech action game played from a first-person perspective. Well, you can choose to play in third person, but your mech kinda takes up most of the screen, making the game practically unplayable this way. Also, your mech has no animation, so yeah, first person it is. Conveniently enough, our first Japanese-only PS1 game is pretty much entirely in English. The menus, the items, the UI, it's not something you see too often, but I'll take it. Any of the cutscenes that detail the story are in Japanese though, but these are very limited as it is, so it won't really affect your enjoyment of the game in any way. Extreme Power reminds me a lot of Armored Core, not just because it's a PS1 mech game, but that its level and mission structure flow quite similarly to those games. Levels usually have one main objective, which is to destroy a set number of enemies or structures. Destroy 8 of these things, destroy 30 of these things, destroy 8 of these things, etc, etc. You then enter an arena and destroy said objectives while either avoiding or destroying the many other optional enemies that are on the map. And once your objective is complete, the game then spawns in a boss or bosses for you to fight against. Defeat them and then good job, the mission is complete. You'll get rewarded with points at the end of each mission. The more enemies you destroy, the more points you get. And then with these points you can then buy new weapons or upgrades for your existing weapons through a shop. That's a nice gameplay loop right there. Now, this game did come out a whole year prior to the first Armored Core game, so if you're expecting a game with the same levels of mech customization and variety, you'll be sorely disappointed. Extreme Power only features one pilotable mech with about 6 weapons to choose from, a primary machine gun fire and 3 customizable sub-weapon slots, which can be equipped with anything from lasers to missiles to grenades. Each sub-weapon can be upgraded from level 1 to 3 using the points you make for missions, but outside of that there's really nothing else to spend your points on in-game. No skins, no new mech parts, just your weapons really, and if you're like me and found your preferred weapons early on, well then you'll be pretty much fully upgraded about halfway through the game with no need for any extra points. How you move from mission to mission though is quite interesting. When you start the game, you're placed on a map, and from this map screen, you need to decide which location you want to attack, and this is done in a turn-based fashion, with your turns progressing an in-game timer. Once you move to an enemy location, you begin a mission, and upon completion, that area on the map now turns into a friendly zone. The end goal is to move through the map from place to place, taking over each and every location, and once that's complete, you'll then gain access to the final mission. This isn't as easy or straightforward as it sounds though, because damage your mech takes within missions doesn't automatically regenerate. You do have the choice of repairing in between missions as long as you're in a friendly location, but doing so does pass more time on the clock. The more time that passes, the stronger the enemies get, and worse yet, sometimes the enemies will even try retake some of the locations you've taken from them prior, and if you're a long way across the map when this happens, then there's a good chance you're going to lose a base without any chance of a counterattack. I think this is a really fun and engaging way of progressing the game. It gives you more to think about both in and between missions, and opens up a lot of replayability with how non-linear it is. I'm a big fan of this. As for the gameplay, well, the mech's movement is pretty nice. The D-pad moves you forward and back and turns you left and right. You've also got a handy jump, you can dash from side to side using the shoulder buttons, and you can boost forward by pressing both buttons simultaneously. Movement generally feels pretty good and responsive. Unfortunately, the game sorely lacks a strafe feature, which makes things a bit tricky in the aiming department. And aiming overall is really this game's biggest issue in my opinion. You've got a central crosshair which is used for aiming. You can aim up or down while holding the R2 button, but since you can't strafe, you can only really aim side to side while turning, and turning in this game is just way too sensitive. While it's not really noticeable when moving around, trying to aim at this game's very fast moving enemies is practically impossible to do with any real accuracy, and this is a real problem, especially when most of the weapons in-game require said accuracy to connect. Honestly, if it wasn't for the missile sub-weapon which thankfully locks on the enemies, I don't think I would have been able to beat this game. It's also a godsend that the sub-weapons have infinite ammo, so even in spite of the game's sensitive aiming, you can absolutely get by with the right mixture of weapons and exploiting a few different tricks here or there. Once you get into the swing of things though, it's actually pretty fun. Missions are quite short, taking roughly 3 minutes each, but they're full of fast-paced action, and the boss fights are pretty good too, even if I found that I never really had to deviate from my usual strategy of moving backwards and dashing left to right. Visually, it's a pretty simple game, which is to be expected from an earlier PS1 title. Environment geometry is very basic, but there is a good bit of visual variety to all the different levels, and they make for good combat arenas at least. The enemy and mech designs are really nice, but they can be pretty hard to make out during the heat of battle. The game does have a full gallery which lets you view each of the game's models up close, and I love the way these things look in this view. The way they are modelled and textured just looks really appealing to me. They look very of their era, but there's so many little details in each model. They just look really cool. The grey background with the little lights just adds to this too. I spent ages in this thing, by the way, in case you couldn't tell. And lastly, to my delight, Extreme Power's soundtrack, straight up the highlight of this game. I don't think you can call yourself a good mech game if you're not packing some fire tunes to go along with it, but Extreme Power is packing some serious heat. Over 20 tracks covering various genres from ambient to jazzy to hard rock and everything in between. Check out a small selection for yourself. Somebody was nice enough to go upload the soundtrack on YouTube, and it literally has single-digit views, and most of them were probably me, so if you want to check out a genuine hidden gem of a soundtrack, Extreme Power is your game. Overall, I think Extreme Power is a fun but relatively simple game that's definitely rough around the edges in some parts, but if you can get to grips with the gameplay, there's definitely a good time to be had here. It is really short, taking under 2 hours to beat, and it very much feels like an early PS1 title, but it's got a lot of charm, some cool ideas, some really nice mech designs, and a hidden gem of a soundtrack to boot. Also, the game is fully playable in English and really cheap to buy online too, so if this seems like your kind of thing, there's really no reason not to give it a try. Worth it for the music alone, in my opinion.
The wheel will provide.
Okay, so I know what you're thinking. Sean, why are you playing a curling game? Well, the goal of this series is really to leave no stone unturned when it comes to game selection, and by no stone unturned, I guess that means curling stones, so here we are. The Curling was released in 1999 and both published and developed by Success as part of their Superlite 1500 series. For those unaware, the Superlite 1500 series is one of Japan's many budget game series. Think of them kind of like the PAL region's Platinum range or America's Greatest Hits range. Only in Japan, these series were not just used to re-release older games under a new lower price point, developers would also make brand new smaller games exclusively for the series. And the Superlite 1500 series is just one of many. In fact, quite a lot of games from these budget series made their way over to the West, usually under different names, so sometimes if you see a crappy budget game on the PS1 or PS2, it could low-key be a pretty good Japanese game, just now featuring crappy box art. In fact, some of these games that initially started as part of these budget series would eventually grow in popularity and become established series here in the West, with games like Oni-Chanbara Bikini Samurai Warriors and the very popular Earth Defense Force series, which is still going strong to this day. But of course, not every budget release makes its way out of Japan, and this is the case with today's game, Superlite 1500 series, The Curling. Now, why did it never make it out of Japan? Well, I get the feeling there's not all that big of a demand for curling games, but then again, I'm not a big curling guy, nor am I a big sports guy in general really, but I mean, the sweeping part looks kind of fun, I guess. Imagine getting paid to do that. Is this the next step up from janitor? Professional ice janitors? Anyway, being a budget release, I didn't really expect much in terms of content from the curling, but even I was a bit caught off by how bare bones this is. You've got two modes to choose from, curling versus the AI, or curling versus a human opponent. I did try asking my girlfriend if she wanted to play with me. Hey Orla, do you want to play the curling with me?
The what?
The curling.
What's that?
It's a curling game.
No.
Okay, versus AI it is. You have the choice of 6 different playable characters. They all have the same stats as far as I can tell, so your choice is purely cosmetic. You then choose how many rounds you want per match, and then the game randomly selects an opponent for you to play against. And then bam, it's time for the curling. Yep, that's the curling alright. So yeah, this is the whole game really. I don't know what else I expected, to be honest. The gameplay is really straightforward. You line up your stone, charge the power up by tapping the circle button as fast as you can. You then hit the X button to release the stone, and your angle is determined by the meter at the bottom when you let go. Once the stone is in motion, the rest of your team comes out and you can tap the circle button to sweep and manipulate the trajectory of the stone. You know, curling stuff. The goal is to try get as many of your stones as close to the center of the target as possible, while preventing your opponent from doing the same, whether that means blocking or knocking your opponent's stones out of the way. And yeah, you've pretty much seen the whole game. It's one screen, a few character sprites, and a whole lot of curling. I mean, to its credit, the gameplay is simple and fun for what it is. I like the character designs and the sprite work is really good. The UI is clean and everything runs really well. Even the music is pretty good. It's just curling though. It feels almost like 1/10 of a full Winter Olympics game, if you get me. Like, if this was included alongside another 9 games in a full Winter Olympics package, then that would be really cool. Oh, sorry, what's that? Konami already did that in Nagano Winter Olympics 98. And it features full 3D curling alongside 9 other sports? Oh. So it looks like the curling isn't even the best curling game on the system. That's a shame. Look, this is a fine game for what it is. I just wish there was a little bit more, well, anything in it. Some different arenas, a practice mode, some simple minigames. As it stands, it's about as bare bones a game as you can get, and I guess you can't really expect much else given the game's budget price tag, but still, it's a shame. At least it's Western friendly, seeing as the only Japanese text is the player's name, so it's got that going for it, which is nice. I expect we'll see plenty more of these budget releases over the course of the series, but for now, the curling is one that you can probably skip out on without losing too much sleep.
The wheel will provide.
Volume 1's final game is Mobile Police Patlabor Game Edition, developed by Bandai Vision and released on the PlayStation towards the end of the year 2000. If you're unfamiliar with Patlabor, this is a popular mecha anime / manga from the late 80s that remains quite popular in Japan to this day, although it never really hit the same heights in the West compared to series like Gundam. I've never read or watched it myself, but I've heard great things about it. It's also one of the rare mecha series to feature a female protagonist, so that's pretty cool. And if the title didn't give it away, this is the Game Edition. In other words, it's a game based on the series. What we have here is a cinematic fighting game, I guess you could say. The gameplay consists of 1v1 fights between different mechs known as labors. Battles take place within 3D arenas, but beyond that, the game feels quite different to any fighter I've played on the system. The core of this game's fighting system revolves around grappling up with enemies and performing a series of combos by timing button presses to execute different commands. The order of your commands dictates the type of moves you can do, and the goal really is to chain together the largest amount of combos you can, and the higher your combo, the more powerful the moves you can perform. It actually reminds me a little of the combat system from Xenogears, which is one of my favourite combat systems in any RPG. But the combat here in Patlabor is definitely much more streamlined and easy to master. This is the reason I call the game a cinematic fighting game, because there's really very little involvement from the player when it comes to executing moves. A simple button press and your character is battering the opponent, all from the view of a cool dynamic camera angle. Of course, while this flashy combat is the game's main gameplay feature, you won't spend all your time locked in a grapple with enemies. You have full control over your mech within the battle arena, although the control of your mech in this game is slower and more deliberate. You can walk and run, but don't expect any flying, jet dashes, or even jumping. There's some real weight to these mechs, and they actually perform closer to how you think a mech probably would in real life, just a giant hulking mass of metal. And when I said grappling is your main form of attack in this game, I wasn't kidding. There's no actual attacks that can be performed outside of the grapples, no punches, no kicks. The only exception is a gun that you can take out and fire at enemies. The process for shooting in this game is pretty unique too. Once aimed at an enemy, a targeting screen opens up and you have to line your shots up with the enemy. While this does do damage, it's really meant to be used as a way to stun your enemy, which will open them up for an easy grapple. You only have 6 shots per fight anyway, so it's something you'll want to use sparingly and strategically. Mixing things up even further is how enemies attack. Some mechs will have projectile attacks which function as you think, but enemies don't actually grapple with you, they attack using normal punches and kicks. These are clearly telegraphed with a warning sign that appears on the screen, giving you the option to either block or dodge out of the way, which once again leaves your opponent open for a grapple. And this is pretty much the game's combat loop. Exploit your opponent's defenses, dodge attacks, and create opportunities to grapple up and dish out some serious damage. You'll also want to keep an eye on your grapple meter too, since you can only attempt a grapple whenever it's full. If you've just finished an attack or missed with a grapple, you'll need to stay on the defensive until it charges back up over time, so you can then launch an attack again. I really don't think I've ever played anything quite like it, to be honest, but yeah, it's actually pretty fun. The moves you can perform are generally quite simple. There's plenty of punches and kicks and quite a few wrestling moves thrown in as well. It genuinely never gets old hitting big robots with a lariat. It's not the flashiest moveset you'll ever see, but once again there's so much heft and weight to the labors that even the most basic straight punch feels like a freight train colliding with the opponent, so it's more than okay. Unfortunately, this cinematic combat style ends up being a double-edged sword because for as cool as it is, it's really rather simple and repetitive. The game's enemies put up very little challenge. Now, some of the later ones will test you a little bit, but most of the difficulty will come from actually trying to time your button presses to the prompts on screen, rather than the enemies themselves. If you mistime your button presses, you ruin your combo, and then the enemy gets a chance to hit back, which you can also just block by hitting another time button press. Once you reach the end of the game, which doesn't take very long, you'll have pretty much mastered and seen all the combat system has to offer. It still looks really cool, but without the challenge or any further technical depth, it's not something you'll be sticking around to play with after 1 or 2 playthroughs. And this hurts the game further because it's a single player only experience. The game only has one single mode, which does feature a ton of dialogue and story sequences, although I'd say well over half of this game, if not more, is dialogue and cutscenes, both in-game and using still images. Unfortunately, while the gameplay, UI and menus are entirely in English, all the story content and dialogue is in Japanese, which means if you can't speak the language, you're going to be missing out on a huge chunk of what this game has to offer. You can still of course play the fights no problem, but if you're skipping over the cutscenes, there's really only about 40 minutes to an hour's worth of gameplay here, and you only control the one mech throughout the entire game, so while the gameplay is fun for 1 or 2 sessions, the lack of additional content really hurts this game's replayability. Although, let's give Patlabor credit where credit is due, this game's presentation is fantastic. These have got to be some of the cleanest looking models I've seen on the console, really polished, loads of detail. This is a very good looking PS1 game. The battle arenas themselves don't really match up to the quality of the labors, but they still look pretty good all things considered. The game's menus and UI also looks really nice, and of course they were nice enough to add a model viewer in game, so you can view and admire the many labors up close if you like. The soundtrack is also, as expected, really good. I wouldn't say it's particularly all that memorable, but there's a few highlight tracks that really stand out, and I do love the cinematic way the game introduces your enemies with a great use of the soundtrack in these sections too. Also, I have to highlight these movie clips I unlocked when I beat the game. They seem to be trailers for some live action version of the series, but I don't think this version ever actually became a full feature film. But there's some great 90s CGI jank on display here. Absolutely worth beating the game for. Honestly, this is a really cool and unique game. It's just a shame that there's not more to it. I think as long as you know what you're getting into with this game, you'll probably have a really good time though. It looks great, you can swing giant robots around in a circle, and once again, it's entirely playable with no knowledge of the Japanese language. It is a shame that you miss out on a huge chunk of the game's dialogue and cutscenes, but at the very least the game did get me interested enough to look into checking out the original OVA series, so there's a positive there at least. All in all, if you like big robots baiting the shite out of each other, this one is worth trying out. And look, let's be honest, there's no better endorsement really, is there?
The wheel will provide.
Volume 2's first game is Lucifer Ring, released in Japan towards the end of 1998 and developed by Soft Machine. Soft Machine isn't exactly a household name, having only developed a handful of games, but oddly enough I did own what I think is their only Western release, a PS1 game called Crisis Beat. This is a 3D brawler, think of it kinda like Final Fight meets Under Siege, so you know, battering goons on a boat, the video game. The PlayStation isn't exactly well known for its 3D brawlers, but I've always been a big fan of the genre, so I'd go out of my way to try any I could get my hands on, and this was always one of my favourites as a kid. So imagine my surprise when I find out that Soft Machine released another 3D brawler only a few months later in Japan, that I only just found out exists right now. That's fun. This is still a 3D beat 'em up, but as I'm sure you can tell, the biggest change here is the move into a fantasy setting. When I think of beat 'em ups, my mind always wanders to one of two settings. Vigilantes or cops beating up enemies in a modern setting, or wielding weapons and magic in a fantasy setting. Many of the famous games in the genre used either of these two settings, and I feel like Soft Machine were trying their spin at each with their two releases here, modern with Crisis Beat and then fantasy with Lucifer Ring. In this game you play as a guy called Nash, our generic hero protagonist. Bad stuff is going down and it's up to you to collect the 4 power rings, but they kinda look like mugs though. I don't know. And once you collect these rings, you eventually get to take on the ultimate evil. That may sound like a pretty crappy synopsis, but I genuinely think that's all there is to it. As far as beat 'em up fundamentals go, Lucifer Ring plays as you'd expect. Control is good, allowing you full 3D movement across the stages, although things are kept relatively simple with just a jump and dash as your additional movement options. When it comes to combat, you can execute a set of simple combos by using either the quick or heavy attack buttons, as well as utilize the expected jump and dash attacks. Lastly, the game also features a straightforward magic system for your strongest attacks. There's a meter under your health bar that fills when you either take or deal damage. If you use your magic attack when the meter isn't full, you'll execute a weak magic attack that does cost no meter but does take some of your health if it connects with an enemy. If you wait until the meter is full though, you'll unleash a very powerful screen-wide attack that will kill most enemies instantly and do massive damage to bosses. This does reset the meter, but it's something you'll want to take advantage of at every opportunity. Levels are mostly linear walks from beginning to end, but can feature branching paths, plenty of traps, and even the odd bit of platforming, the latter of which is not great at all. Whenever you get into a combat section, the game usually locks you into an arena, using these red barriers until you kill the required number of enemies. These are fine most of the time, but enemies can sometimes get launched a good distance outside of the barriers, and on rare occasions it can take them quite a long time to wander back into combat range, which is kind of annoying. The game's most unique feature is probably its sword system. A sword will be your only weapon during the game, but you can find additional elemental blades within levels if you are lucky to find them. These swords have the same moveset as your default sword, but they deal way more damage against certain enemies, and they also have additional elemental effects, like the ability to freeze enemies with the ice sword. And each sword also has its own unique magic attack when the meter is fully charged. Do they add much extra to the gameplay outside of a damage buff? No, not really. And there is only 4 of them, but the magic attacks do look pretty cool at the very least. I feel conflicted with this game because it is pretty fun, but at the same time, it's also incredibly bare bones for a PS1 take on the genre. Lucifer Ring genuinely feels like playing the original Golden Axe in 3D, like there's not much you can do in this game that you couldn't do in the original Golden Axe. In fact, there's probably lots more you could do in the original Golden Axe that you can't even do in this game. For one thing, this is a single player beat 'em up, which is genuinely sacrilege in the genre. But worse yet, Nash is this game's only playable character. So while I don't mind simple movesets and beat 'em ups, cause you know, there's usually some replayability with the different characters, this game has one character with a really simple moveset. It's really disappointing. This means you'll probably have a good time playing through the game's 5 different levels in under 60 minutes like I did, but there's literally nothing to come back to. You don't unlock any extra characters, nor do the game's branching paths offer anything meaningful. I mean, you can select an elemental sword when you start the game now, but that's pretty much it. The reason I say I'm conflicted is because I actually think the core game itself is pretty good. The combat, while basic, is fun and responsive. The graphics can be a bit rough at times, but for the most part I love how some of these locations look. There's lots of colour, tons of variety, and every stage feels unique. And the game has a ton of different enemies to fight too. They don't behave too differently outside of being a ground, ranged or flying type enemy, but there is a huge amount of visual variety in the designs, way more than you'd probably expect. And the bosses are by far the highlight, I'd say. Levels usually feature both a mid-boss and an end-level boss, which keep you on your toes with some fun patterns. It's just a shame that these are usually a bit too easy, especially if you have the right elemental sword and magic. You can delete their massive health bars in no time. Both their designs are the best in the game, and they're always fun while they last. Sound quality, on the other hand, is it's a mixed bag. Sound effects and the odd voice dialogue are generally quite good, but the game's music ranges from pretty nice to genuinely some of the worst I've ever heard. One of the game's boss teams does have blast beats in it though. So look, maybe the soundtrack is a classic after all. Who's to say? In the end, I think I'm more disappointed than anything with Lucifer Ring because I see a lot of potential here, but the combat is just too simple to really hold up for more than a single playthrough, and this only gets worse when the game is single player with one playable character. Beat 'em ups generally got a lot of flack in this era for being too repetitive and low in replayability, and this might be one of the worst examples of this. If you can set aside all this though and you just wanted to play a simple, straightforward beat 'em up in a cool fantasy setting with varied enemy design and solid fundamentals, you'll probably have a really good time with this. There's much worse ways you can kill an hour for sure. In fact, funnily enough, if you wanted to try it, this game did see a release on the North American PSN as a PS1 import title, probably thanks to the game being majorly in English and very Western friendly. So does this even count as a Japan Only PS1 game? Well, since you can only play it on a PS1 console using a Japanese copy, I'll go with yeah. Plus I've already played the game, so it's going in the video regardless. So if you have a PSP, PS3 or PlayStation Vita knocking about with an American PSN account, here's one you can download and play right away. You know, if you ever wanted to listen to blast beats while fighting a dragon. That's gotta sound appealing to somebody out there.
The wheel will provide.
Next up we have Beat Planet Music, developed by Opus Corp and released in the year 2000. And you can certainly tell what year this game came out in, because this thing is repping the Y2K aesthetic straight out the gate. Look at these cutscenes, they're glorious. Not sure about these character designs though, something about the shape of their heads and the big smiles. They're up to something. Anyway, in case the name Beat Planet Music didn't give it away, this is a music game, and a pretty interesting one at that. BPM is actually a hybrid title. It's an electronic rhythm game and a music making tool. And I mean, that sounds like a match made in heaven really. Create your own tracks and then play a rhythm game with them? What a great idea. But is BPM any good at either of these two things? Well, let's find out. I'll start by saying that I'm a huge fan of the game's visual style, from the menus and the UI to the trippy visuals during the rhythm portions. It all looks great and really complements the game's audio, which for a music game is all you can ask for really. So BPM kind of has a plot, I think. The game takes place across these futuristic spaceports, each one representing one of the game's 9 cities. Each city not only has its own unique style and theme around their home nation, but an overly happy mascot character to chat to too. And this, I imagine, is where any sort of explanation goes down, but this is of course entirely in Japanese, so for the most part I've no idea what's going on plot-wise, but the good news though is that the dialogue is really limited, and it's also the only Japanese you'll see in the game. Everything else, once again, conveniently entirely in English, so whether it's the rhythm game or the music tools, there's thankfully no barrier to entry when playing this game. So we should probably start with the rhythm gameplay, since this is where you'll spend most of your time early on. The game does have its own original songs, and you play through the game moving from one city to another, completing different trials. Trials are kind of like mixes that feature anywhere from 1 to 4 songs played back to back. And your job is to move this little pulsing orange thing left to right, so you activate these orange icons that come at you in time with the music. Pretty simple, right? Well, that's because it is. But we all know a rhythm game is nothing without its music, and this game boasts over 100 tracks on the back of the box, which seems kind of large given the size of a PS1 disc, you know? But yep, there's actually 100 unique tracks in this game. There is a catch though. Every single song in the game is made up using a deep pool of loops and samples. When a song starts, you begin by activating and looping one of the samples, then you move on to another part of the track to activate and loop the next sample. And you do this bit by bit, adding to the music before completing the final track. So, at the beginning, a song will sound like this. And by the end, it'll sound a little something like this. Pretty cool, eh? The problem though is that these songs tend to last about 30 to 45 seconds in total. So yes, you get a lot of songs, but they're all pretty much just quick loops that are over and done out of nowhere. And I mean, as soon as you complete a track by adding all the different parts, the game just immediately boots you over to a brand new song without any time to take in the track that you've just played. And this is a real shame because BPM has a lot of great music. The game's choice of samples means you're going to see a lot of electronic music, shades of ambient, techno, IDM, experimental, and as soon as you start to get into a track, it's pretty much just gone in an instant. I wouldn't mind, but the game's flow is kind of all over the place too. The songs sometimes sharply drop or increase in BPM from track to track, which kind of interrupts the flow you'd want from a rhythm game. And also, while I did say the game has a lot of great music, it also has quite a lot of bad music too. And this wouldn't even be too big an issue if the actual rhythm gameplay wasn't just so boring. It genuinely might be one of the most mechanically simple rhythm games I've ever played. All you do is press the circle button on these orange icons and there's really nothing else to it. And there's no challenge to moving across the lanes either because all of the icons just appear in a single lane one at a time. There's no weaving back and forth, which could have been both fun and challenging. It's just moving to the correct lane and then tapping circle until you have to move on to the next one. Even at higher difficulties, it's just mind-numbingly easy. Even these little green dots, they're pretty much just for show. They just let you know how good your timing was, green if it's good, yellow if you are early, and red if you are late. There's literally nothing else to do except hit circle on the orange icons. Now I do know that all rhythm games usually involve tapping buttons to the beat, but the most simple ones usually have a cool novelty controller or gimmick to make it interesting, or if it's controller only, it will at least add some fun mechanics or heavy usage of multiple buttons to mix up the challenge and complexity. BPM to its credit plays well, but when you mix the lightning fast mix of ever-changing loops and samples and stick it with mind-numbingly simple one-button gameplay, it just feels like a slog to get through. And you might be wondering, why am I even bothering to play through all this? Well, beating these trials is the key to unlocking the samples to use in the game's music maker. So if you want full use of the music making tools, you can expect to be playing this game for a few hours at least. But in the end, I'm glad that I did, because the music maker is really where this game begins to shine. As we mentioned, the game's tracklist is made entirely of songs using this system here. And basically it allows you to drop up to 6 different samples into a track and loop them all together. Once you've unlocked most of what the game has to offer, you'll have a huge amount of sounds and beats at your disposal. And look, I wouldn't really call myself anyway talented or well versed when it comes to making music, but this is an incredibly simple and user-friendly way to make your own stuff. But probably the most impressive aspect of the whole thing is that you can actually get samples by using your own music CDs. So you can pop in a CD, choose the track, record the part you wish to sample, and then bam, it's converted into the game for you to use. How cool is that? Once you've made your tracks, you can then convert them over to the rhythm game and play them in a mix, adding the different samples bit by bit in the order of your choosing. It's really cool. Of course, this doesn't make the rhythm sections any better to play, but the novelty of playing it while listening to something you put together, now that's fun. Now this system is still pretty limited. The samples on offer do really narrow down the kind of music you can make. If you're expecting to see a robust list of tools and instruments like Music 2000 or MTV Music Generator, you will be disappointed. But there's still no denying how impressive BPM's tools are, especially considering how beginner friendly it all is. In Japan, fans of the game even created and released entire albums made using the tools in this game, and some of this stuff is really good. I've been using some of it as the background music for this section, so that should give you an idea of what to expect from the game and its tools. Definitely won't be to everybody's taste, but I know there's a lot of people out there who will really appreciate it. So, can I recommend BPM? I mean, aesthetically, I love everything about the game, as pure a Y2K experience as you can come across both audibly and visually. Is it a good rhythm game? No, not at all. But as a music tool, this is where the game really begins to shine. It's never going to match up to the breadth of features on offer from other high-profile PS1 music makers, but if you're anyway musically inclined and enjoy electronic music, you'll probably have a ball playing around with this game. The fact you've got to grind through an inconsistent mess of short songs and boring rhythm sections to actually get the game's full range of samples will put most people off, but I think the good does outweigh the bad in the end, if you're willing to put in the effort. I'll finish with a brief glimpse of a track I put together myself, just to prove that even a dummy like me could make something remotely listenable within this game.
The wheel will provide.
Our last game this episode is GeGeGe no Kitarō, Gyakushū Yōma dai Kessen. I probably butchered that game's title just there, so apologies for having to sit through that. Kitarō is a well-known comedy horror series that first appeared in the 30s as a kameshibaya, a type of street theater that was popular in Depression-era Japan, before next appearing as a manga in the early 60s. This is my first time ever hearing of it, but Kitarō seems to be one of Japan's most beloved series and characters, appearing in a whole range of manga, anime, TV series, movies, and video games over the years. Kitarō, our protagonist, is a yokai, which is a class of ghost or spirit from Japanese folklore. Kitarō is a friendly yokai, however, and spends most of his time defending the human world from other deadly yokai. Supposedly this series is responsible for popularizing yokai in modern times, bringing elements of Japanese folklore back into the mainstream. And I mean, from Super Mario Land 2 all the way up to more obvious examples like Yokai Watch, there's a good chance you've played a game with some sort of yokai present, whether you know it or not. So this is a licensed video game then? Well, yeah, but it's also a 2D Konami action platformer released on the PlayStation in the year 2003. And I mean, who better than Konami to try their hand at a horror-themed action platformer? Well, maybe Capcom, but any of the two is fine. So, from the get-go, expectations are high. I know this isn't 80s or 90s Konami, but the company was still releasing great games across all platforms at the time. So, how does our little buddy Kitarō fare? Well, the first thing that should stand out to most people is the visuals. This game takes place across a variety of horror-themed locations in Japan. Forests, graveyards, haunted castles and caves, all perfectly fitting in with the folklore theming and all beautifully detailed too. The character and enemy sprites all look fantastic, the enemy and boss designs in particular stealing the spotlight. To my knowledge, Kitarō is more of a light-hearted take on the horror genre aimed at kids, but they don't hold back on the horror imagery here with some genuinely creepy enemies to fight. It's both a beautiful and spooky game, and the type of quality you'd expect from Konami, with them really showcasing how good 2D games can look on the PlayStation, especially this late into the system's life cycle. The gameplay, on the other hand, feels more like an homage to action platformers of old, playing more like an 8-bit or a 16-bit game, repackaged with some modern graphical upgrades. You of course control the titular Kitarō, who you'll be jumping and shooting with throughout the game. You have three main forms of attack in-game: your trusty hair, which can be shot rapidly in a number of different directions, a charge attack, which launches your sandals in a homing attack which locks on to any available targets on screen. The game allows you to use a charge attack at any time, but using it drops your charge level from blue to yellow to red. The more you use your charge attack, the longer it takes to fully charge up again. If you wait a little while without using a charge attack though, it will eventually charge back up to blue, which is much quicker than the other two levels. Lastly, you have access to a counter which deflects certain enemy attacks back at them. This is not only handy for protecting you, but it's a great way of getting some easy damage on enemies, and it's even mandatory for damaging certain foes. That's pretty much the core of your moveset in game. You won't see any additional weapons or power-ups here. These basic attacks are all you need to master to strike down any foes you'll come across during the game. Although shortly into the game you do unlock the ability to summon a yokai friend into battle with you. There's a few to choose from and they can give you access to a deployable barrier, multiple different damaging abilities, or even ways to traverse the levels quickly through the air. Most of these outside of a few aren't that useful, except for the quick travel yokai or this old guy with the spread shot. The fart guy is kinda useless, but I'm glad something this dumb does exist, so good for him. So you may think that the game follows a linear flow from level to level, but Kitarō does things a little bit differently. The game features a world map and we start at our home base, which is this little treehouse area. From here we receive quests by letter to banish different yokai across the land. Once we answer a letter, the area opens up on the map and then we are free to visit. The game usually gives you multiple letters at once, so you have the freedom of choice in deciding where you want to go first. By the beginning you'll have a small number of areas to visit before having a large open map by the very end of the game. What makes things interesting though is that whenever you return to your home base, you'll need to play through levels again to continue moving through the map. So the further you get in the game, the more levels you'll need to gauntlet one after another to progress. And this is easier said than done thanks to the game's health system. Kitarō can take a total of 10 hits, which is actually quite forgiving for a game like this, but the only way to heal is either by visiting your base or whenever you finish a level, and you'll only regain 4 out of your 10 hit points whenever you finish a level. Now this doesn't seem bad, but Kitarō is hard. Old school hard. Enemies that are way faster than you, awkward projectiles to dodge, things falling on you out of seemingly nowhere. It can be pretty brutal. Levels are generally quite short, but getting out of one unscathed was a rarity. For me at least. The toughest challenge is always the boss at the end of the run, and you're really aiming to hold on to as much of your health as possible before you eventually make it to them. Because if you die, and you probably will a few times, you get sent straight back to the treehouse, needing to run the gauntlet all over again. It's quite punishing, and it also means that you'll be getting very familiar with a few of the earlier stages. This forest level in particular, I think, I needed to play about 8 times, since it branches to half of the total locations on the map. It is short, but still, it wears thin sooner rather than later. At least the bosses are banished permanently upon completion, so you don't have to worry about fighting any of them again. So Kitarō is a pretty tough game, but I think the biggest reason for this isn't the progression or health system, it's actually down to how it feels to play. You really expect a 2D game made in the 2000s to control buttery smooth, but Kitarō feels about as stiff as a Belmont from an NES Castlevania game. He is very slow, much slower than the majority of enemies in game, and his jumps do not feel great at all. They allow for very little movement in air, so you're kinda stuck committing to the direction of your jump, which means if something appears out of nowhere, you're more or less screwed, and that will happen often. Plus, if you fall off a platform, good luck positioning yourself mid-air to actually get back on anything. The controls are certainly manageable with a little bit of practice, but they really force you to take things slower and cautiously, just from the massive risk of losing health and how unforgiving the enemies and traps can be. Once you get comfortable with the controls and get into the swing of things, it's a lot of fun. It's very challenging, but it always makes me want to press onwards in spite of it. There's tons of great bosses to fight, and overall it's just a beautiful game from start to finish. I just wish the gameplay was really up to the level of the visuals. There's nothing wrong with keeping things deliberately old school, but I think in this case they actually end up holding the game back from reaching its full potential. The music is also a bit hit or miss, unfortunately. The game tries to go for a more haunting atmospheric soundscape, with levels featuring lots of traditional Japanese instruments and ghoulish whispering, which do wonders for enhancing the game's spooky atmosphere. The problem is that while these are cool, they repeat quite often and they're sometimes a little dull as background music. The music that is here though can be pretty good, although I wouldn't count it among Konami's best by any means. Some of the boss music especially is great, but the majority of tunes are kind of forgetful, at least in my opinion. As for the language barrier, this game has by far the most Japanese we've seen in the video series so far. Plenty of voice dialogue scenes in each level offering some plot and banter between the characters. Also, all of the menus are in Japanese, which really limited me on figuring out additional options for this game. But thankfully progressing through the game is quite easy with a little trial and error. I couldn't find any guides online, but look, if I can figure it out, you should be able to, no problem. Also, I managed to find this cool gallery section that was full of creepy images of the characters and lots of info too. Even if I don't understand what's going on, this is a really nice inclusion, especially for fans of the series. Overall, I did have a fun time with this one. I really wish the gameplay matched up to the level of the visuals, but if you're in the mood for an old school action platformer with old school difficulty to match, this is one of the prettier options you have available on the platform. Certainly not Konami's finest work, but a cool little gem and worth trying out for fans of Kitarō or 2D action platformers in general.
PocketStation が出ます。プレイステーションが安くなります。新価格15,000円。これからはプレステプラスポケステ。
プレイステーション。
The wheel will provide.
Volume 3's first game is GUNbare, Game Tengoku, the game Paradise 2, developed and published by Jalco and released on the PlayStation in 1998. Shoot 'em ups, we know them, we love them, but sometimes spaceships are just too serious, right? Sometimes we need to kick back, unwind, and just look at some dumb stuff while blasting away. Well, ever since Konami thought to themselves one day, okay, Gradius is good, but what if it had a penguin? Well, a subgenre was born that day, the parody shooter. And today's game is one of these. Now, you may have noticed this game is called the game Paradise 2, and yes, this is a follow-up to the first game, which was originally released in arcades before being ported to the Saturn in Japan. No PS1 release for this game, unfortunately. But this game, in spite of it being a Japan-only release in a pretty niche genre, has made enough of a buzz for itself over the years to be recently released on modern platforms in the West. And that's because the game Paradise 1 also happens to be really, really good. The game Paradise 2, on the other hand, has not yet seen any ports and was a PS1 exclusive, made ground up for the hardware. But what makes it different from its predecessor, and more importantly, is it any good? Well, let's find out. Starting off the game, we're greeted to a nice anime opening that introduces us to the game's cast of characters, and there's a lot of them. This game apparently uses characters from past Jalco games, and a lot of these are older Japanese exclusive arcade titles, so for the life of me, I don't know who any of these are, but that's not really important. All I need to know is that I can play as a pig and a car, and that's me sold on the roster immediately. So the game Paradise 2's big gimmick is that it likes to reference video games and otaku culture within its levels. One stage you could be fighting through an arcade, taking on various different pieces of hardware. The next will see you starting out in a bedroom before you get sucked into the TV and then find yourself in a military tactics game. Before then moving on to a horror visual novel. Keep in mind the entire time this is still a shoot 'em up. It's a very, very nerdy game, full of little details made to impress nerds, and I gotta tell you, it's working as designed. We have a level dedicated to vector graphics with some Xevious and Darius references, a Tamagotchi boss fight, a racing stage which works a little better than it probably should and also features lots of legs. You know, if you're into legs. And of course, we can't forget fighting through a PC operating system before logging into a boss's website so you can fight him. It's hard not to crack a smile seeing some of this stuff for the first time. So now that you know what to expect from the game, how does it play? Well, we have a standard vertical setup here. Each character has access to 3 different attacks: a standard shot attack which can be charged to unleash a stronger variant, a homing attack that requires you to lock onto enemies using a little target in front of your ship, and a handy bomb useful for dishing out or avoiding damage in a pinch. Enemies can appear on multiple planes, and while most enemies can be hit using your standard attacks, certain enemies can only be hit using your homing attack depending on their position on screen. It's relatively simple and doesn't take too long to get used to, thankfully. What types of weapons you're going to use, how fast your ship moves, all of this is determined by the character that you choose. So it's generally in your favour to find a character that fits your preferred playstyle, since there's no options for customization here. If you like a character's weapons but find their movement speed too slow, unfortunately there's not much you can do about that, but I imagine everybody will find a happy medium to help get them through the game. Once I found a character that I liked, I ended up gelling with the gameplay pretty quickly, but the game overall has quite a few odd choices that I think are worth highlighting. The first is that the game lets you choose from any of the game's 5 stages upon starting, with the final 6th stage unlocking once you've completed the previous 5 in any order. Now you're probably asking what's wrong with being able to pick your stage order. Thunder Force, a great game, does this, and yes, it does, and yes, it is great, but things are a little different here. What happens is that if you pick a stage, play through it and beat it, you're then popped back to the main menu. Meaning that from what I can tell, there is actually no way to play all of the game's stages in one continuous run. You play the level, you get your score, and then you just go back and pick the next one. It's a strange thing to admit, and I know for shoot 'em up fans who like to beat games in a single credit and aim for massive high scores, well that's just something you can't really do here. And I thought this might be down to user error because there is a lot of Japanese text here in the menus, enough to seem a little overwhelming, but nope, I do think there's just the normal mode where you select levels and a time attack mode, which is kind of the same thing. It's just a bit weird. And honestly, I think this hurts the game's flow and the levels too, because the individual stages vary pretty wildly in quality. Some feature multiple areas and lots of enemies to fight, some only last barely 3 minutes with very little going on throughout that runtime. They wouldn't seem too bad if they all flowed from one another, but you've got to load out, go to the high score menu, select the next level, select your character again, and then load into the next, very short level. And these menus have a lot of cutesy Japanese dialogue on each button press that you have to wait through as well, which makes navigating menus a much more arduous process than it really needs to be. So in all, the game's 6 levels don't take very long to beat at all, and I did find them fun my first time through, but what is there to keep you coming back? Well, other than the wide variety of characters, there is an upgrade system too. In levels you can collect eggplants to up your score, and after a level you can purchase permanent upgrades for your ships, either increasing your life count or your ship's power. Now these upgrades are exclusive to one ship, not universal, so remember when I said it pays to find a ship you like and stick with it? This is what I meant. Even still, this system is a little flawed. I found fully upgraded ships were way too overpowered in some cases, and worst of all, there's no real visual changes to your weapons when powering them up. A level 1 laser looks the same as a level 8 laser. The damage is different, but half the fun is getting that visual feedback of your ship improving. It's something you don't really think about until it's gone, but it's so rare not to see this basic implementation, it's just kind of puzzling. The whole game is kind of puzzling. It's a really cool concept and has some great sections during levels, but the moment-to-moment gameplay is just lacking in a lot of ways. Combat is functional but bland, weapons are powerful but they don't feel or look powerful. I'd say half the characters are just outright not fun to play as. The levels are very short, and compared to the first game, this one just feels like a downgrade in so many ways. I really just wish they might have cut down on the number of characters and maybe fleshed out the gameplay and levels a little bit more. In fact, probably the game's most puzzling addition and one of the weirdest gimmicks in any shoot 'em up is that a second player can actually join in the action by connecting a light gun and just shooting enemies on the screen while you play. In fact, if you wanted to, you could even attempt to play this game with a controller in one hand and a light gun in the other, just dual blasting your way into game paradise. Now unfortunately, I can't try this implementation myself due to a lack of a light gun, but good news, somebody has. And it looks... well, I mean, do you think you could play this well as the spaceship with the screen flashing constantly? Yeah, probably not. A really quirky novelty gimmick, but once again, just another gimmick in a game that could use a little more substance at its core. The game at least still looks pretty nice. It really does depend on how you feel about blocky polygonal 3D shooters, and it certainly has aged much worse than its predecessor's 2D look, but I still think it looks good at times, and it can really nail the look of the games it's trying to parody at the same time. Music is thankfully also pretty good. It's a little inconsistent, plenty of unmemorable tracks, but some really good ones as well. The character select screen music, especially, is an absolute bop. GUNbare game Tengoku, the game Paradise 2, is a game I really wanted to like more. It's a great concept, it's full of gamer and otaku fan service, and is genuinely very funny and clever at times. But it's a game that features a bit too much excess to make up for the lackluster game behind it all. At the end of the day, all the fun gimmicks and characters in the world won't make up for a dull core experience, and unfortunately that's kinda what we have here. There's still some fun to be had, and in spite of the large amount of Japanese in the menus, it's still relatively import friendly. But given there's a better and more accessible predecessor to this game available to purchase right now on modern hardware, I'd have to suggest that you just try that one first given the choice. Unless you really gotta try that light gun mode, although God help your eyes if you do.
The wheel will provide.
Next up we have Engacho, developed and published by Nihon Application Co. and released on the PlayStation in the year 1999. One of the game's biggest features is that it has a flying arse. Less importantly though, there is a game behind it all too, so let's check that out. Engacho basically means icky or disgusting. Whenever a Japanese kid would come into contact with something disgusting, you can supposedly cleanse yourself of the filth by creating a circle with your hands and then having somebody make a cutting action to cut through it. This gesture is called Engacho, or at least that's what the internet tells me. It isn't Spirited Away, so there you go, it's probably real. So with a name like Engacho, you kinda get a vibe of what this game's all about. It's icky. There is a loose story here in Engacho. You play as this young boy who supposedly wants to prove to his father that he's not a coward. Although it looks to me like this very angry father might have banished his son into the filth world to fight against disgusting monsters. I see parallels with the Binding of Isaac here, I'm not gonna lie. In the filth world, you'll face off against 5 different monsters, known collectively as the UPS 5 group. Look, there's a lot going on with these guys. The designs kind of remind me of Real Monsters a little, only instead of the lovable monsters from a classic kids show, these guys instill me with a powerful sense of dread. I assume these monsters have names, but I couldn't find out what they are, so to make things easier, I've named them all for your convenience. Here we have Sex Pest, this is Snotzer, this is Armpits, our Lord and Saviour, Flying Butt, and of course, everybody's favourite, Bag. Well, that's the UPS 5, so what kind of game features these monstrosities? Well, it's a puzzle game, of course. The gameplay for Engacho is very simple. From an isometric angle, you control your character on a board. You can move one space at a time in one of 4 directions. Boards will also feature some of the 5 monsters. Monsters also move one space at a time directly after you move, although the direction that the monster moves is determined by the direction that you move yourself. So for example, some monsters will move the same direction that you do, others might go the complete opposite direction, others a completely different direction again. The entire gimmick of this game is planning out your moves and trying to manipulate and control the movement of the monsters, while also navigating around yourself. Some of the game modes require you to navigate around a board to reach a goal, and other modes may have you combating a CPU or second player until one of you eventually succumbs to them. It's a very simple game that's easy to pick up and play, but it does offer some real depth between the different modes, with plenty of levels and challenges to take on. Thankfully, the game features a pretty robust training mode which does offer you multiple stages exclusive to each monster type, which will help teach you the unique patterns for each monster, as well as getting you used to the challenges that await you later in the story and battle modes. Story is the main single player content with over 100 individual stages that will have you scratching your head within seconds of starting. This can be a pretty tough game, with some levels featuring multiple monsters to keep track of, and it requiring a lot of trial and error since you can get trapped or go over the step limit for a level. But thankfully, resetting a level and starting again is almost instant, so it's easy to try again without wasting too much time. And when you do eventually beat a level, they can actually only take a couple of seconds once you know the right path to take. So each level is bite-sized enough not to feel dull or taxing even after 10 or 20 retries. If you prefer something more competitive over a straight up puzzle mode, you can take on the AI in a series of different challenges, which sees you fighting your dad to essentially manipulate monsters into reaching him first. Almost like some sort of disgusting version of chess. Once again, it can be pretty tough, but levels are still short and can be retried almost instantly. This mode also features some animations for each of the monsters when they reach a player character, and
Engacho.
You know, I'd probably call Japan weird for creating this stuff, but the West also gave us Boogerman and a turd that sings opera tunes, so we're not really much better, are we? You can of course play this game against the second player if you like, so I once again tried asking my girlfriend if she wanted to play it with me.
Come on, Orla, there's a flying arse in it.
I'm not playing the f***ing game.
She wasn't really into it. At least you can admire the nice stadium while the second player stands still for eternity. Look at that little dragon. What's he up to? I suppose that's as good a segue as any to talk about the visuals, and I mean, they're nice if a little basic. The sprites look pretty good and they certainly have a lot of personality, although the personality might not be to everybody's taste. The board and backgrounds do update from zone to zone, but it's generally just an unexciting background or tile swap, and you will see a lot of the same location before you eventually pass the 20 levels needed to see the next. The music and sound design is fun though, assuming you like the sound of being pooped on, or whatever this is. Background music for the levels is nice though, nothing spectacular, but it is catchy and fitting for the game. The opening theme, on the other hand, slaps pretty hard though. Well, that's pretty much it for Engacho, a simple but engaging puzzle game that you'll likely really enjoy if you like brain teasers or making your friends feel really uncomfortable. The character designs and discussing themes might not be to everybody's taste, but there is a ton of content here, and it is also very import friendly. So if you want to navigate around monsters in the weird dungeons in your dad's house, Engacho on the PS1 has got you covered. It's also available on the WonderSwan as well, which might even be the better version since this kind of game feels nicely suited to portable play. Either way, you can't really go wrong.
The wheel will provide. The last game featured in Volume 3 is Blade Arts, released in September of the year 2000 and developed by a company I've never heard of before, EA. Don't worry, the A is lowercase, so you know they are not somebody else. This game was published by Enix though, who are a little more high profile, mostly well known for all those other great JRPGs, as well as eventually making Squaresoft a little less soft. Blade Arts is an action-adventure game. It's kind of like a Japanese Tomb Raider that's also a hack and slash. That probably sounds appealing to a lot of you, and that's because it is. I like hacking up spiders and tombs with big swords. What can I say? It's a character trait. Blade Arts is very much its own thing though. For one, the game has a ton of story and voice, giving it an almost cinematic feel at times. Well, at least as far as PS1 games go. Think a few steps below Metal Gear Solid and you'll know what I mean. And when I said a ton, I meant a ton. I would say that during the first 2 hours of gameplay, maybe 45 minutes of that were cutscenes. Now I always do find it impressive whenever PS1 games attempt to go for long, more complex narratives that are fully voiced, and a lot of the cutscenes are also done within the game's own engine. But if you can't speak the language, you're going to be spending a lot of time not knowing what the hell is going on. And all of the cutscenes are unskippable too, by the way. So, I mean, you try to make sense of the talking panther scene without context. So yeah, to say I had no idea what was going on during my time with this game is a bit of an understatement. It's obviously not a fault on the game itself, this is what we call a me problem. But if you can't read Japanese, you're missing out on a big part of the game, and a time-consuming part at that. Now normally I would look online to see if people have fleshed out or translated anything online, but info on this game in English is very scarce, surprisingly so. It doesn't even have a Moby Games page. That's how you know things are bad. Thankfully, the ever-reliable PSX Data Center has the only English story summary I could find online. So what's Blade Arts even about? Set on a mysterious volcanic island where a team of scientists have disappeared, you must get involved and wield the massive fantasy-style weaponry of truly epic proportions to restore order and find out a few home truths. Blade Arts is a fantasy adventure with lots and lots of combat where players take on the role of a hero who often finds himself battling several vicious enemies at once. Focused on fast, non-stop hack and slash action, Blade Arts follows a developed storyline and cinematic cutscenes to help move the plot, along with a third-person fighting perspective and a lock-on targeting system that allows players to concentrate on dealing out as much damage as possible. Okay, that sounds about right. On the other hand, there is also a Google translated version of the official manufacturer's description which reads, "Mysterious ancient ruins Salem, an adventure set in a 3D action adventure. Cut down the enemy, a sense of exhilaration, a sense of accomplishment unravel, the mystery of the runes. Zero the hero's work, cut the knot after another attack monsters, explore the runes, have planted a variety of traps and mystery." Honestly, that probably sounds a little more accurate to my experience with the game. So yeah, from what I gather, the main character is either a soldier or mercenary who along with other members need to explore these runes. Gameplay is entirely solo, but allies will pop in from time to time during missions to offer advice, advance the story, or give you some useful items. The runes themselves act as this game's central location, but the game itself is actually broken up into individual levels that take place within and around the runes. While in the runes you will solve puzzles, platform, dodge traps and hazards, and fight plenty of enemies. It really does share a lot of elements with Tomb Raider, and the somewhat awkward controls certainly harken back to that too. Your main character movement is much smoother and precise than Tank Lara, that's for sure. But as soon as you try to perform additional movements like crouching, platforming, or entering combat, you'll soon find Blade Arts has a nice dose of that PS1 roughness we all know and love. A lot of the commands in this game require usage of both the shoulder buttons and the face buttons to execute things properly, and it often involves a lot of stopping and starting before you remember how to double tap and hold the circle button to crouch, and then press forward and or 1 to roll under this gate. Now you may be wondering how I would even figure that out, and honestly I probably wouldn't if the game didn't have a bunch of tutorial tips. Now once again, these feature no English whatsoever, but the button commands always relate to something you're near, so I figure from the buttons that show up in the tutorial and the gap that's beside me, this is probably how I crouch. Similarly enough, when more tutorials pop up, I also figured out how to climb up walls, I figured out how to push blocks, how to use items, how to blow stuff up, etc. And this goes into fighting as well. This game really has as much of a focus on combat as it does on exploration. And I mean, the game is called Blade Arts after all, so you'd only expect to get a big ass sword at some point, right? And combat, thankfully, is pretty cool. The combat can be initiated by pressing R2 and will immediately lock you onto the nearest enemy. Movement commands change in this mode, allowing for a more mobile, fighting game style with dodges and flips, as well as letting you dish out sword combos in almost any direction depending on the angle that you're pointing your analog stick. Depending on the buttons held and your movement, it can change up your moves too. Now there's not a huge amount on offer from what I've played, but it does give you a nice set of options for enemies, and honestly it's quite a lot of fun. You'll want to get used to managing your positioning as well as mastering blocks and dodges, but it is a cool combat system and definitely one of the more unique ones on the console. Thankfully blades aren't your only option though. Throughout the game, you can also collect magic, which gives you access to powerful ranged attacks. And magic can be leveled up to using items that drop from enemies. Do you want to put your nervous points into dignity, virtue, or influence? Honestly, I could probably use all the dignity I can get. So yeah, the core of this game is exploration, platforming, fighting lots of baddies, and solving some puzzles along the way. It genuinely is a lot of fun. At least it would be if I had any idea what I was doing. Okay, so the gameplay also features quite a lot of Japanese dialogue and text. And like I alluded to earlier, you can probably fumble your way through most of it just noting the commands that appear on screen. But many times I also got stuck at dead ends. Now this usually led to me running around in circles, checking pretty much every area I could, searching for key items I may have missed or interacted with wrong, and honestly most of the time, after 5 or 10 minutes of trial and error, I could usually move forward a little bit again. But it was never too long until I found myself getting stuck once again. And then again. And then again. Until eventually I spent half an hour running around an entire level just unable to figure out what to do. And given how obtuse some of the game's commands are to figure out, it's possible I might never look into figuring out what to do. So this is the first time in this series that I actually had to give up on a game around 3 levels into it. Which is a shame because from what I got to play of this game, it has a ton of potential. The exploration is fun, it has a unique combat system, and a ton of voice dialogue and story scenes, and some really cool boss fights as well. The language barrier unfortunately was just a bit too much for me to overcome without a guide, which of course does not exist, so I'm out of luck. I really wanted to check out more of this game. I'm aware that it has additional weapons that you can use, other magic types, obviously extra enemies and bosses, but even with a bare amount of searching, I just couldn't find any footage of this game beyond the first level, at least on YouTube and general websites anyway. So I can't even give you a glimpse of what it's like, it's just a mystery. Now for something I didn't get to play that much, I'm probably being a bit too nice to it, and in fairness, the game is not perfect. I mean, for a 2000s game, the graphics and characters can look a little rough. There's lots of jaggies and there's some draw distance limitations about as well. And the music it's fine. The loops are very short and can definitely wear thin when you're listening to them for 40 minutes straight per level. The boss music on the other hand is pretty cool though, even if it just kind of awkwardly fades away and comes back in during the fight. I will say, in spite of a little jankiness and some visual and audio issues, I did really enjoy what I played here. It feels like a very substantial game that a lot of effort was put into. I'm sure this likely would have been a game that people would really enjoy if it had came out in the West, but due to the cost of translating it and the fact that it would have been at least 2001 before it launched here, which was, you know, right in the middle of a generational transition, well, I'm not surprised it never came out. Still, if a guide or translation ever did become available, I'd be happy to try this game again in an instant. At the very least, it was fun exploring this relatively unknown game. It sucks that I can't really give a fair opinion on it, but maybe if you at home like the look of it and want to try your luck, hopefully you'll get further than me. Or maybe you can read Japanese and have already tried it. If you have, please let me know in the comments. I would really like to learn more about this game if anybody has anything to share. Like, are there more helicopters that I can blow up with magic? Are there any more talking animals? Who the hell are these guys? Or this guy? Or that guy? Who knows? Maybe one day we'll find out.
鍋2人で買った。どうする？
それには思い出詰まりすぎてる。
じゃあもらっとく。
でもそのプレイステーション
ももらっとく。最後のクリスマスプレゼントね。プレイクリスマス。
200万台。
プレイステーション。
The wheel will provide.
first up we have Mighty Hits, released on the PlayStation in 1996 and developed by the team over at Altron Corporation. Do you remember Point Blank? I love Point Blank. It's up there with the House of the Dead as my favourite light gun series. It's such a fun concept, a variety of short shooting gallery style minigames played back to back, each full of personality and fun gimmicks. Well, Mighty Hits is Point Blank. A weird Wild West themed low budget clone of Point Blank, but still, it's Point Blank. So yeah, anybody familiar with Namco's series of arcade light gun games will no doubt see its influence here. We got ourselves a light gun game built around short minigames that test your aim and shooting skills. One key difference between the two is that Point Blank is a series that began in the arcades, while Mighty Hits is a game made exclusively for consoles. So let's see if that console exclusivity allows for a few interesting additions to the formula. Of course, being a light gun game, the ideal and expected way to play this game is using a light gun. And in this case, Mighty Hits supports Konami's Justifier light gun. No Namco GunCon support here, I'm afraid. Now, like many, I don't have a CRT light gun combo lying around my apartment, so playing this game the way the light gun gods intended, well, that's not an option, I'm afraid. Now, we could play the game using the D-pad, but lucky for us, we got ourselves a game with PlayStation mouse support. And while it's no replacement for a good light gun, the mouse is a much nicer option for these type of games, even if it makes a few specific challenges a little bit trivial. Starting up Mighty Hits, you're greeted to some prime mid-90s PS1 CGI. The whole thing is nonsensical, it's weird, and it's oddly nostalgic for some reason. It made me want to go back and watch some Tekken 1 endings. Ah, good times. So the opening introduces you to the Mighty Hits world. It's kind of like a Wild West theme where a kid is playing with toys. You got dolls, toy horses, and everybody looks fun and cartoony. Does this matter to the game? No, not at all. This is pretty much just a loose setup for the minigames, but for what it is, I think it's pretty fun. Once we get into the actual game itself, well, we quickly find out that the game being a console exclusive means very little because Mighty Hits is still an arcade style game true and true. Options are limited with a single player mode and 2-player co-op and competitive options. Once you're in the game, you get the option of choosing between 3 different difficulties: easy with 6 stages, normal with 9 stages, and hard with 15 stages. Once you've chosen your difficulty, you get brought to the level select screen where you get given 3 levels randomly from a selection of 30. You've then got to play the 3 stages in a row and do your best not to mess up and lose one of your very valuable lives. The minigames can range from simple tasks like shooting as many targets as possible in a time limit to reach a target quota. You might have to shoot as many bullets as you can into a single target as fast as possible. You might have a limited set of bullets and you need to be more careful with your aiming to complete certain tasks. Or the games might just be something completely wacky, like freeing a penguin from his ice prison, guiding a guy on balloons down to a tiny platform in the middle of the ocean by shooting away his balloons, or maybe even memorizing a song and shooting bells to play it back. It's really easy to pick up and play, and look, with a concept like this, it's hard not to have a good time. Even though the instructions for each game are only in Japanese, it's almost always immediately obvious what you need to do as soon as you start the game, so there's no need to worry about the language barrier here, thankfully. In between levels, you might also get a chance to play a bonus game where you choose from a selection of cards that might give you extra lives, the option to choose one of the upcoming minigames, or maybe even just nothing, if you're really unlucky. Of course, if you fail any of the minigames, you lose one of your lives, and if you run out of lives, it's game over, with no option to continue. Now, this won't really matter much on the easy difficulty, but once you move up to normal and hard, not only are you playing more games in a row, but the difficulty of the games ramps up significantly too, with faster targets, less ammo, and higher quotas to hit. So lives become a pretty valuable resource in the higher difficulties, where the margin for error is much higher. I actually liked how challenging the game felt on the hard difficulty. It turned the game into a very challenging gauntlet of minigames, and even though once again the mouse can trivialize some of the games, I still struggled a fair bit during this, and actually making it to the end of the hard course felt like a decent challenge. If you do manage to make it to the end of a course, you're rewarded with some fun cutscenes for your trouble. They're pretty short, but they're oh so dumb. It's worth the effort for each. There is unfortunately no additional minigames that you can unlock outside of the standard 30 that can appear, but if you do beat the hard difficulty, you do unlock an extreme difficulty with 18 games in a row that are now increased to bullshit levels of difficult. So there is something here for the masochists too, which is, it's nice to see. On the presentation front, well, it's an early PlayStation light gun game, and the 3D graphics certainly have aged the game's look quite a bit. It definitely lacks the big budget polish of Point Blank, but I still think it looks pretty nice at times. The 2D backgrounds look good, the models are clean and colourful, and it all runs at a nice stable 60 frames per second, so there's very little to complain about really. Although I will say I'm not a fan of this big, cheap looking game clock. There's just something really off about how it looks to me. Like, it actively makes the game look a little lower budget. Plus it can block some of the targets in the game, so yeah, the clock sucks. The music and sound is nice though. The gunshots sound like pop guns, which suit the game's kiddie aesthetic. And even though I wouldn't say the music is really memorable, it's catchy and it's pleasant and it suits the minigames well, so it gets a thumbs up from me. Look, at the end of the day, there's not a huge amount to Mighty Hits. It's a relatively bare-bones point-blank clone, but for what it is, it's actually a pretty good one. I think it lacks the polish, charm, and variety that the point-blank games have, especially when it comes to longevity and extra modes, which the point-blank series does very well. Mighty Hits' 30 minigames will likely get repetitive after an hour or two of play, but there is enough fun and challenge here for any light gun fan. Interestingly, this isn't the only game in the series either. While the original did only make its way to the PS1 in Japan, the game did see a Western release as a Saturn exclusive in PAL regions. Also, as a little side note, something that I found really weird about the PAL Saturn release of this game is that it's one of the few games ever released where the back of the box features no text, only pictures of gameplay. I just thought that was really strange and that you all needed to see that for some reason. Anyway, Mighty Hits did see a follow-up in 1999 called Mighty Hits Special, which thankfully did make its way to the PS1 in the West this time around, although once again only in PAL regions. Mighty Hits Special is a bit odd though. From what I've played, this is more or less the exact same game as the original Mighty Hits. The only difference is that this version does seem to support the gun con as well as the justifier, which is a nice bonus, but that's about it. In spite of it being more or less the exact same game as the original Mighty Hits, Special is still considered a brand new game with its own unique product code. From what I gather, Mighty Hits Special was a budget release of the original Mighty Hits, but rather than be included as a greatest hits or platinum style line of releases, the publisher was just like, put Special on the front, reduce the cost, add GunCon support, and say it's a brand new game, and that's the game that made it to the West. So while the original Mighty Hits is technically a Japan only release on the PS1, thanks to Mighty Hits Special, it's also not. But it is? I don't know, it's a weird one. Regardless, I had a fun time with this game. It's no replacement for the Point Blank or Ghoul Panic games, but if you like that style of light gun shooter, I'm sure you'll find a lot to like in this one. As for everybody else, well, it's at least worth checking out for the goofy cutscenes, so go nuts.
The wheel will provide.
Up next we have Archer to Astaroth no Nazomakaimura Incredible Toons, released on the PlayStation in August 1996. I've always had a love-hate relationship with the Ghost and Goblins series. I've played pretty much all the mainline series entries, and I am very, very bad at them. But I've also played a bunch of the series' various spin-off games, and I'm a big fan of pretty much all of them. So it was a nice surprise to see that there is a Ghost and Goblins game that I never heard of before, and not only that, it just so happens to be a Ghost and Goblins reskin of a popular computer game series called The Incredible Machine. If you're unfamiliar with The Incredible Machine, it was a very popular title released in the early 90s that essentially had you solving puzzles using a series of Rube Goldberg machines. Basically, you had to perform simple tasks in overly complicated ways. The series saw several releases over the years with upgraded graphics and various improvements to the gameplay, but for the most part the series avoided consoles altogether, except for a lone console port of the original which made its way to the 3DO, and also this one-of-a-kind Ghosts and Goblins edition released only in Japan thanks to Capcom. So from what I can tell, Capcom licensed the use of this engine directly from the original developers of the Incredible Machine series, and this particular engine was originally used for the third game in the series called Sid and Al's Incredible Toons, hence the name of Capcom's game being Incredible Toons rather than Incredible Machine. As for the Ghosts and Goblins branding, supposedly Capcom were just planning on making a normal port of the game, but decided to throw this in here at the last minute just to get a little more crossover appeal with the game's Japanese audience. So, as you could imagine, seeing as this is a console version of a game designed with PCs in mind, PlayStation mouse support is back again. The gameplay here all revolves around moving objects on screen, so naturally it's the perfect game to play with a mouse. Using your D-pad works just fine too, of course, so don't worry if you haven't got a mouse lying around. This game has a plot, funnily enough, although it is the exact same plot from every Ghosts and Goblins game, so don't worry about reading the text, just know you've got a princess that needs saving. There aren't many of these sections, but they do look cute and can be pretty funny at times, so they are a welcome addition whenever they do pop up. As for the meat of the game, well, it's puzzles. Lots and lots of puzzles. The game is broken up into a series of individual levels that you progress through in a linear fashion one by one. Your goal in each level is to basically complete a specific task using a set number of items that the game designates to you. The task for a level might be to guide Arthur up a series of ladders, feed this guy a fish, open a bunch of chests, hit a switch a number of times. Sometimes you even just straight up kill Arthur. Why not? The goal for each level can be pretty much anything, and it's up to you not just to figure out what the goal is, more importantly, it's how you can achieve it. Now the game does give you information on the tasks in each level, as well as information on what each item does to make things a little bit easier, but this is all in Japanese. Now at first I expected this might cause me a bit of hassle when trying to learn the game, but honestly, this is just such an intuitive game, and I think anybody could pick it up and understand the basics here in no time, regardless of what language you speak. It's the kind of game where you will just naturally figure out what your goal is after some messing about, and from there it's all about just testing the different bits and pieces, making more and more progress until you eventually build a complicated monstrosity that accomplishes your goal. Put an item here, put an item there, connect this to that, make this drop on that, just put all the items down, hit play, and see if a plan comes together. It's really that simple. This is my first time playing a game from this series, but after spending a few hours with this one, I can really see the appeal. The different items and all their interactions allow for so much variety in the puzzle design, and there's just something so inherently satisfying about setting up a chain reaction and just seeing it all pay off. It appeals to the happiest parts of my brain. As for the Ghosts and Goblins branding, well of course you'll see some familiar characters and items from the series, all of it appearing in this cute 2D style. The UI and the backgrounds also fit the bill nicely. It's not the most exciting presentation out there, but none of it is distracting or takes away from the puzzle gameplay, and honestly when all is said and done, I actually think it's a very successful blending of the two different games. Is there anything here that you would not see in another Incredible Machine style game? Well, on the gameplay front, not really. But there's no other Incredible Machine games with comedy skits in between levels or great remixes of Ghosts and Goblins music, so there you go. One thing that may disappoint fans of the Incredible Machine series is the lack of additional modes in this game outside of the single player puzzles. There is a basic level editor that lets you mess around with a few things, but compared to some of the features you see in other releases of the game, this is pretty lacking on the content side of things. From start to finish, I think you're looking at about 2 to 3 hours of gameplay here, depending on how quickly you blast through the game's various puzzles, which for a game of this type I think is a decent length. This very much feels like a nice game that you'd sit back with and just beat in an afternoon. It's complex, but it's rarely frustrating. It controls like a dream using the mouse, and if you're a fan of the Ghosts and Goblins series, well, there's a ton of fan service here just for you. As always, your enjoyment of this will come down to how you feel about puzzle games, but I think this is one that everybody should at least give a try, regardless of their feelings on puzzlers or the Ghosts and Goblins series. There is a reason this series of games was so popular in computers, and considering this is one of the very few translations of the game brought over to home consoles, I gotta say they did a pretty good job. It also came out on the Saturn too, by the way, so Sega fans, you can join in on the fun as well. Don't worry. All in all, Arthur Incredible Toons is a great addition to anybody's PS1 library, and yet another title to add to the list of excellent Ghosts and Goblins spin-offs. Although let's be real, did we really expect any less from Capcom? I think not.
The wheel will provide.
Volume 4's last game is Creature Shock, developed by Argonaut Games and released on the PlayStation in August 1996. Something that caught me off guard when learning about a lot of the Japanese exclusives on the PlayStation was that there is a surprising amount of Western-made games that make an appearance. And it's not just any old games either. It shocked me to learn that there is a port of the Neverhood on PS1, as well as the Beavis and Butthead adventure game Virtual Stupidity.
どいてよ邪魔しないで
早くしろよ俺らの番だぞ
そうやぞフレームチェストちゃんが待ってる
うるさいビバスあの子は俺のもんだから黙っとけあ
That's weird, right? Honestly, there's enough of these games that they'd probably warrant their own video someday, but for now, today's game also happens to fall into that category. Creature Shock comes from UK developer Argonaut Games, you know, the croc people. The game was originally released on MS-DOS, the CDI and the 3DO, and if the CDI and 3DO didn't give it away, Creature Shock is an FMV game. Of course, in the early days of the CD era of games consoles, FMV games were all the rage. Developers hadn't yet mastered the art of, polygons, so full motion video and CD quality audio was the best and easiest way to show off the new hardware. And look, for its time, going from this to this was certainly quite the leap. Although the actual quality of the gameplay on display, well, let's just say the 3DO and CDI didn't last very long for a reason. Also, fun fact, Creature Shock was apparently the last official release for the 3DO in the West, so we're checking out a piece of gaming history here. Well, on another console, but still. Anyway, the old PlayStation, it was not immune to a few FMV games itself during its early days, a good chunk of which also just happened to be ports of older games from the likes of the 3DO and the CDI. So in 1996, it was announced a port of Creature Shock was coming to the PS1 and Saturn under the title Creature Shock Special Edition. Now, while Creature Shock Special Edition did release on the Saturn in the West, the planned PlayStation version just, never did. It came out in Japan no bother though, so yeah, here we are. So first things first, the game, it's pretty much entirely in English. The only Japanese you will see in this game at all is in the cutscenes, but the in-game voice dialogue, the menus, the UI, everything here is in English. So as far as accessibility goes, don't even worry about it. In Creature Shock, we play as protagonist Commander Jason Barr.
There's a haircut you could set your watch to!
We're tasked with investigating what happened to the UNS Amazon after it got attacked by a weird tentacle asteroid near Saturn. And as you could imagine, with the weird tentacle asteroid, we are in for some weird, creepy alien fun. Anyway, don't worry too much about the plot because the game certainly doesn't. So let's talk about the gameplay because this is most certainly a video game. Creature Shock is split up into two different types of sections. You've got adventure game style sections where you navigate a map screen by screen, helped along with a nice dose of cool FMV video. And you've got arcade style shooting gallery sections, which make up roughly 2% of the game and take place on a single screen, but these are fine, I guess. So yeah, the meat of this game takes place within these FMV exploration sections, and don't worry, just because the game doesn't have very many arcade shooter sections, doesn't mean that you won't be blasting a large number of creepy aliens while exploring these cramped environments. The best way to describe Creature Shock would be that it's a first-person sci-fi horror FMV adventure shooter. Yes, I know, quite the mouthful. You do a little exploring, you do a little bit of shooting, you explore some more. It sounds like a pretty good match, honestly, and you know what? At times it kinda is. But look, this game, it's got a lot of problems, and it's not just because it's an FMV game, although that is one of the game's big issues, but we'll get to that. So first things first, the game's controls. In spite of the last two games having mouse support, and this game having mouse support in other versions, in Creature Shock on the PS1, we're stuck with D-pad controls.
Now look, for navigation, getting around the world with the D-pad is just fine. You point the cursor in the direction you want to go, and you press the X button to move in that direction. It's nice and simple, it works great. For shooting, on the other hand, the D-pad is just not very good at all. Now I'll be honest, if I gotta play a light gun game using a D-pad, I will make do. It's far from ideal, but I'm still probably gonna have a good time. Creature Shock, on the other hand, this game's shooting is gonna drive you crazy. Now, in these rare arcade sections, shooting is just fine because all you gotta do is shoot the enemies that pop up on screen, hit them anywhere on the body, and they'll take a hit. On the other hand, inside the exploration sections, all the enemies only take damage when they are shot in a tiny weak point. Now, these weak points thankfully aren't that hard to figure out, but they are usually very small. And unlike the arcade shooting sections where these enemies are just little models that pop up on a static screen, here the enemies are actually part of the FMV. So these enemies with their tiny weak points, not only do they move quite erratically thanks to the full motion video, but the screen also shakes and moves about a ton while this happens. This makes it almost impossible to line up any shots because while guiding your cursor along the screen towards the target, both the enemies and the screen are shaking about so much, it is a Hail Mary trying to land shots in this game. If you were playing the game with a mouse or a light gun, I don't think it would be too bad. But with the D-pad, oh my god, I hate it so much. Thankfully, ammo was never a problem as your gun recharges if you ever get too low. But believe me, you'll want to end these fights as quickly as possible if you hope to progress through the game. And it is laughable how long it took me to hit a shot on some of these enemies as they happily just wasted my health away the whole time. And of course, if you lose your health, you're straight back to the beginning of the level, so one bad fight can easily lose you a lot of progress. As for the levels themselves, well, there's two of them. You got this fleshy organic area, which is unpleasant. And you've got another level that takes place inside some sort of industrial alien facility. Now look, yes, there's only two areas, but each of these levels are pretty big, and I'll give credit where credit is due. Some of these locations in these places look pretty damn cool. I may come across that I'm not into full motion video games, but I will be honest, I've got a bit of a soft spot for them. And on the visual front, I really like what Argonaut Games has done here. These locations are claustrophobic, they're oppressive, they're unusual, and they're genuinely pretty unnerving at times, and the way the environments wind from one area to the next, it gives a nice feeling that everything is connected. I like the designs of the aliens a lot as well. I may not like fighting them, but I was never not excited to see what was going to pop up next and out of nowhere, because there is a lot of fun and unique sections in this game. And if you die, you're even treated to some exclusive death cutscenes that are unique to different areas. So at least if you're dying, you're always going to go out in style. Unfortunately though, as much as I like the environment, these levels are essentially just a giant maze of some interesting rooms separated by tons of identical corridors. This means traversing the world is going to look like this most of the time, and believe me, it's also very easy to lose your sense of direction and just wander around aimlessly for a very long time. There's always a room that you are aiming to reach to progress the game forward, but actually getting there is pretty much entirely luck based on your first playthrough. There's no map, you've got a shitty compass that doesn't help you at all. You're pretty much just permanently lost in this game. There's also no puzzles and creature shock either, it is just entirely exploration and combat. Some areas do feature bonuses like health items and upgrades for your gun's capacity, but most of the time, exploring is just going to put you against more enemies, and more enemies means less health, and if you run out of health, well, you're back at the beginning of the maze, having to start all over again. So look, even though these environments are cool, you'll quickly get bored of seeing the same identical corridor over and over again sooner rather than later. And while the initial shock of seeing the aliens is always fun, the actual combat with them will probably have you pulling your hair out. The FMV also just isn't that smooth, I'm sorry to say. There's always a slight stutter moving from screen to screen that just makes things feel a little awkward, and these stutters can prove especially bothersome during fights as well. The game also seems to have some audio problems too. The game is strangely quiet, with the exploration sections only featuring sound effects, which may be by design. I think it actually helps the atmosphere quite a bit. But some of the cutscenes, they just have no sound at all, and it really seems like there should be something here. I don't know. It happens frequently enough to seem a bit odd. Really, there's practically no music in this game at all, except for the arcade bits which sound like this. Yeah, that's not really what I was expecting. Look, let's cut to the chase. I don't think this is a very good game. It's basically two giant FMV mazes with frustrating combat in between. But in spite of it all, I still felt compelled to beat the whole thing, and that I did. The last level is probably the best part of the whole game, by the way. It's not really a level per se, more of an extended cinematic boss battle. And look, even with the controls and this weird jetpack crow thing, it's a pretty cool fight, and I actually had a good time with it. Look, at the end of the day, I think if you knew the right routes to take in this game, you could probably finish the whole thing in about half an hour. And even with all my struggles, it still only took me about 90 minutes to beat it, so it is not a very long game at all. But it's got so much goddamn FMV that it still needed to come on 2 discs anyway. It even made me swap discs just to watch the ending cutscene, so thanks for that. Oh yeah, the plot. Yeah, it's nonsensical, weird shit happens all the time, there's really nothing to it, it's just kinda here, but I tried not to overthink it and just enjoy the jankiness of it all. Although shoutouts to whoever had to animate the part where the protagonist has an awful time trying to get both off and on his space shuttle. Look at this guy go. After beating the game, I was curious to see how the DOS and 3DO versions compared, and the game just looked so much smoother running on these machines. There's even music during the levels. Also, there's these new sections where you fly a ship in between the maze levels. Are these just not in the PlayStation and Saturn versions? Okay, so I went back to check and I noticed at the start screen there is a normal and special game option. The normal game has no flying sections at all. So I tried special and lo and behold, a goddamn flying section. So yeah, the flying sections from the original version were removed and the PlayStation and Saturn versions of these games got new polygonal flying sections created exclusively for the consoles. And for whatever reason, you gotta choose special game, not normal game to play these. These sections are pretty fun though. I mean, it looks really janky and it almost feels like you're playing a Net Eurosy game, but I kinda dig how trash it is. It's also got some great music and bosses, so the addition is a positive all around. Yeah, so that's Creature Shock. I feel like I might have gone on about this one for a little too long, so apologies for that. But I just thought there were so many unusual aspects about this game, from its Japan exclusivity on the PS1 to its strange visual design and even all the weird differences between the various versions. Once again, I don't think it is a very good video game, but it's still kind of fun in its own strange way, for one playthrough at least. If it's something that you actually wanted to try, well, I'd say the DOS, 3DO or CDI versions are probably the way to go in this case, and that's thanks to the mouse support alone. But if you want to try the PS1 version from Japan, at least there's no language barrier that you gotta worry about, so that's nice. If you're a fan of FMV games, go ahead and give this one a try, I'm sure you'll find quite a lot to like in it. And if you can't stand FMV games, well, this one certainly isn't going to change your mind. But at least you can go check out a video of all the death scenes on YouTube, it's the best part of the game anyway, so go on, you might as well enjoy yourself some grisly FMV goodness.
The wheel will provide.
Volume 5's first game is Motor Toon Grand Prix, released in December 1994, making this one of the earliest games released on the platform. Now some of you may be thinking, Sean, you big idiot, I've played Motor Toon Grand Prix, this game came out in the West, it isn't a Japan only release. Well, I've some bad news, you've been lied to. Yes, a game called Motor Toon Grand Prix did come out in the West, but that game is actually Motor Toon Grand Prix 2, also sometimes known as Motor Toon Grand Prix USA. Yeah, it can get pretty confusing. Let's not dwell on it too much. So yeah, this 1994 Japan only release is the real Motor Toon Grand Prix, and this right here is one of the earliest racing games released on the platform, coming out only a few weeks after the PlayStation's Japanese launch on December 3rd, 1994. This game is also the debut release of a dev team called Polly's Entertainment, who went on to create, oh, I don't know, only a little game called Omega Boost, and also some other racing games. I'm sure they're not too important. So yeah, this game is not only the origins of Polyphony Digital, one of Sony's most prolific studios, but it also represents the PlayStation during its baby years when the console was really trying to just make a name for itself. So let's see how the original OG Motor Toon Grand Prix holds up all these years later. The game features a few different single player modes and even split screen multiplayer, which is a nice addition for the time, but the main single player content is the Grand Prix mode. In this mode you can select from one of 5 different racers and race across a grand total of 3 tracks. Yes, that may not seem like much, but honestly for the time this was about what was expected from a 3D racer. The racing itself is very simple. It follows the usual arcade style of the time where you start each race in last place and need to work your way up to the front before you cross the finish line 3 laps later. It plays somewhat like a hybrid between an arcade racer and a kart racer. Now for the most part the racing itself is very traditional, you don't have to worry about items or any of the usual wacky kart racer madness, really it's just pure driving, for the most part. There are still some aspects that feel more akin to something you'd see in a kart racer, like a dedicated drift button that really makes some of the sharper turns in the game a breeze, and also these crystals which at first I thought were item boxes, but really the only thing these do is set off a kind of roulette, which sometimes replaces your car with a big version of the driver that then runs wild for a few seconds through the track. It doesn't increase your speed very much, but it looks weird, so I kinda love it. And yeah, that's really all there is to the racing. Do some driving, drift here and there, and every now and then turn into a walking insurance disaster. It's quite simple by today's standards, but genuinely for 1994, the racing here is still really good and responsive, better than many other PlayStation racers that will come after it. But of course, a racing game is nothing without its tracks, and the 3 that are here, honestly I like these quite a lot. The first track, Toon Island, is the most traditional track, great for getting you used to the game's controls and featuring some colourful green hills and a few tricky turns. The second track, Plastic Lake, is by far my favourite track in the game, because this thing looks like a vaporwave paradise. It's got lots of weird sights and strange track design, but honestly it's a ton of fun to race through. The final track, Gulliver House, is another great one too. It's definitely the most difficult track with tons of objects to avoid and alternate routes to take, but it's another really interesting one on the visual front and it's a lot of fun. Really, the 3 tracks here are all winners in my book, but the problem with a limited number like this is that it won't be long until repetition sets in. And sure, you can beat the game with various characters and try the harder difficulties, but really the only reward for coming in first place is getting to view a replay of your winning effort, which, in fairness, does look pretty impressive by 94 standards. Now I guess it is a bit of a lie to say that the game only has 3 tracks, as there are multiple other tracks designed specifically for split screen multiplayer. Thankfully you can also access these tracks in the game's time trial mode, and while it is nice to have some extra tracks available, these are way more basic in design compared to the 3 Grand Prix tracks and are just nowhere near as fun to race on. I imagine the reason these tracks are so basic in visuals and design is to maintain the game's frame rate in split screen mode, as the more impressive Grand Prix tracks are not selectable there, which I guess is understandable. Speaking of the frame rate, the game operates at a pretty much rock solid 30 frames per second, the racing is smooth, the gameplay is tight. As far as performance goes, this is a great effort all round. I think the game's somewhat simple visual design also lends to the good frame rate. You'll notice the game has a lot of flat textures, which really give it a clean look that I genuinely think looks quite nice. What we lack in environmental detail, we make up for with bright clean colours, and in places like Plastic Lake, it can actually look quite striking. The vehicles and characters themselves certainly have a lot more detail, and they also look really nice. I've always been a big fan of the series' most iconic feature, which is how the vehicles sway comically from side to side while racing, to give it that little cartoony edge. It's a very nice touch. On the sound front, the game is not all that impressive. I think some of the car sound effects and the turn noises can sound a little weak, but the game's soundtrack is nice at least. Plenty of catchy tunes that suit the themes of the different tracks.
really my only issue with the game outside of the small amount of content is the character selection. The game has 5 characters, but the balance on these guys isn't the best. The game's main character, Captain Rock, is significantly faster than the other racers, and some of them are so slow you'll be lucky to finish a race in 5th place. If you want to win, you pick Captain Rock, and this makes me very sad when I could be playing as some penguins instead. So overall, Motor Toon Grand Prix is surprisingly good all these years later. It's certainly rather simple and suffers from a lack of content, but what's here is really fun, and I could see racing fans and people who dig the aesthetics of early 3D games really having some fun here. Out of curiosity, I tried the follow-up after playing this game, since I'd never actually played this one myself either, but I figured it would be good to give you all a brief overview of what's changed since the original. We've got a few extra modes, a roster of 8 characters, and now 10 tracks to race on. 2 of which, Toon Island 2 and Gulliver House 2, of course making their way over from the original, and it is an absolute shame that Plastic Lake didn't make the cut. The driving here is a little bit different. The dedicated drift button is now gone, and it plays a little more like a traditional racer now. Except for the fact that they've also added items now too. The graphics are also quite different. There's definitely more detail to everything, but I'd also say that it makes the game look somewhat worse in certain ways too. For one, the cars don't bounce about anywhere near as much, so frankly it's unplayable. In the end, I unintentionally played through the entirety of this game as well because it's a lot of fun. It's a definite improvement over the first game, but it's also rather different in some ways too. If you only had to pick one, the second game is the best choice, but I wouldn't completely write off trying the first game either. It's still very good in its own right, and it's also very import friendly. So there you go, maybe you learned a bit about the Motor Toon Grand Prix series today. I know I sure did. It's an interesting footnote in PlayStation history, certainly not as fondly remembered as the racing series that would precede it, but I can see why it's loved by the people who do. Whether you check out the Japan Only original or its follow-up, Motor Toon Grand Prix is a series definitely worth your time.
The wheel will provide.
Next up is IS Internal Section, released on the PlayStation in January 1999 and developed by a studio called Positron in collaboration with Squaresoft, the game's publisher. And as I'm sure you know, if Squaresoft has its name tied to something released on the PS1, well, you're probably in for a treat. So first things first, the game opens with a photosensitivity warning, so if anybody watching at home is sensitive to flashing lights or overstimulation, well, this is your heads up. So I'm sure people might be aware of a subgenre of shoot-'em-ups known as tunnel shooters. The most famous of these is probably the granddaddy of the genre, the 1981 Atari release Tempest. Personally, I have not played many games in the genre, but I have tried out the wonderful Tempest 2000 on the Atari Jaguar, which many would consider the best game on the whole platform. But the PS1 also has a few great tunnel shooters, including a reworking of Tempest 2000 called Tempest X3, and my personal favourite, a game called N2O Nitrous Oxide. Well, IS is also a tunnel shooter, and look, I'll be upfront with you, this is probably the best one I've ever played. So just to make sure we have the basics covered, in a tunnel shooter you're essentially moving forward automatically on a rail, but you also have the ability to rotate 360 degrees around the play area, while you shoot inwards towards enemies and also dodge projectiles and hazards coming towards you. It's as simple to pick up and play as it was in the 80s, and the gameplay is still a lot of fun even today. As always, the goal is simply just to make it to the end of the level, dying as little as possible while also scoring as many points as you can in the process. Enemies come at you in waves, and if you kill all the enemies in a wave before they escape, you score big points. The game features a total of 8 stages, and they are each broken up into 4 sections, labelled A, B, C, and D. These sections each act as a sort of checkpoint during each level, and if you die at any point in the game, which you probably will since it's a one-hit death, well then you'll respawn at the beginning of the last section you reached. Although the game is super forgiving with infinite continues, so dying really has very little penalty in this game. When you reach the end of the stage, you also have to take on the area boss, and in these sections, the gameplay actually changes up with you now being able to move freely in a circular area around the boss. One of the coolest features that sets this game apart is the fact that your ship thing is equipped with 12 different weapons from the very beginning of the game, with each of these 12 weapons being based on an animal from the Chinese zodiac. The weapons can offer up some useful abilities like rapid fire shots, flamethrowers, homing attacks, and some more situational weapons that can hit targets at the center of the tunnel rather than the edges. The weapon variety also allows for a lot of flexibility with how you tackle the game, but there are also sections clearly designed with certain weapons in mind, so it pays to know the best option for the situation. Also, the weapons change your ship's color and shape, which is a really nice visual touch. Not all weapons are created equal though. You will find some weapons like the monkey and tiger shot can pretty much carry you through the entire game, whereas weapons like Ox almost feel useless in comparison. This can sometimes be an issue as you do have to cycle around through 12 weapons using the L1 and R1 button before you get to the weapon that you want, so it sometimes can be a little bit difficult to find the one that you need in a pinch. But don't worry, if you like you can also edit down your weapon selection and choose their order, so if you want to tailor it to something that suits your playstyle, go right ahead. Of course, as is tradition, if your weapons ever fail you, you also have access to a screen clearing bomb in a pinch. Really, the gameplay here is just excellent all around. The game makes sure to mix things up beyond simple shooting by adding loads of sections that test your reflexes and control, and even puzzle sections that somehow just all work so well. The bosses are all fantastic too. There was never a point where I wasn't looking forward to reaching a boss and seeing what new wacky challenge I'd be coming up against. These will test your skills, but more importantly, they're just really fun to play against. So look, based on the gameplay, this is a pretty good video game, no doubt about it, but really the thing that elevates this game to the next level is its incredible presentation and sense of style. IS runs at a flawless 60 frames per second and has genuinely some of the most striking visuals on the whole console. This game uses flat shaded untextured polygons, which not only boost the game's performance significantly, allowing it to run as smooth as it does using the PlayStation's high resolution mode, but if anything, it actually makes the game look more modern than almost any other game on the console. I think it's hard not to look at the game and immediately think of Rez, which is one of my all-time favourite games. Rez is known for its striking visual and audio design and how well it melds those elements into the gameplay. Well, IS pretty much does this too, albeit nearly 3 years before Rez even came out. And if I'm being honest, it looks and plays just as good. Genuinely, there were times that I died in this game just because I was too distracted by the backgrounds, which is probably a knock on the game, but look, I know it's my own fault. You might worry that having such intense visuals going on in the background might lead to some easy deaths, but don't worry, it genuinely is user error on my part, as all the enemy projectiles and hazards are very clearly highlighted and difficult to miss. The best visual effects are usually reserved for the bosses. There's one boss that's made of cubes who breaks apart as you work your way inwards. There's another boss who just spits cubes and projectiles out of you, which looks really cool. There's also a newspaper for some reason. The newspaper is also very hard. My personal favourite though is this boss, which you slowly chip away at piece by piece. The effect here used to show damage is so simple, but it's just so satisfying to see in motion. Genuinely, I was disappointed to see this thing die. So look, as I'm sure you'd imagine, a game that looks like this is probably still nothing without its soundtrack, and well, the good news first off is that this game actually lets you use your own CDs as the soundtrack. So if you want to experience a game that looks like this while listening to Celine Dion's greatest hits, well let me tell you, we finally have the technology. But on the other hand, you might not even want to use a CD because this game's original soundtrack is absolutely godlike. We've got over 20 tracks, unique music for each level and each boss, and pretty much all of it is amazing. Like, you can look at this game and think to yourself, what is the best possible soundtrack you could possibly have for this thing? Well, the answer is the soundtrack that came with it. It's high tempo, hard hitting, full of great beats, and perfectly complements the gameplay and visuals. It is genuinely top tier stuff. Look, I've played through this thing maybe 5 or 6 times now. It's not a very long game, it's not the most challenging shooter out there, and it might be a bit much visually for some people, but I just love everything about this game. It is a blast from start to finish. It is a visual and audio feast, and honestly, it's games like this that make me glad I started doing this series, because I can see myself playing this a ton in the future, and I would have likely never came across it otherwise. It even has an English patch, which thankfully isn't needed to enjoy the game, but it does translate a few important sections like the seizure warning at the beginning and some of the options menus, so it is nice to have either way. So yeah, if you're a fan of tunnel shooters or games with striking visual aesthetics, this is the game for you. But really, IS is so good, I think any PlayStation fan should go out of their way to try this one. It is a genuine hidden gem and yet another stupidly good game with Squaresoft on the box. Who'd have guessed?
The wheel will provide.
The level of magnetism is getting unusually high.
Oh, what's that?
Volume 5's last game is Gamera 2000, which, in spite of what the game's title may lead you to believe, was actually released in April 1997. For those who are unaware, Gamera is a kaiju, a big, jet-powered turtle kaiju. As you can tell, he's pretty terrific. Now, I'm not a big kaiju guy, but I do have a particular soft spot for Gamera. The first kaiju movie I ever watched was the 1995 release Gamera Guardian of the Universe. I got it free with a copy of Play Nation magazine, and the DVD had this insane British dub of the film, which features a ton of added techno music that's not present in any other cut of the movie. So knowing very little about this game going in, I figured this would be your standard big monster fighting game, similar to a lot of the earlier Godzilla titles, but I was very wrong. Turns out Gamera 2000 is a Panzer Dragoon clone, only instead of a Dragoon, you now have a giant jet-powered turtle. It's also entirely in English, and also features live-action cutscenes.
Is that what we call Gamera, Lieutenant?
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit the jackpot. So yeah, Gamera 2000 is pretty much a straight up clone of Panzer Dragoon from a gameplay perspective. It's a rail shooter, you can fire a rapid shot, you can hold down the attack button to paint targets and release a homing shot, and you can also rotate your character 90 degrees to take on enemies coming from multiple directions. It's Panzer Dragoon on the PS1, and honestly, that's music to my goddamn ears. It also helps that the game is also really, really good. The game takes place across 8 different stages, and it's pretty much non-stop action from start to finish. Well, we do stop from time to time, but it's worth it, I promise you. First things first, the gameplay here is pretty much perfect. You control your character and cursor using the D-pad, and movement overall just feels great. It's really easy to paint targets and take out any pesky projectiles with your auto shot. Everything here just feels so satisfying to play. You might have also noticed that it's not my fighter ship that's releasing the homing shots. That's actually our buddy Gamera over here. Gamera will fight alongside you during most of the game's missions. You have no direct control over Gamera, but he will be sure to attack any targets that you're happy to paint with your cursor. You can also charge up a special Gamera attack by holding down the circle button. This prompts Gamera to launch himself like a Koopa shell straight into enemies, and the longer you hold down the button, the longer his attack will last. It's a very powerful attack, but do be aware that you can't lock onto enemies while Gamera is performing this, and you also need to wait for the meter to cool down to use it again, so sometimes it actually pays to charge up smaller attacks to strike a nice balance and not be caught off guard. There are some levels where you'll be without Gamera's special attack, like during some of the boss fights where Gamera is taking on the enemy face to face, or even these speeder bike sections, which really make me think how good a Star Wars game could be in this style. Performance wise, the game does a great job too. It runs at a mostly smooth 30 frames per second, albeit with some significant drops in some of the later fights. But for the most part, the game runs pretty much flawlessly, and considering how hectic and fast paced this game is, the fact it manages to maintain a smooth frame rate during the vast majority of its runtime is impressive in itself. Because really, for 1997, this is a fantastic looking PS1 game. Levels feature a ton of environmental detail, there is a lot of variety to the various locations you'll explore in each stage, and some of these bosses, my god, the scale on these things. There is not a boss fight in this game that doesn't feel like a big deal, and really that's all you can hope for in a game like this. And rounding out my seemingly never-ending praise for this game is its sound, and guys, this game's soundtrack, it's fucking wild. We've got vocals, guitars, traditional Japanese instruments, and a whole lot of techno, and it's so good. Really, I couldn't imagine a game about you and your giant pet turtle blowing shit up to have any other soundtrack after listening to this one, but even if you don't plan on playing the game, you need to check out this soundtrack as soon as you can. It's amazing. And finally, saving the best for last, Gamera 2000, for whatever reason, is entirely in English, and also for whatever reason, features a whole heap of live action cutscenes that are also voiced in English. There is a story here, but I can barely remember any of it because I was either losing my mind over what was happening on screen or was just too distracted by their accents to pay attention to anything. There isn't a huge amount of these in game, but there thankfully is enough to warrant playing through the game for this stuff alone. It is low budget B-movie schlock at its finest, with some of the best performances you will ever see in a game. Truly a gift.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go.
'So yeah, I think it's safe to say I really enjoyed Gamera 2000. The fact that I'm a big fan of rail shooters is certainly a major factor, but genuinely, this is one of the funnest ones I've played and may even be the best example of the genre on the PS1. It features a lot of the issues games in this genre have, like a very short runtime with low replayability, which might turn some people off. Some of the later levels can also be pretty difficult, and while the game does have infinite continues, the games feature no mid-level checkpoints and no health pickups, so newcomers might struggle during some of the game's bigger difficulty spikes, but really all this stuff is minor criticism. At least the game has a family mode, whatever that means. I'm sure it's probably nice. You know what, I'm a little mad that this game never came out in the West. It didn't even need to be translated, it was already good to go. I guess the licensing around Gamera might have been a bit tricky, or maybe the character just wasn't popular enough over here, who's to say? But this is one of those games that would have been, without a doubt, considered a cult classic had it been released over here, and I'm sure it already is to those who have played it before. So yeah, in conclusion, if you didn't know about Gamera 2000 before, well, now you do. Another excellent gaming experience on the PlayStation that has it all. Great gameplay, excellent visuals, a wonderful soundtrack, and top tier cheesy live action cutscenes. Do not miss out on this one.
WipeOut XL 誕生。プレイステーション。
The wheel will provide.
First up, we have Gun2 Western Front June 1944, making its way to Japanese shelves in March of 1998. This game was both published and developed by a studio named Electrocoin Japan, and as far as I can tell, this is the only game they ever made. What we have here is another light gun game, a genre that the wheel certainly seems to have quite the bias for. Not that I'm complaining. In this game, you play as a member of the US military tasked with invading Nazi territory and destroying a variety of beefed up experimental Nazi super tanks. The opening cutscene is more or less the standard World War II fare, but with something a little unusual about it. So after experiencing what I can only describe as a World War II themed rock opera, it's time to get into the game. First things first, Gun2 is a single player only light gun game that supports the GunCon and standard PlayStation controller, so no mouse support here I'm afraid. Thankfully, the good music and presentation doesn't stop when we enter the game, as we get introduced to our level select screen with another nice beat. Once we shoot the picture that enters the first level, we then get our mission briefing and target information, you know, in case you ever wanted to associate a Nazi anime character with the tank that you're going to blow up. There's some story text in these briefings that's in Japanese, but it is very brief and pretty much the only Japanese that you will see within the game. Up until this point, everything is going good, the presentation is cool, the music is great, I can't wait to see the game in action. And then it starts. Alright, Gun2. It's got some quirks. Namely that it is possibly one of the worst looking games on the PlayStation. This is the kind of thing you'd expect to see in a budget 3DO title, let alone the PS1 in 1998. Incredibly rough and blocky environments, the textures, trash, the backgrounds, trash, the vehicle models, trash, character models that lack almost any facial detail or animations whatsoever.
This is trash!
This is quite clearly, on the visual front, a complete and total mess in almost every conceivable way. There is no defending it, there is no excusing it, it's just really, really bad. That being said, in a way an argument could be made that this game looks so bad that it is in fact now good because of it. Gun2 is a game I played through with a big dumb smile on my face because, I mean, look at it. This is charmingly bad. The way the soldiers run out and collapse, the terrible explosions, the environments you can barely make out. This is a bad game, but it's also a funny one because it's bad. The game almost immediately reminded me of an infamous Saturn release called Death Crimson, a light gun game that is so bad, it has events dedicated to how bad it is. In Japan, there's a name for games like this, kusoge games, kuso meaning shit and ge meaning game. Now, I'm not sure if Gun2 here is officially considered a kusoge game by Japanese fans, but for me here, this definitely fits the bill. So look, the ridiculous visuals aside, there is a game here after all, so let's talk about that. Gun2, as we already mentioned, is a light gun rail shooter. It's more akin to classic shooters like Operation Wolf than the more modern light gun games available at the time. You move along very slowly and just shoot dozens and dozens of enemies. Sometimes you aren't moving at all and instead stand still and shoot dozens and dozens of enemies. Gun2 is pretty much 6 levels of murdering an almost endless supply of Nazis. The body count might even give Wolfenstein a run for its money. You've got access to 2 different weapons, a handy machine gun useful for taking down soldiers and enemy projectiles, and also one of 3 different special weapons that you can choose before you start the game. An explosive rapid fire shot, a bazooka, or what seems to be some sort of weapon that makes lava erupt from below every enemy. Whatever weapons you do take though, ammo in this game is unlimited. You don't have to worry about reloading as your machine gun automatically refills once you stop firing, and your special weapon also regenerates over time. So in other words, use your machine gun for the fodder, switch to your special weapon for tanks, and while it recharges, swap back to the machine gun. Easy peasy. Interestingly, this game doesn't have a player health system. Instead, everything in this game revolves around the countdown clock at the top of the screen. Kill an enemy, you get time. Shoot a projectile, you get time. Wave your cursor all over the screen, you're gonna get some damn fine time. Of course, taking damage from enemy attacks drains your time. Soldiers might just chip away tiny bits of time with the bullets, but get hit by a tank or a bomb and you might see hundreds of seconds wiped out in, well, seconds. Really, the goal of the game is to kill as many fodder enemies as you can in the beginning to build up a solid bank of time, so that when you face the much more dangerous end level boss, you have enough time to get through, even if you make a few mistakes here and there. And you know what, the system kind of works. It's an interesting way of dealing with health in a light gun shooter, but really it feels kind of balanced and gives you enough enemies so that even if you get close to death, a string of quick kills might actually salvage your run. Honestly, the shooting here isn't even all that bad. I can't speak for those using a light gun, but the D-pad controls are about on par for the genre. One interesting quirk in this game is that you can press L1 or R1 to immediately move your cursor to the left or right of the screen. I kind of forgot it was a thing during most of the game, but it really did come in handy from time to time. The problem with Gun 2 isn't the gameplay, nor is it the visuals surprisingly. It's actually down to the level and game design itself. All the comically bad visual traits and competent gunplay can't save Gun 2 from its sheer repetition. The game's 6 levels aren't that long, but it can feel like you are playing them for an age. One of the game's levels is quite literally you moving forward very slowly shooting the same couple of enemies for 5 whole minutes. Look how much time I have. Nobody needs that much time. Bosses in particular take a very long time to kill, and while they do mix up their patterns somewhat, every fight in this game just feels like a war of attrition. Fights start out fun, but after a few minutes that fun turns into boredom, and then the boredom just kinda lingers for another few minutes until the level eventually just ends. It also doesn't help that the environments are also very limited, with entire levels taking place across a handful of visually identical locations that unfortunately just don't make for interesting shooting galleries. It's disappointing because when you look at Gun 2, you'd automatically assume that this game is going to be terrible, right? But parts of it are surprisingly competent. This could have been a fun game in spite of the visuals, but in the end it's just a general lack of imagination that lets it down. You'd get a more varied experience playing Operation Wolf than this game, and for me, that's really quite the shame. It's even more disappointing when you consider the game's soundtrack never dropped the quality from the beginning, pumping out banger after banger each level. One saving grace is that the game does use Red Book audio, so even if you don't like the game, you can pop it in a CD player and enjoy the music at least. Which is probably what I'd actually recommend buying it for. Look, I still kinda had a fun time playing Gun 2, if just for the pure comedy of it. Rarely do you see a game that is as upfrontly bad as this one, and I kinda love it because of it. It might be worth playing through once with some friends in the room for a laugh, but when you strip away all the dumb stuff, it really is just a very basic and repetitive World War II light gun shooter. And unfortunately, even with the prospect of guitar solos and blowing up anime Nazi boys, the game just isn't good enough to ever really be worth recommending, kusoge or not.
The wheel will provide.
Next up, we have Choro Q2, released on the PlayStation in February 1997. The game was published by Takara and developed by a studio called Tamsoft, a name that might be familiar to all 5 of the Battle Arena Toshinden fans out there. So for those unaware, Choro Q is a series of toy cars released in Japan. Their gimmick was that they were very, very small, but also very cute. Think of them kind of like Japan's version of Micro Machines, and well, yeah, you get the general idea. So as you'd expect, Choro Q2 is a racing game, although the real appeal of the series is that it's not just a racing game, it's also an RPG. A car PG, if you will. It's a series I've known about for a while but haven't yet had the chance to try, although it is 100% right up my alley in terms of genre melding, so I'm excited to finally give the series a shot. So just to reiterate, we are playing Choro Q2, which is the second game in the series to appear on the PlayStation. Now there are a lot of Choro games released on the platform, some even dedicated to things like boats or planes or even combat. And would you believe, all of these games are Japan exclusives. Except for one. The first game, which saw a release in PAL territories under the name Penny Racers. So we got that going for us, which is nice. Now, when it comes to Japan-only racing games, thankfully these are usually very import-friendly, but RPGs on the other hand, the opposite is true, and unfortunately when you combine the two together, things become a little bit more tricky. Unfortunately, I don't think this is a game you can just boot up and sort of wing it with, so to speak. There are tons of menus just littered with Japanese text, and almost all of these are quite important to succeeding in the game. Thankfully, there are guides and plenty of long plays to help you along, but simply just sitting down and going in blind, you'll probably have a bad time. But fear not, because Choro Q2 is one of the games blessed with a fan translation, and a pretty damn good one at that. So as a heads up, the rest of the gameplay you'll see today will be from this version, the one that I can actually play. So Choro Q2 has a few basic modes that you'd expect from a racing game, free play, split screen multiplayer, etc. But really the main selling point of this game is the Grand Prix mode. In this mode, you're more or less gifted a crappy car to start your career, and immediately you can enter into different races to try earn some cash. But of course you'll learn pretty early on that even with good racing skills, a crap car can only get you so far. We can't win the race, but at least we're able to pick up some money in the process. Now I know what you're thinking, this is the part where we'd spend that money to upgrade our vehicle, and you are correct, that is exactly what we should be doing. But in Choro Q, you don't just simply head to a menu to upgrade your car. Nope, you have to take a little visit into town and find the upgrade shop yourself. Or the body shop. Or the paint shop. Or the casino. You know, whatever you're in the mood for. So yeah, Choro Q is a game that also has an open world town to explore full of different shops, minigames and hidden secrets. Once you discover a shop in the town, you can then access it again quickly from the game's menus, but actually reaching some of the mid and late game shops in the town require more than just simply finding them. You might need to improve your speed or handling to reach them, you might have to risk a few dodgy jumps, or even just have on a special set of wheels that lets you get over big bumps. The town exploration is really what gives the Choro Q series its edge, and while this feature would be significantly expanded upon in later entries, even here in its rudimentary form, it is such a charming and fun addition to a racing game. Of course, the key word here is racing game, and regardless of the time you'll spend exploring the town or customizing your vehicle, the majority of your game time in Choro Q will be spent racing. Now, interestingly on the gameplay front, I'd say Choro Q2 actually plays more like a traditional racer than you think, especially given its focus on cute toy cars. Choro Q places a big emphasis on road grip and turning, and if you're not kitted out properly for the terrain that you're driving on or taking turns too sharply at speed, well, you'll find one little mistake can cost you a whole race in this game. Thankfully, the game's early tracks are quite easy, and the fact that you're also in an unfortunately slow car makes picking up the game a breeze. The secret to driving in this game is one thing and one thing only: letting go of the accelerator while turning. Touch the accelerator while you turn, you might spin out. Let go of the accelerator, you can take almost any turn with ease. What about braking, you might ask? Well, yes, there are times where you'll need to brake for very sharp turns, but really the vast majority of turns in this game, just balance between accelerating and turning, and you'll do great. If you can learn this early on in your low-level Trashmobile, by the time you get upgrades to things like speed, acceleration, turning, braking, etc., you'll be able to navigate even some of the most complicated courses like a pro. And when it comes to upgrading, things become a little more complicated as time goes on too. There will of course always be straight upgrades with stuff like engines and transmission that can only get better as they go up. But for items like tires and steering, different options sometimes suit different tracks. If you've got an off-road track with tight turns, maybe go for the off-road wheels and super turning. If you've got a snowy track with longer, wider turns, maybe tighten up your steering and take that studless tire for better grip. And if it's just concrete, well, racing tires will give you the best possible grip and speed available. There's always an ideal setup for the different tracks, and while you will be able to overcome a lot of the races even without choosing the optimal setting, it plays to invest and cover yourself for every available scenario. Really, the racing here is pretty fun. It's easy to pick up and offers some decent challenges later on into the game. Now, I wouldn't say it is the tightest driving you'll ever see in a game, but it's good enough for what the game aims to be. The tracks themselves are pretty decent too. There's around 15 in total, running the gamut from traditional racetracks to seasonal off-road, and even some underwater and cyber locations, because why not? Even with the large number of tracks and visual variety, I wouldn't say they are the most exciting tracks in the world, at least if you're expecting any sort of wild section or gimmicks. But if you like traditional racing, I'm sure you'll find these pretty enjoyable. Unfortunately though, I can't say the same about the visuals, which on the whole aren't looking all that hot. The game itself is built using the same engine as Battle Arena Toshinden, which I mean, isn't exactly known for its looks. Now while it is cool that they repurposed the engine and made it work for a 3D racer, it's definitely one of the ugliest ones I've played in some time. Yes, the tiny smushed up cars look cute and they all have this nice cartoony styling to them, but the overall detail, it just isn't the best. And that is doubly true for the tracks, which can look very, very rough. You can expect a lot of odd visual bugs and quirks, the engine oftentimes seems like it's struggling with what's happening on screen, and of course, that means the frame rate is also pretty inconsistent too, jumping anywhere from 60 frames per second to 10 frames per second all in the one race. Although more often than not, the game straddles the line somewhere between 30 frames and 20 frames per second. If you play your racing games for the visuals, the realism, well, this is not the game for you. And also, you probably shouldn't be playing PS1 racing games in general. And look, while the visuals are certainly a negative, at least the game has one of the catchiest and most upbeat soundtracks I have heard in a very, very long time. The music in the town, the music on the tracks, hell, even the music in the menus. It's this incredibly sunny blend of Japan fusion and various other genres. It is just the most feel-good shit. I'd even go as far as to say it is one of the best original soundtracks I've ever heard in a racing game. It is truly some top-tier stuff. Look, Kitarō Q2 is far from being the best looking racer on the console, but really that was never the series' selling point. The appeal and joy of this game is exploring a town in your little car, finding loads of shops and secrets, choosing from a gigantic variety of different customization options, and just winning races in your cool souped up toy car. And as far as gameplay loops go, with this one I was hooked from start to finish, bad visuals or not. This game ticked all the right boxes for me as a fan of racing games and RPGs, and while it doesn't particularly excel at either genre, it does more than enough to create an addictive hybrid of the two that's still a lot of fun to play even today. I can't say for certain if it's the best game in the series, but it's absolutely good enough to make me very interested in trying some of the others, and going by how many are on the PS1 alone, well, I'm sure it won't be too long until we come across another. For now though, if you're looking at trying your first car-PG, well, you certainly can't go wrong with Kitarō Q2, a very fun and very cute game that any racing fan should get a kick out of.
The wheel will provide.
Game number 3 is Bomberman Land, making its way to the PlayStation in December of the year 2000. This game was both published and developed by Hudson Soft, which, you know, being a Bomberman game, isn't very surprising. Bomberman is a series I have a lot of love for, whether it's the traditional Bomberman style of gameplay either solo or with friends, or the excellent 3D Bomberman games for the N64. The character was a pretty big part of my childhood growing up, and I generally try to always have at least one Bomberman game for whatever consoles I own. And I suppose while the series is kinda languishing in Konami hell at the moment, it's also easy to forget that there is an incredible amount of Bomberman games and spin-offs. Racing games, sports games, RPGs, there's pretty much a Bomberman game out there for everyone. Enter Bomberman Land, a spin-off series that is half minigame collection, half story-based RPG. There are quite a lot of these games, by the way. A good chunk did get released over in the West, but the original trilogy are still Japan only exclusives, and lucky us, we're going to take a look at the very first entry in the series today. So first things first, this game has a lot of Japanese text. So I'm going to tell you up front, I have no idea what's going on in this game. From what I gather, Bomberman and his bomber pals are taking a visit to a theme park called Bomberman Land, and as far as the story goes, that's about all I've been able to pick up. But we did arrive on a pirate ship, so that's pretty cool. So there is a story, but with no story guides or translation available, it is all a mystery to me. And unfortunately that means there's already a big portion of the experience that is inaccessible to non-Japanese readers. And I also kinda got the fear that that would be pretty much it in terms of being able to progress in this game at all. But in spite of the language barrier, Bomberman Land is still surprisingly playable even for a dum-dum like me. It's also probably because it's kind of a kid's game, but yeah, I'll show you what I mean. So the goal in Bomberman Land is quite simple. The theme park is split up into 5 different zones, each assigned with their own unique colour. Each zone has 25 stamps that you need to collect, and you can collect these stamps in one of 2 different ways. One is to beat the high score for any of the various minigames housed within the zones, and the other is to explore the zones and solve different puzzles and challenges around the map. Getting enough tickets in one zone will allow you to pass through different gates that will then give you access to new zones where you'll pretty much do it all over again. The minigames come in various shapes and sizes, from logic puzzles to shooting gallery style games, and even some homages to various different arcade titles like Frogger and Pang. God, I love Pang. As expected, the minigames here don't really offer anything groundbreaking in terms of gameplay, but one thing I must give Bomberman Land credit for is the presentation of the games and just the sheer variety of them on offer. The games look very nice, they play really well, and generally there's very little repetition from game to game. I mean, you will see the odd game repeated from time to time, but for the most part, Hudson Soft has crammed a lot of minigames into this package, and as you move through the story, it's always fun to see what sort of Bomberman themed game you'll come across next. Maybe it's styling the Bomberman phone. Who knows? Finding minigames in the open world is also quite easy. You can sometimes find minigames by chatting to certain NPCs out in the towns, but most of the buildings in the game also house different minigames, and getting started is as simple as walking in and briefly chatting to the NPC inside. Of course, all the instructions are in Japanese, which could be a problem, but thankfully I didn't come across a single game in my playtime where it wasn't immediately obvious what you needed to do. Simplicity is the key here in Bomberman Land, and the minigames themselves take good advantage of that. Of course, you can't have a Bomberman game without some traditional Bomberman gameplay, and thankfully some of the minigames let you test out your skills in some shorter Bomberman levels. These play pretty much like any classic Bomberman title and are essentially time trials that see you trying to make it through various floors, scoring as many points as you can and leaving before the clock runs out. Nothing really too exciting here for people used to classic Bomberman gameplay, but the inclusion is a welcome one. Now, minigames are fun, but they still only make up a small part of the overall tasks within a zone. The majority of your playtime will actually be spent exploring the different zones and hunting down the remaining stamps, and this is where things get a bit more tricky. Oftentimes getting a stamp could require something as simple as interacting with a specific object or even just talking to an NPC. Other times, it might take a bit more exploration, like finding hidden entrances dotted around the map, or even just running everywhere to see if you happen to trip over a stamp that's just buried in the ground. The good news is that most of the time, simply just exploring your environment and interacting with every NPC and object you see will net you the vast majority of stamps in an area, but there are also plenty of times you will come across a few obtuse ones as well. This is where the language barrier comes into play, because while I'm sure there are plenty of NPCs who are giving you nice straightforward hints on what to do, but without being able to understand any of them, how would you know that you're meant to charge into this specific vending machine at high speed? Or to reunite these 2 friends across the 2 different zones? Or talk to the fishermen in a specific order to be gifted a fishing rod so you can then fish for a stamp? Look, with enough trial and error, you could probably get lucky with most of this, but considering the sheer number of stamps to collect in this game, getting through this one without a guide will be quite a challenge. And unfortunately, from what I can tell, there are no written guides for this game, but thankfully there are long plays and even a video documenting each of the non-minigame stamps, so if you want to go to the effort of beating this game, well, there's at least a little help out there if you need it. I suppose then the question remains, is Bomberman Land fun in spite of that issue? Are the minigames and exploration worth playing the game for alone? And the answer to that is, yeah, kinda. While the gameplay on offer here isn't exactly anything special, I think the presentation of the whole thing is just so incredibly charming. Bomberman Land is a very nice looking game, and while it is far from the most impressive 2D game you'll see on the console, its colourful environments and variety of different characters all help give the game this really pleasant vibe. The game was kind of relaxing to me in a way, like you almost get this stress-free holiday vibe while playing it. It's a nice day in the theme park, just run around and play fun little minigames with happy characters and nice background music. Speaking of the music, it's also pretty damn good too. Once again, we have another very catchy and upbeat soundtrack, which isn't surprising given the theme of the game, although if you're expecting a banging Jun Chikuma techno Bomberman soundtrack like many of the era's other Bomberman games, then you might be a little disappointed. It is certainly far from the best Bomberman soundtrack out there, but for a game like this, the soundtrack on offer perfectly complements the overall vibe and makes for a pleasant listening experience throughout. So that's Bomberman Land, and look, as far as minigame collections and cute little adventure games go, you could certainly do a lot worse than this one. Being a Bomberman fan myself, I got a kick out of exploring the world and its characters, even if I didn't exactly know what was going on. But would I say this is something really worth trying out for non-Bomberman fans? Probably not. While it is a good game, there is a certain level of hand-holding you'll need throughout parts of the game to overcome the more obtuse challenges. And while that is certainly doable, the effort of watching and tracking things through a video guide certainly does break up the flow and puts a bit of a dampener on things. Plus, given the sheer amount of dialogue and story you'll just have to skip through and miss out on, you gotta ask yourself, is it worth going through all that for what is essentially just a glorified minigame collection? And I think the only people who would really find that worthwhile are Bomberman fans. But if that's you, well then there is a very pleasant, enjoyable and cute Bomberman spin-off for you to try. Plus it's also got Pang, so you know, get right on it.
You will provide.
Our final game and first ever Japan only viewer selection is Suzuki Bakuhatsu. This game was added to the wheel by Fuzzy Furafura. Thanks a mil for your contribution and congrats on being the wheels chosen. Suzuki Bakuhatsu, which translates simply as Suzuki Explosion, launched to Japanese audiences in July of the year 2000, courtesy of publisher Enix and developer Sol. So what is Suzuki Bakuhatsu? Well, I guess the easy answer is that it's a puzzle game. But the thing is, it's also kind of an experimental art piece about a young Japanese woman who has the misfortune of discovering bombs hidden within seemingly ordinary objects. But luckily, she also happens to be a master at defusing bombs, and so it's up to her to defuse them through a series of high-quality 3D puzzles. And believe me, it is even weirder than it sounds. You could be getting up in the morning, accepting a delivery, and then disarming an orange before you know it. The core of Suzuki Bakuhatsu is split between these two parts: the live scenes where you follow the adventures of the lovely Miss Suzuki and her penchant for discovering bombs, and the puzzle sections that follow where you disarm the bomb piece by piece using a variety of different gadgets. It's probably easier to look at these parts of the game separately since both are in many ways very at odds with one another stylistically, which is putting it lightly. We'll look at the live scenes featuring Suzuki first, since she is the face of the game after all, so we might as well get to know her. The majority of these play out almost like a visual novel, where you will cycle through a series of still images one by one as a scene plays out, oftentimes with little visual effects, odd camera cuts and voice dialogue sprinkled in throughout. There's a part of my mind that certainly thinks the choice to go for the plumbers don't wear ties route of visual storytelling is well, it's a choice. But the difference here is that Suzuki Bakuhatsu does these scenes with a level of confidence and bravado that really just sells the whole thing. It's not exactly the most elegant setup you'll ever see, but throughout the various range of scenarios that you'll follow our protagonist through, there's always this clear focus on the character, her range of expressions, and the sort of just charming bemusement that she exudes in the face of almost constant peril. It's hard not to just naturally warm to Suzuki throughout the experience, even if you're simply just flipping through a series of still images, waiting to see what happens next. And while these still image parts do make up the majority of the live action content in the game, there is also a decent number of full motion video scenes too, and if this game cracks out some FMV, you better believe you are in for a treat. Is there a story here behind all of this? To be honest, I'm not so sure. It really does seem like a series of different surreal scenarios featuring our main character. There is the odd bit of Japanese dialogue or text that flashes up on the screen, which of course means I am missing out on the context of certain things from time to time. But even after looking at the opinions of those who can read Japanese, the answer is always kind of, it is what it is. The benefit of this though is that it makes the game surprisingly import friendly, as the majority of the game's scenes place a focus on storytelling through visuals and sound rather than dialogue to convey the scene, and even though you will miss out on the context surrounding certain sections, you can still very much enjoy what's happening on the screen in spite of it. But of course, as we know, these segments, as charming and strange as they are, only make up a part of the experience, and beneath all of this lies a puzzle game. And not just any puzzle game. What we have here is legitimately one of the most stylish, satisfying, and forward-thinking puzzle games on the console. You know those games you'd often see on mobile devices, games like The Room that place an emphasis on rotating objects in a full 3D space to find hidden sections and solve various puzzles? Well, Suzuki Bakuhatsu's gameplay is very similar to those games, and while the gameplay here is a lot more simplistic than some of the more modern versions we'd see today, they still pretty much managed to nail it. I'll use the game's first puzzle as an example, since it more or less teaches you everything you need to know. The goal is always to defuse a bomb hidden within an object, and of course, to get to the bomb, you'll need to carefully dismantle the object piece by piece until you eventually reach your destination. Of course, being a game about bomb defusal, there's also a timer ticking down in the background, so you don't want to dilly-dally about too much. When you gain control, you can move around the object using the D-pad, which moves you step by step to a series of set points. You don't have free control over the camera, but the set points allow you to get a good view of your object without ever running the risk of going off course. If you find a part you can interact with, it will be highlighted, and from there you can choose one of your tools to interact with it. In this case it's a screw, so you remove it with your screwdriver and move further into the object, where we are then able to remove some more screws and eventually get access to the timer, where we clip the wires and get treated to possibly the greatest ranking screen of all time. Of course, that's just the first puzzle in the game, and it's not too long before you come across increasingly complex and elaborate puzzles, and if you thought disarming an orange was strange, it's not much longer until you're defusing a bomb hidden within a handgun, or a telephone, maybe even a cassette tape. And sure, look, if that's too small for you, why not go ahead and defuse the moon? The gameplay remains mostly the same throughout, but each puzzle offers up new gimmicks and tools as the game progresses, and really some of the puzzle design here is just beyond clever in its implementation. This can be a challenging game. It's about bomb defusal after all. You've got a timer constantly ticking down, various traps and failsafes that you can trigger, and plenty other ways that you can guarantee you'll blow yourself up. But in spite of that, I also can't remember the last time I played a puzzle game where pretty much everything you do just looks and feels so satisfying. It's a game that is somehow simultaneously relaxing and stressful, but above all else, it's just really, really fun. Although I will say, even though the game is easily playable with no knowledge of Japanese, there are plenty of notes you can read during the puzzles that offer hints and advice. Thankfully, the vast majority of these you can live without, but there are some notes that are required when it comes to cutting the wires at the end of a puzzle. Early on, it tells you which wire to cut using a little danger tag, but as the game goes on, it expects you to pick up the knowledge from notes and other hints that are littered on the object. And if you can't read Japanese, well, you're out of luck. Worst case scenario, it's a 50-50 chance that you blow yourself up at the very end. And while you can restart from the beginning of a bomb, some of the later bombs can take upwards of 10 minutes to defuse, so blowing yourself up after a marathon like that, well, it's not the best feeling. The good news though is that there are plenty of guides for this game online, so if you want to avoid the coin flip of death when cutting a wire, well, the option is there. Before I finish talking about the puzzles, I also have to take the time to highlight the graphical quality of this game. Even for a 2000 release, these are some of the most detailed 3D models I have seen on the console. There's just a level of polish and care that's put into this game that really puts it a step above its contemporaries. You can say what you want about the live action scenes, but no game on the PlayStation has a better looking handgun than this one. Sound is a bit of an interesting topic in this game too. The music in this game was composed by Japanese DJ Fantastic Plastic Machine, and while there is plenty here to sample, background music wise the game is oddly silent a lot of the time. During the puzzles you'll often just hear the ever present ticking of a bomb and the various satisfying sound effects that come with dismantling it. I do like the choice to keep the audio centered on the bomb itself, as it does help to keep you focused, but I could see some people not liking the constant ticking and alarms, as when the game gets loud, it can get pretty damn loud. The live action scenes also oftentimes don't have any background music, instead opting for various different sound effects and pieces of spoken dialogue throughout. Fear not though, as when the game does decide to add music into the mix, similarly to the FMV scenes, it does not disappoint. In my opinion, the most memorable live action scenes are usually accompanied by some great music, and whether it's during a makeshift mecha anime opening or just you singing up on the big stage, whenever the music does make an appearance in this game, you are in for a treat. When it comes to playtime, a run through of this game from start to finish will usually take you anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how good you are at defusing bombs. And look, that may not seem like a long time, but we haven't even talked about the branching path system. After a certain point in the game, you get the choice of choosing between various different paths to take, and on my second playthrough, the amount of different puzzles and cutscenes I came across almost made it feel like a brand new game. I believe you need around 3 playthroughs to experience them all, but between this and the various difficulty options, there's a lot to keep you coming back if you crave some more bomb defusing fun. But look, when it comes down to it, Suzuki Bakuhatsu is an experience to say the least. It's strange, it's surreal, but above all else, it's special. Part art house visual novel and part bomb defusal video game, it's one of the most aesthetically striking games on the console, and yet also one of its most enjoyable puzzlers. It's a game that you almost feel shouldn't exist, yet here it is. If you're looking for a quintessential example of what makes the Japanese PS1 library so special, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's games like this. Something you probably never even knew existed, but once you try it, it's likely something you'll never forget. Plus you can blow up the ocean. Can't think of many games that let you do that.
過ごされましたか？
トロッコに乗っていました。モンスターを集めていました。
クジラのマックに乗りました。それって
アニメチックロマンチック RPG ポポロクロイス物語、大人気。
プレイステーション。
The wheel will provide.
Whoa, remember Beyblade? Well, it's back in PS1 form. Back in the glory days of my youth, pretty much all of my favourite cartoons were imported from Japan. There was this glorious period where you could turn on the TV and watch Pokemon, Dragon Ball, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Beyblade all in one sitting, and while Beyblade was my least favourite of the bunch, I still enjoyed it whenever it was on. I mean, considering it was a show about battling spin tops that could invoke the power of dragons and shit, you know, it had its moments. Plus the theme song is pretty amazing, so, you know, that's always a plus. Of course, where Beyblade really begins to shine is with the toys themselves, collecting different parts and customizing your own Beyblade to your liking. It had all the trappings of any good kid's toy. Also, my local toy store used to host tournaments, and they were really, really funny. Blades would be flying, kids would be crying. It was hardcore. There's a lot of footage online from tournaments like that took place in the early 2000s, so if you want to get a feel for what it was like, then I'd suggest looking some of this up because it is gold.
It's my best Beyblade because I'm working on this new move, and this move only works with this Beyblade.
It's like the best out of all 12.
And the move's called Waterfall, but I can't do it yet.
Now, as you'd imagine, whenever a game comes out based off of a TV show that a kid likes, well, they usually want to try them, and thankfully most of the time, the concepts and themes of these properties usually lent themselves well to video games. Pokemon obviously started as a video game, which helps, but a monster collecting RPG? Yeah, it turns out that's a pretty good mix. Digimon World was also a lot of fun, even if it is low-key the most complicated kids game ever made. When you move a bit further down the pile though, you start to get to what I like to call the wonky anime games. Shows that have concepts that are perfect for video games, but end up kinda bad either due to some weird design choices like Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, or are just plain bad, like Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22. Then you have stuff like Beyblade, which in my opinion shouldn't really make for a good video game. The concept is just a little too limiting on its own. So normally to compensate, this is where the developers would add some sort of additional fun gameplay layer, like a town to explore, maybe some RPG elements, anything to make the game more than just, you know, some spin tops booping off one another. So when I did eventually save up my pocket money and take a chance on the original Beyblade on the PS1, I was shocked to find out that it might actually be the worst anime game of them all. Not only is the whole game just crappy little Beyblade battles, but they didn't even put any effort into that part. It's one of the cheapest, low-effort games I had played on the PS1 and was severely lacking in the content department, a genuine waste of money. The only thing I remember fondly about the game is that it played the show's opening theme whenever you boot it up, and also the way the commentator says, "What a great launch" is really funny.
What a great launch! What a great launch!
So yeah, safe to say Beyblade on the PS1, not one of my favourites. But today we're going to give Beyblade a shot at redemption with its Japan-only follow-up, Bakuten Shoot Beyblade 2002, Beyblade Tournament 2. I'm just going to call it Beyblade 2. The game was both published and developed by Kitarō, who also worked on the previous game, and warning signs begin to shoot off from the second you start the game and see the same boy-girl avatars from the original Beyblade game. So the way this game works is that you pick your character, you pick a starting Beyblade from a selection of different choices, all based on iconic Beyblades from the manga and anime. Obviously we're going to pick Kai's Dronzer for extra cool points, and from there we get into the game. And would you believe it, this is pretty much the exact same game as the first Beyblade. It's got some different characters and Beyblades and one new arena type, but other than that, yeah, it's the exact same game. But Sean, what do you do in this game, I hear you ask? Well, it's Beyblade.
You fire a spin top into an arena and fight your opponent's Beyblade by booping into it a lot. The goal is to either outlast the opponent's Beyblade, knock it out of the arena, or destroy it completely, although the latter is very, very hard to do. Outlasting a Beyblade gets you 1 point, knocking out a Beyblade gets you 2 points, and destroying a Beyblade gets you 4 points, and the first of 4 points wins a match. You do have a little control over your Beyblade once it enters the arena, but it's not quite full control. It's a little hard to describe, but imagine if there's some sort of centrifugal force acting on the Beyblades and you're kind of just fighting with that the whole time while you're trying to move around. It's not exactly bad, it's just a little unusual. You never quite feel like you're in control, which I suppose makes sense since the point of real Beyblades is to just watch them go at one another until one of them eventually wins, but that doesn't really make for a good video game, so to make up for it, you can kind of just influence its movement instead. Of course, a big part of the animated series and what makes it entertaining to watch are the beasts that inhabit the bit chips placed inside the center of the Beyblades. These allow you to tap into the power of your beast to unleash special attacks on your opponents. Each beast has 3 different attacks, and which attack you use is based on how high your special gauge is. This fills up from booping your opponent, and then it's as simple as pressing the triangle button to unleash the attack. So yeah, that's pretty much all there is to it. It is a very simple game, and also really boring, but the main issue is that it also doesn't seem to work very well. For one, the AI is not very good and can oftentimes just outright lose immediately into a fight, and this happens way more often than it probably should. There's also times when just using your special ability can cause you to just lose outright as well. You can never really tell if anything is working as intended or if it's all just a bit random, but either way, none of it feels very good. Although things get even worse when you add the new arena type into the mix. This here is a Magna-Core arena. They do have these in real life and they make the game a little more crazy and unpredictable by adding magnets into the mix. It's not my favourite way of playing, but they were fun to crack out from time to time. Well, in this game, the magnets make the game even more unplayable. I could shoot off out of nowhere, the AI could shoot off out of nowhere. Actually, the AI does this quite a lot. You could say it takes every problem the game already has and just magnifies it. So really the core gameplay is just pretty bad, but it's got more problems on top of that. Really, its biggest issue is that the game has barely any content at all. The main single player mode is a repetitive tournament where you cycle through the only 2 arenas in the game and just earn some points, and then you can spend these points to build your own custom Beyblade. But after beating the tournament just once, you can pretty much build the best Beyblade in the game. So unless you want to grind out inferior parts all day, your only other option is playing in a free battle against the CPU or a friend. But I mean, come on, who's going to play this with you? You know it's bad when the curling can't even make the game better. Also, the presentation is just a copy and paste from the previous game, which looked pretty bad already, but somehow might even look a bit worse in this one. It doesn't even have an opening theme this time, so like, what's the point? Look, I can't say for sure if Beyblade games eventually got any better than this. I know the franchise and toys are still going strong at least, so I assume they have. I do actually own 2 of the newer games on 3DS, but I only got them because they were going super cheap in a bargain bin in Germany and came with an actual Beyblade. I've actually never opened them, but after playing this, I don't think I'm in any rush to do so. So there you go, if you're a long-lapsed Beyblade fan or even just curious about how a spin-top battle game might work on the PS1, well, here's your answer. Not very well. As I said before, the concept of Beyblades don't necessarily lend themselves well to video games as a whole in my opinion, but the shocking lack of effort here means it's even worse than you'd expect. So if you ever come across the original Beyblade in the wild or this Japan only follow-up, do yourself a favour and just buy an actual Beyblade instead. You will get way more fun out of it. I promise.
The wheel will provide.
Up next, we have Mainichi Nekoyobi, which made its way to the PlayStation in the fall of 1998. So how does everybody out there feel about cats? I, for one, adore cats. I'm not really a cat or a dog person, I kind of just like both equally, but cats especially, I just find really relaxing. Most nights before I go to bed, I like to wind down by watching a dumb cat video on YouTube. It's like getting a tiny, instant hit of serotonin. And thankfully, courtesy of Bandai, we have ourselves a game made for cat lovers. In Mainichi Nekoyobi, you can experience all the trials and tribulations of owning a cat without ever having to worry about being woken up at 5 in the morning for absolutely no reason. The game itself is a simple cat simulator. It's not too unlike later pet simulations like Nintendogs, although what we have here is a little more simplistic than what you'd see in the DS days. A good portion of this game is pretty much watching a cat go about its day. You have a limited set of ways that you can interact with the cats, but for the most part, your cat really does whatever it wants, so at least your game is an accurate representation of owning a cat. Is the cat hungry? Well, give it some food. Your cat looking bored? Let loose a toy mouse. Want to make the cat hate you forever? Well then try to give it a bath. The game is broken up into individual days that take about 10 minutes in real time to pass, and throughout those 10 minutes, it's up to you how you want to spend your time with your cat. At the beginning of each day, you can select 8 different items from the local stores. The options range from different foods, toys, and vanity items for the cat. It seems like there's no cost to any of these, but the only catch is that you're limited to just 8. So you always want to make sure that you have a nice balance, and by that I mean don't overload on toys and make sure you have enough food to feed the cat, because I don't want any of you feeling the extreme guilt that I felt for making that very same mistake. Your cat also has its own range of emotions and different stats too. Food can raise and lower certain bars, and the cat also seems to have a happiness meter. If you mess up somewhere, your cat may begin to sulk around the house and refuse to play with any of the toys, and once again, if this happens, you will feel terrible. Now, one thing I should probably get out of the way is that this is a pretty text-heavy game, and as far as I'm aware, there aren't any guides or translations for it. Now, does the text really prevent you from getting into the game? Not really. A lot of the menus and options are rather straightforward, and you can figure out a good 80% of this game just by spending a little time with it. Most of the actions in-game are actually represented by images rather than text, and everything functions as you'd expect. Although outside of the cat sections, things become a little more tricky. From the get-go, the game gives you a lot of options, and through trial and error, I kind of just had to figure out what these do. Some seem to give you options like purchasing your cat from a pet store, or maybe choosing to adopt a stray instead. Some of them let you stay in a small one-room apartment, while the other gives you access to a massive 4-room house. There's also a ton of different food and item choices, but the differences between each of them and how they actually affect the cat, I couldn't tell you. And then there's the cat's various stats as well. Couldn't tell you about them either. Now, like I said, this doesn't stop you from having a fun time by just hanging out with your cat day by day, but it does grow old pretty quickly. After a couple of days, you tend to just exhaust all available toys and food, and you start to feel like you've just seen it all before. Although according to the back of the box, this is just a part of the game. Seemingly the real goal in Mainichi Nekoyobi is to own multiple cats, which you can then breed to raise kittens, and then enter your best cats into local competitions. Now, this to me all sounds very exciting, but for the life of me, I could not figure out how to do any of this. Having just dicked about with all the various options, I could never find any way to adopt more than one cat at a time. I don't know if it's a time limit thing and you just kind of have to wait a certain number of in-game days, but in my playtime, no clear option ever appeared for me. I was able to access the contest page at least, but I was never eligible to participate in it. I would just get this message, and unfortunately I could not decipher what I needed to do from it. I would have loved to see multiple cats interacting with one another and how the kittens mix things up. Sure, one cat is fun, but more cats equals more fun. Now, even with those additions, I still think the game itself would remain relatively simplistic. The goal of this game is really just to give cat lovers a fun little cat experience on the PlayStation. It's got a ton of great encyclopedic entries on different cat breeds, featuring various chunks of information on each, and also a collection of photos of real cats too, which is kind of fun to see considering that these were taken way before the days that cats ruled the internet. Most of these were likely taken with real film cameras, so you know, that makes them extra fun. Plus, the cat models look pretty good too. You've got a ton of different breeds and types to choose from, and once they're in the game, the cats have very cat-like reactions to things. The models are quite simple, but they nail the feline personality and movements. It's always a fun time seeing what they're going to do next. Of course, they also meow and hiss at you a bunch while this incredibly pleasant music plays in the background. I watch a lot of cat videos from Japanese owners, and this game genuinely sounds the exact same as a cat YouTube video. Believe me, if you watch cat videos, you'll know exactly what I mean. So yeah, that's pretty much it for Benichi Nekoyobi, a very simple game aimed at a very specific audience. Quite simply, if you like cats, then you'll like this game. If you don't like cats, then you won't like this game. It's not the most complicated or content-rich pet simulator out there, and if you can't read Japanese like me, well, you may struggle to access some of the game's deeper features, but even then, as far as low poly cat experiences go, this one does a pretty good job of successfully capturing that feline magic. Even if that just means watching a cat lose interest in the brand new toy you bought it, and then hating you randomly for the rest of the day. I'm sure cat owners wouldn't have it any other way.
Kochi.
The wheel will provide.
Next up, we have Community Pom, making its way to the PlayStation in October 1997, and both published and developed by a company called Fill-In Cafe. If that name doesn't ring a bell, well, it's probably because they never released the game outside of Japan. But whether you know them or not, these guys were responsible for some of the PlayStation's most impressive 2D titles, most notably Panzer Bandit and the excellent Asuka 120% fighting game series. So Community Pom is another 2D title, only this time we have ourselves an action RPG, a really cute action RPG about witches and cute rabbit friends, and also building towns. The core of Community Pom's gameplay is split into two sections. You've got your action RPG parts, which play pretty much exactly like your Zeldas or your Alundras. We've got action, puzzles, dungeons, towns to visit, and people's problems to solve. While you're out exploring on your adventures, you might also come across these little creatures called Poms, and Poms play a pretty big role in the game, as these guys can tag along with you on your adventure to help solve puzzles and also operate as a cute little attack squad. But if you don't want to put your Poms in danger, another part of the game involves putting them in a little community village that they build themselves from the ground up. This also unlocks your shops and stat buffs as well. So look, as you can see, this is a pretty promising package. There's a lot going on in this game, but can I actually deliver on that promise? Well, let's find out. Now, first things first, the game does have a good number of text and story segments. More text in a game like Zelda, but maybe less text in a game like Alundra. Thankfully, everything is simple and straightforward enough that you can kind of pick up on the different story beats as they happen, but safe to say, if you can't speak Japanese, then the story is going to be pretty much a non-factor throughout your playthrough. All you need to know is that once upon a time, strange creatures fell from the moon called Poms. Now, the people in this world were unfortunately very cruel to them, but a little girl named Luru was kind to them instead, so they gifted her a magic wand. Luru then later decides that she wants to build a village for the Poms to live in peace, so there you go. Let's go out and save some moon friends and build them up a little village. Why the hell not? So the first thing I'm going to talk about is the game's visuals, because even though this isn't the most technically impressive 2D game on the console, the visuals and sprite work in Community Pom are masterfully done. Characters and enemies look expressive and are full of personality. The run animation on Luru is just, it's perfection. The environments, dungeons and towns all look great too. Very few areas and rooms are copy pasted, and there's tons of detail to everything. Plus the game uses this almost pastel style colouring which reminds me a little of Kirby's Dream Land 3 at times. It's a really nice game to look at and it all runs amazingly as you'd expect. One of the towns in particular has this lovely reflection effect with the water that's really quite impressive. The game also has a full day-night cycle as well, which changes the look of each environment too. It's clear this game was made by a developer who got 2D games, and really the style used here hasn't aged a bit. It's a beautiful game all around. And guess what? The gameplay? Well, it's pretty damn good too. It's pretty much your standard hack and slash fare. Replace Link's sword with a wand and, well, you get the general idea. You can slash, charge up attacks to create a shield and release it for a strong attack, and even run about and engage with dash attacks. Of course, there's also a range of different magic abilities you can collect too, which not only allow for new ways to kill your enemies, but also allow you to progress through previously blocked off areas. Who would have guessed? It is a tried and tested formula, and Community Palm ain't coming in looking to reinvent the wheel in this area, but that being said, this is one of the best action RPGs I've played in quite some time. Combat feels quick, responsive and smooth, your magic abilities feel powerful, and even platforming in this game is pretty damn good too. You do have a whole map to explore and seek out various additional towns and dungeons, but the game manages to maintain a fairly linear flow throughout the majority of the game. It may seem like the world is quite big, but it's actually a little smaller than your average action RPG. Most of the new locations are gated off prior to you needing to go there, so this means it's very hard to get lost when exploring, and if you do end up exploring somewhere new, well, chances are that's where you need to be anyway. So your goal in this game should generally always be to find the next dungeon. Now, the dungeons themselves function once again very similarly to Zelda. They are multiple level affairs with treasures, magic, maps, door keys, and even a big chunky boss key to seek out. I wouldn't say the dungeons are as complex or difficult as a Zelda dungeon, but they are still really fun to play through. The mini-bosses and bosses especially are really fun to fight. Some of these can actually be quite tricky, but they prove to be the parts that highlight just how good the game's combat really is. Plus they look really cool. One of them is even just a straight up rip-off of Ursula, but yeah, it's a fun fight though. Of course, beyond conquering creatures at the end, most dungeons also have palms for you to collect. Getting these usually requires a bit of exploring or puzzle solving, but they are well worth it. When you collect a palm, the first thing you need to do is give it a name, and then it goes into your inventory. Once you return back to the community area, the palm then begins to live there. Now the palms will bounce around here happily on their own, but to actually get them to contribute towards the village, you need to feed them. Enemies across the world will oftentimes drop different foods that you can pick up, and when you feed these foods to the palms, they begin to do different things. Some food might make a palm build a house, other food might make them train up their stats and abilities. Each food does something a little bit different, and each palm is also skilled at doing something a little different too. The more palms you collect, the more you can build. Some palms might know the secret to building a hospital, and the others a farm. Get more palms, feed them more weird shit, and just sit back and watch the results. It's the best. Now of course, palms aren't just for building. You can take a party of up to 3 different palms out with you on the field too. These little guys just follow behind you normally and are invincible to damage while in this state, but if you press the command button, you can then unleash them on enemies around you, and surprisingly these guys are pretty damn effective. Some enemies can only be damaged by palms too, so I suppose it is a good thing they're pretty effective. Each palm also has a special ability too that can be activated by bopping them on the head with a charged attack. These can be used for solving certain environmental puzzles, but they can also oftentimes be used to just wreck enemies too. Honestly, this whole game, it all just works so well. The action RPG sections that feed back into the town sections to buff up your squad of moon friends so you can take them out and find more friends. This is good shit. Also, the music is pretty great too. Community Palm has a very interesting soundtrack. It's very different from what I was expecting from a game of this type, but it is really catchy and very memorable too. Another big highlight of the game for sure. So look, this isn't the hardest game I've ever played, nor is it the longest, and the town building stuff maybe isn't as fleshed out as I'd like it to be, but really that's all just kind of nitpicking for the most part. I get the feeling that this is meant to be an easier game, kind of like a nice relaxing action RPG for beginners. It's got enough technical depth to make it appealing to any fans of the genre, but at the same time, it's a very straightforward and welcoming experience to newcomers, plus the town building aspect just adds that extra layer of addictiveness to the mix. I think the only major problem that the game has is what I'd like to call a me problem, the language barrier. Now, while the story doesn't play a big part in my enjoyment of the game, there is a few times you will likely need to rely on a guide to help you get past some parts, in particular with some of the city building elements. Now, thankfully there are written guides as well as long plays out there, so if you ever need help, it is available. The good news is that from my experience, I'd say a good 95% of the game you should be able to make through without any help from a guide. I was able to play uninterrupted for long playtimes, only having to stop every now and then for advice, which usually came down to me using a specific item in a specific place. It's not one of those games that you'll need to have a guide open to hold your hand the whole way through, thankfully, but if you do plan on playing it, maybe have a guide to hand just in case you need it. Yeah, so I suppose it's safe to say I really enjoyed Community Pom. I genuinely put it on the pedestal as one of the best action RPGs I've had the pleasure of playing on the PS1. It's not the most challenging game out there, but it brings more than enough interesting elements onto the table to create a fun hybrid of action and sim, plus its gorgeous visuals and fun soundtrack really help kick it up a few extra notches as well. Also, as a side note, there seems to be two versions of this game, the original Community Pom and a budget re-release with a slightly different name, although similarly to Mighty Hits and Mighty Hits Special, these seem to be the exact same game despite the name change, so don't worry about which one you decide to play. So in closing, if you like cute video games, fun action RPGs, or town builders with moon people, well then this one is a no-brainer. Try it out right away, you won't regret it.
You will provide.
Volume 7's final game and viewer selection is Running High. This game was added to the wheel by Larry Kawasaka. A big congrats to Larry on being the wheels chosen. So, in case the opening didn't give it away, Running High is a racing game. And I mean, did you really think we were going to make it through one of these videos without a racing game popping up? Come on, it's tradition at this stage. At the very least, Running High isn't your typical racing game. Gone are the vehicles, and in are the hyper-powered bodysuits quickly propelling people across the track. Running High joins the illustrious crew of Micromaniacs and Running Wild in the PlayStation's library of runner racers. Can't believe that's 2 videos in a row where I got to talk about Running Wild. What a time to be alive. Now, Running High predates all those other games though, and might actually be the PlayStation's first runner racer. The game made its way to shelves in April 1997 courtesy of developer System Satcom, and like most racers released during this time period, it is a very arcadey experience, although beyond the major difference which is being on foot, can Running High offer up any interesting ideas that actually make it worth your time? Well, let's find out. So first things first, Running High is a single player only game, so if you were hoping to beat your friends in a 100 meter dash, well sorry, international track and field is that away pal. Now once we get into Running High and enjoy its fancy UI, it doesn't seem like there is a whole lot of content here. At the beginning we have access to 6 different characters to choose from, one of which is called Woody Winger, who I absolutely would have played the whole game with, if he wasn't terrible. And on the track front, we've got a grand total of 3 tracks, and all 2 familiar sci-fi arcade racers of the time. But hey, it's about quality, not quantity, so let's see how the gameplay fares. Now you might be wondering how a game like this controls. Do you accelerate similarly to a car in any old racing game? And the answer to that question is yes. Running High controls pretty much like any other racing game that you've played. Hold down X to start running, press the square button to brake, and you can drift by releasing the acceleration, and then pressing it again while turning. So far, it's all very familiar, but at the very least, it's all done quite well. The handling in this game feels a little more like being on a motorbike than in a car. It's a little unusual, but once you have a race or 2 under your belt, you'll be taking even the toughest corners like a pro. Unless you're playing as the characters with bad grip. Seriously, I found these guys almost unplayable. It's like trying to turn in quicksand. Just awful. Just stick with the characters that have medium and high grip and you'll be grand. Now of course, being on foot, the game has to add a few extra gimmicks in as well. Each character has access to a few different abilities reliant on a meter that charges up when you reach high speeds. First up, you have an ever reliable boost. That strength is dependent on how high the meter is upon use. If you hit enemies while boosting, you can knock them down, and in certain sections it can also be used to activate a jump instead of a regular boost. I'm not sure if this covers more ground than a standard boost, but it looks cool at least. Another way you can use your meter is to attack your opponents. Each character has access to left and right melee attacks activated by hitting the L1 or R1 buttons. If you've ever played Road Rash, well, you get the idea. These attacks can be used as much as you like, and if you hit an enemy, you gain some meter, but if an enemy hits you, you lose some meter. Now sometimes if you have enough meter full, you can perform a special vault attack over your opponents. This uses less meter than a boost, but does give you a nice lead over an opponent while simultaneously slowing them down. The activation of this ability seems to be somewhat random, but whenever you get a chance to use it, it's generally always worth your while. And really that's about everything you need to know to get into Running High. It's a little odd to play at first, but it is easy to pick up and the racing does feel good. Now, as you can clearly tell, Running High opts for a near future sci-fi theme with its cool super suits and industrial inspired racetracks. The opening track, Marquee Town, is the easiest as you'd imagine, but it still offers up some tricky sections that teach you the importance of drifting pretty quickly. Don't worry too much though, as the game is actually quite forgiving if you hit off barriers, but still look, it's nowhere near as cool as actually racing well. Although, it is pretty funny. The second track, Highwood, is a much longer and narrow track and a big bump in difficulty over the first. The place offers up a nice blend of idyllic countryside and darker industrial locations, and there's even a fun section that goes underwater, although you'll probably be focusing too hard on not crashing to enjoy it. And finally, we have our third track, Terra Park. I really like the look of this track. It takes place in a big city at night, and the background here really stands out to me especially. Even though it's very simple, I still think it looks rather striking. All in all, the 3 courses on offer, they're all pretty good. They each get a thumbs up from me. So the racing is pretty good, the tracks are pretty good. Well, now I suppose we should talk about the presentation. I mean, by now you've seen the tracks, the racers, and the game in action, and I'd say on the whole, this is a nice looking game for 1997. Sure, it's got some draw distance and pop-in issues that are maybe a little worse than some of its peers, but for a game that moves as fast as this does, everything looks pretty good in my opinion. There's a lot of detail in the geometry and the environments, and there's some decent variety between the different track locales as well. Plus the characters all look pretty great too. I especially like these cool portraits that appear for each of them in the menus. Not the best looking game in the world, but I think Satcom did a good job here overall. Now on the other hand, something Satcom did not do a good job on was the music, because they did an excellent job. This game has such a good soundtrack. I think the game has like 7 or 8 tracks that just play at random when you start a race, and they are all stone cold bangers. The best of which is the game's theme song, Running High, which is up there with some of the best vocal heavy arcade racer jams. Seriously, it's so good.
Hey, watch your back. Hey, watch your back.
So on the whole, I would say Running High is a very good arcade racer. Certainly not the best I've ever played, but the presentation and unique gimmicks and settings should make it worth a play for any racing fan. The major problem, of course, is its content. There's not a lot of it here. There's only one mode, which is just to pick your track in a race, and there you have it. But I have good news, everybody. Running High may be a game low on content, but it does have unlockable content. Running High actually gives you a reason to keep playing because its best content is actually hidden behind an age-old ritual: having to play the game. So when I first started this game, I did what I would usually do. I tried to come in first in each of the available tracks. Now, I did this with 3 different characters, but nothing extra unlocked, so I thought maybe that was it. But it turns out if you access the Proceed section in the menu, you can see all of the game's tracks and also your best position on each track for all 6 of the characters. So immediately I think, oh, I gotta beat 3 tracks with 1 character, right? So I do that, and still nothing. Then I realised the game actually wants you to come first in all 3 tracks with every character, and that's what will seemingly unlock you the 4th and final track. And yes, that is what it wants you to do, but not only does this unlock the secret final track called Astaroth, which is pretty great by the way, and really hard, you also unlock reverse mode for each of the 4 tracks, and a whole host of additional racers, including 3 new Suit Boys, but also a girl named Mary, and even a baby. Honestly, I can't begin to tell you how much I miss dumb stuff like this in video games. Like, nothing is better than playing as the Hornet in Fighters Megamix, you know? This is the same experience, running around a sci-fi racetrack, whacking guys with your purse, or even racing against a whole crew of babies. This is the good stuff. Now look, it is a lot of effort to unlock all of this, but at least it's something to work towards and will keep you busy in spite of the game's low number of tracks. So it is a cut above a lot of arcade racers in this regard. Needless to say, I once again had a very good time playing this one. It's an arcade racer that does enough fun and interesting things to give it its own identity, while still offering up some speedy high octane action. And while it's certainly nothing groundbreaking on the gameplay front, it doesn't really matter. How many games let you kick lads in the head at high speed while listening to amazing music? That's right, not many. So we need to make sure to support the games that do. And in this case, Running High is definitely one worth checking out.
3D 格闘の新たなる世界。
てめえじゃ役不足だよ。
スターグラディエイター。
プレイステーション。
The wheel will provide.
Volume 8's first game is Project Gyare, which made its way to the PlayStation in October of 1997. It was both published and developed by the team at Shueisha. Shueisha?
Shueisha. Shushashi. Shushu. Boy.
Well, whoever they are, they're mostly known for making mech games, and unsurprisingly, Project Gyare is a mech game. Now I can already hear some of you out there. Sean, is this a Virtual-On clone? And the answer to that is yes, unashamedly so. For those unaware, Virtual-On is a long-running robot combat series from Sega, well known for utilising a twin-stick control setup. It started out in the arcades and seen ports to everything from the Saturn to the Dreamcast, and even its most recent entry on the PS4 and Vita that only came out in 2018, so I guess Virtual On is still alive and kicking, even though it is arguably one of Sega's most forgotten franchises, especially outside of Japan. Well, Project GUNbare over here is more or less an attempt to bring Virtual On over to the PlayStation, and you know what? Ain't nothing wrong with that. The twin-stick robot combat genre ain't exactly swimming with entries, so frankly, the more of these we have, the better. But that begs the question, is Project GUNbare actually any good? Well, let's find out. Now, seeing as this is technically a fighting game, Project GUNbare features your standard list of modes. We got versus against the CPU or human, and there's also the game's arcade mode, which here goes for the notably more aggressive name of attack mode. This is where you'll spend most of your time in game as you fight through a series of arena battles, all while dashing about as a cool robot with a big sword. Sometimes even two swords. It's pretty great. When you start the game, you'll have access to a roster of 6 playable robots, each with their own unique set of weaponry. Each robot has 3 different attacks, a left and right range weapon using the square and triangle buttons, and a close range attack using a melee weapon, which becomes available once you get close enough to an enemy robot. This setup will be very familiar to those who have played the OG Virtual On, and look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The battles themselves are straightforward 1v1 affairs. Hit your opponent with attacks, take its life bar down to empty, bam, you win a round. The part that makes these games interesting, however, is the speed at which these robots move and the way that you have to dash and scale inside these arenas, taking advantage of your positioning to outsmart your opponent, making for these really intense and high-octane duels. Or you could just dash in and go to town with a sword, you know, whatever works for you. Of course, for a game like this, you'd want to have some responsive movement and camera controls. Now, before we talk about the controls, you have to keep in mind this genre of video game was generally built around the use of this twin-stick style controller, and you can guarantee any console that has a Virtual On game probably has one of these controllers too. And would you believe it, Project GUNbare over here also supports such a controller, the original PS1 analog joypad, the one that was released in 1996 and never made it out of Japan. Seriously though, it supports like 50 games. You could be playing Treasures of the Deep with this controller right now. But let's say you're like me, and I'm going to assume most people who have and will play this game in that we don't have a dual stick analog pad lying around. So how does the gameplay adapt over to a regular PS1 joypad? Turns out quite well actually. So first things first, you do have a few different view options when playing this game, but I'm going to say every option bar the default setting is way too close for comfort. Your robot's directional movement is controlled using the D-pad as you'd expect, and each robot also has the ability to jump and dash in any direction. Jumping and dashing are huge parts of this game as they are the main way to keep on top of your enemies and also evade their attacks. You can dash in any direction you like as long as you're on the ground, and you can even tap the button again mid-dash to perform a dash cancel, which is not only great for faking out enemies, but it makes a really cool noise whenever you do it. There's also a way to cancel out jumps, but it is nowhere near as useful, nor does it have a cool sound effect, so let's just pay it no mind. Now you might be wondering where camera control comes into play, and funnily enough, there aren't any. Kinda. You see, this game revolves around using a lock-on system to track your enemies. Once an enemy is in your view, all of your attacks will fire at that enemy. Once they leave your view, you'll then lose your lock on them. Now, since you can't move the camera to reface them, what can you do? Well, you can turn your robot using the L1 and R1 buttons, but only when standing still, which you never really want to do. Instead, the much better option is to either perform a jump or dash cancel, either of which will automatically recenter your view on the enemy. It sounds kinda odd on paper, but it's surprising how well this works. You have the ability to move quickly around the map, dash out of some enemy fire, cancel mid-dash to lock onto the enemy, and then unleash a barrage of fire to blow them up. And when the enemy is also trying to do this to you, well, then it becomes good chaotic fun. Your dashes and jumps even augment your attacks, so if you fire while doing either, you'll unleash an even more powerful attack, with the added side effect of being left vulnerable just afterwards. And of course, to add even more flair, finally a feature that has not been lifted from the original Virtual On: special attacks. If you press both of your turn buttons together at the same time, you can charge up your robot. Once your meter is full, you can then unleash one of two different special attacks by pressing both attack buttons together. a long-range attack on the ground, and a melee attack if used from a jump. These attacks can quickly turn the tide of a battle, and they also look pretty spectacular and sometimes pretty janky, but damn are they effective. Now, I'm not exactly very experienced in this genre of games outside of dabbling with a little Virtual on both my Dreamcast and Saturn, but this is the first time I ever really stuck with and tried to learn one of these arena fighting games, and I don't know, I think this game right here is actually really good. It's really fast paced, controls surprisingly well all things considered, and actually allows for some nice strategic and skill based gameplay in spite of your robot's relatively simple moveset. I was finding this game kind of easy at first honestly, but bumping the game up to hard difficulty really highlights the game at its best when it forces you into making quick decisions under pressure and utilising all of your robot's movement abilities to land 1 or 2 significant hits on your opponent. It's just really fun. Of course, I imagine this game is by far at its best with 2 players, which I sadly didn't get to try, but the hard AI should entertain you for a little while anyway. Although, judging by the game only having 6 characters, that might not be for too long. Fear not though, because the game does feature unlockable content in the form of 3 new fighters and a new arena for each. Very nice. They are thankfully pretty easy to get. You more or less just have to beat attack mode once with each character, and if you want to speedrun it like me, you can set the fights to 1 round if you like, and you'll have them all in no time. Thankfully, once you're done with attack mode, you can then take on the newly unlocked survival mode, which tasks you with beating every robot in the game on a single health bar. That of course regenerates a little bit of health after each fight, as is tradition. Beating this mode then unlocks more cool features, most importantly of which is the return of the robot model viewer, and the other 2 unlocks I'll leave as a surprise. Gotta keep something to the imagination, you know? I suppose since we're on the model viewer, we might as well talk about the presentation, and while the robots certainly take a lot of influence from a certain game I've mentioned too many times in this video, I still think they look quite nice. Not as detailed or as exciting as some other robot games, but on the whole, I quite like the designs. The game definitely highlights them best at the beginning of attack mode with some really nice lighting effects, and of course the boss robots, they get some pretty nice intros too, that are also sometimes spooky. Once you're in-game, the arenas and environments are they're fine. There's some definite standouts and nice variety from location to location, but generally they're rather basic and serve as nothing more than a slight change in geometry for your robots to work with, although I do always appreciate a nice low-res city at night background, a mid-90s fighting game staple. You love to see it. Performance here is pretty good too. It's not quite the locked 30 FPS you'll see in the Saturn port of Virtual On, but Project Gyare does manage to hit a stable 30 FPS the majority of the time, but you will definitely see the odd noticeable drop to the mid-20s on occasion, which is usually dependent on the amount of crap exploding on screen. I thought the game ran pretty well by my standards, but I'm sure Virtual On diehards might find the odd bit of stuttering a turn off. At least the game has a great soundtrack, right? Right? Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Whether it's the wacky opening theme or the many synth-heavy battle themes, Project Gyare has a great up-tempo soundtrack, really well suited to the fast-paced gameplay. Definitely one to check out.
Action! Results will be handled in the upper hand. You win. All of the tasks have been completed. Good job.
Also, this is kind of off topic, but does anybody out there know the wrestler Shinsuke Nakamura? You might know him from his time in New Japan Pro Wrestling or more recently over in the WWE. Well, Shinsuke Nakamura's New Japan entrance theme is actually inspired by a track from this game. Look, hear for yourself.
Untied
It's the exact same, right? I thought I was going mad, but supposedly the composer of Nakamura's theme confirmed it, so there you go, there's a weird little fact for you. Alright, yeah, the game. Project GUNbare. Really like this one. It's not the most technically complex fighting game, it's only got a few hours of content, and it's certainly not the most inspired idea on the console, but I'd be lying if I said the gameplay didn't hit the mark for me. The controls are really good, the action is fast and explosive, and the AI will keep you on your toes without ever feeling unbalanced. It's just a cool robot fighting game, maybe not as good as the one from Sega, but for a PS1 clone it is a damn good one in its own right. Also the soundtrack is class, it's very import friendly, and it supports a really weird controller, so if you like Virtual On, fighting games, or robots with big swords, this one should definitely be worth a look.
Action.
The wheel will provide.
Next up we have Psychometerer EG, a name that I definitely don't have a hard time saying. This game made its way to the PlayStation in February of the year 1999 and is based on the popular manga series of the same name, which first launched in '96. It tells the age-old story of a high school delinquent named EG who discovers he has psychometry, an ability that allows him to touch inanimate objects and see visions of the past. Naturally, an ability like that is useful to the police, so the story involves EG teaming up with a detective to solve murders. Notably, in spite of the manga's popularity, the series has yet to see an anime adaptation, but it does have a live-action television drama that launched in 1997. I'll be honest, I know very little about the manga or this TV drama show, but would you believe the soundtrack to this TV series was composed by Soichi Terada, the genius behind the amazing Ape Escape soundtrack. Seriously, put some monkeys in this scene and you couldn't tell the difference. Anyway, that brings us to the PS1 game, Psychometerer EG, and I'm gonna be upfront with you on this one, guys. I might have messed up with this selection. You know the way all I have to go off when choosing games for this series are the 10 seconds of footage shown during the VGL videos? Well, the 10 seconds I saw look like this. Whereas 90% of the game actually looks like this. Yeah, so I might have taken on an adventure game full of Japanese dialogue and text that also happens to feature a very small amount of beat 'em up sections. Now, I didn't know this when I started playing the game, but I did catch on to it pretty quickly, and by quickly I mean about an hour into the game, 1 minute of which was beating up dudes. Now, in spite of all this, I was at least curious to see how far I could get into it, since I could maybe show off any of the cool stuff I find and possibly even try to piece together what was going on. And from what I gather, we're trying to solve the murder of a police detective who got stabbed by a perp who was found on the scene and had also died at the same time, seemingly of a drug overdose. You might wonder how I was able to piece this all together, but we'll get into that in a moment. The game sees you swapping around to different characters from time to time, with the main two being EG and his detective partner Ryoko. Some scenes might just be all dialogue, with the odd multiple choice question popping up from time to time, and others might see you wandering around environments with static backgrounds, searching for items or clues. The game mostly follows the generic adventure game formula through the lens of a murder mystery, like a weird episode of CSI, but you've also got a psychic high schooler with you. The game does seem relatively simple, definitely designed with console gameplay in mind. No super complicated inventory or clicking puzzles. It's mostly just a case of talking to everybody, visiting everywhere, and eventually you'll probably find out what you need to do. Now, I could make it through the game without any hassle for a while, but eventually I did make it to my first roadblock within the police station. You see, this is a pretty large area with a lot of things to interact with. Now, as far as I know, there are no written guides for this game online, although there is a long play from a Japanese account, which I will link in the description, so help is out there if you need it. Although a while back I remember somebody asking me why don't I try using Google Lens when playing through a Japanese game, and I figured, well, what better time than now to try it out, and would you believe it, Google Lens was able to translate pretty much everything that popped up on screen through my phone's camera. It was certainly not an enjoyable way to play, nor was it the most accurate translation, but I could effectively play the whole game by doing this, if I wanted to. You see, anytime something important or useful pops up in this game, the text will appear in green. It might tell you who to talk to or where to go to next. So what I did is I skipped pretty much all the normal text and just translated this stuff, and there you go, you're able to play a text-based game, no problem. Now, would I ever recommend playing a game like this? No way, it is a pain to stop and translate each individual screen, but if you had no other way to do it and really wanted to play a game like this, it's definitely doable. Although I will 100% be using this method with menus and options in other Japanese games going forward, so I highly recommend trying out Google Lens on some of these games if you're ever stuck yourself. Of course, to the surprise of nobody, playing an adventure game without being able to pick up on the dialogue and story is not a very fun time. Doing it this way results in a game that is mostly just a series of fetch quests and skipping text. Of course, we have to talk about these beat 'em up sections, the reason I'm playing the game, and let me tell you, this is the most basic 3D brawler you could imagine. You've got one attack button, one simple combo, and a dash attack. In all honesty, it doesn't play that bad, but it very much feels like a brawler minigame that has been added to a dialogue-heavy adventure game. It's a fun little addition to have, but for how simple it is, how quickly they pass by, and how little they show up throughout the game, they are 100% not worth playing this game for, even though it is kinda cool that there's an adventure game with brawler segments, you know? As for the presentation, I think this is where the game shines the brightest. Obviously, I can't tell what's going on here, but the game does feature a whole heap of voice dialogue and even plenty of animated cutscenes with some really high production values. The game is pretty much the closest thing you can currently get to an animated version of the series, and there's about 20 minutes of FMV here altogether, so it's definitely a treat for fans on that front. Most of the time though, you will be looking at 3D models while you chat away. Now the models here also look pretty good, aiming for a nice animated, almost cel-shaded style. I wouldn't say it's the most polished example of this style that I've seen on the console. They can sometimes look a little goofy and there's lots of wacky PS1 shimmer going on, but I think on the whole they did a good job of translating the manga style over to the console. The backgrounds and environments are decent too, there's some nice use of colour in the backgrounds while you chat, and the static environments look pretty nice as well. The environments are nothing spectacular since they mostly take place in everyday locations like the streets, police station, and shopping malls, but they do the job just fine and are easy to read and navigate. The battles, on the other hand, they can certainly look pretty janky, but as I said before, they at least play competently enough, so you can't really complain too much. On the sound front, we already mentioned that the game is full of voice dialogue, which sounds very professional to my ears, but I'm definitely the wrong guy to ask. But knowing that Soichi Terada made the music for the TV drama had me very excited to see what this PS1 title brought to the table, and unfortunately, I left feeling a little underwhelmed. It's not bad by any means, it's a pleasant but mostly forgettable soundtrack that I think suits the game well. But it didn't really have any tracks that stood out as something worth listening to outside of the game, except maybe the intro theme, which is pretty great. Now for a time I thought I might actually just finish this whole game just to see what the experience would be like, but after 2 hours of fetch quest, dialogue and maybe 3 fights totaling roughly 2 to 3 minutes of gameplay, I knew I was really just wasting my time. So yeah, safe to say this is a very import-unfriendly title, but hey, it's not the game's fault I got fooled by the beat-em-up sections. Clearly, I'm in no position to be a fair judge of this game's quality, seeing as the story and dialogue is so integral to enjoying this type of experience, but to its credit, Psychometer EG is an interesting adventure game title on the console, with solid fundamentals, some lovely FMV, decent visuals, and some really janky fighting sections, but hey, I guess that makes it kinda special. If you like the series and can speak and read Japanese, well maybe give this one a try, and if you can't, well at least give the soundtrack to the TV drama a listen. Now that's something everybody could appreciate.
The wheel will provide.
Now it's time for the Japanese game with a very French name. It's Robot-Mon-Dieu, coming to the PlayStation in October of 1999. Now I'm going to assume most of you are at least a little bit familiar with the Jumping Flash series, technically the first 3D mascot platformer to ever release on the PlayStation, and according to the Guinness Book of World Records was the first fully 3D platform game ever. Although, unlike any other mascot platformer before or since, unusually the series takes place from a first-person perspective, with you controlling this adorable robot rabbit, conveniently named Robot. I'll be honest with you, I adore this series. Both Jumping Flash games are very short and also quite easy, but they are endlessly charming and very near and dear to my heart. Also, considering it's a first-person game, the platforming is way better than it probably has any right to be. Somehow these guys managed to make platforming work in first person, all while people were still figuring out how to do it in third person. And even more impressively, Jumping Flash wasn't even the first time they did this. The developer behind this series was a team called Exact, and if that name seems familiar and you don't know Jumping Flash, it's also because they made Ghost in the Shell. But before all that PS1 stuff, they actually made games for the Sharp X68000 over in Japan. And this little game right here, called Geograph Seal, is their first attempt at a first-person 3D title featuring gameplay that's almost one-to-one with Jumping Flash, but a whole year before it. Now you might think that this game right here is actually the first 3D platformer, but Geograph Seal is almost entirely focused on action compared to Jumping Flash, which is more of a platformer with a little bit of gunplay added in. Also a little off topic, but if you've never listened to music from the Sharp X68000, the computer has some incredible stuff. It uses a Yamaha FM synth chip that's very similar to the Mega Drive sound chip, but with a few more channels, and it can produce some amazing stuff. Geograph Seal being one such example. Anyway, I should probably start talking about our next game, so here's Robot-Mon-Dieu, the third game in the Jumping Flash series, which, as you somehow might have guessed, never made it out of Japan. Also, in case you're wondering, Robot-Mon-Dieu translates to Robot My God. Definitely rolls off the tongue better in French, I think. Now, unlike the previous games in the series, this one wasn't developed by Exact, and that's because Exact got absorbed into a new studio called Sugar and Rockets, who are now developing this game. So It's at least as close to exact as you can possibly get. Now, I've wanted to try this game for some time. I'm well aware Jumping Flash wasn't too popular in the West, but I was still curious to find out why it never came out over here, why it wasn't called Jumping Flash 3, and more importantly, is it actually any good? Well, I'm glad to say we're going to answer all those questions today. So first things first, is this actually Jumping Flash 3? Well, I guess you could argue that it is, but I'm going to say no. Yes, this game plays almost exactly like other Jumping Flash titles, but there's enough changes here to make it feel like its own separate thing, most notably with its structure and plot. You see, the previous two Jumping Flash games were linear platformers where you played through levels one by one until you fight a boss, beat him, and then move on to the next world to do it all over again until you eventually save the world. In Robotmonju, well, there's no world to save. Everything is actually a-okay thanks to your efforts in the last game. You see, the main character, Robot, is an unarmed robot sent out by a government agency called the Universal City Hall, or UCH for short. And when these robots aren't out saving the world, their normal role is actually just to assist citizens with everyday tasks, be it helping lost children get home, protecting farmers' produce from hungry moles, or even stopping planes from crashing into the ocean. Let's just say they're pretty versatile machines. So rather than follow the linear format of the last two games, this one instead features a collection of different missions where you help the citizens of the planet Hanamura with whatever request they may need. And unlike the previous games, which had very little in the way of story and plot, this game features a ton of plot with voice dialogue, cutscenes, letters, newspapers. There is a lot.
So to answer the question, why didn't this game come out in the West?
Well, the translation effort would have been huge, and considering the series' poor sales in the West up until this point, well, let's just say things are starting to add up. So here we are once again with another game that features a lot of text, voice, and story, all in Japanese, and while I couldn't really enjoy or appreciate this aspect of the game, the fact it's aimed at a younger audience does make a lot of it quite easy to follow, and more importantly, the game part isn't really stuck behind the language barrier. You see, all your missions are selected from this world map. You simply just have to move around it to a point that has a help sign, press a couple of buttons, and there you go, you're into the mission. Each of these missions do begin with an objective in Japanese. Now, if you like, you can use Google Lens to quickly tell you what you need to do, but personally, I didn't come across a single mission where the goal didn't seem immediately obvious, outside of one mission where I had to stop a plane from crashing, but that wasn't so much down to the language barrier, more the fact that shooting the plane seemed to heal it for some reason. Usually that has the opposite effect, you know? Now, mission types can vary from simply getting from point A to point B, destroying a certain number of enemies around the map, hunting down a number of objects, platforming challenges, ring challenges, time challenges, the odd boss battle, and even some throwbacks to classic Jumping Flash gameplay where you gotta collect the 4 jet pods and then exit the stage at the designated zone. There's some decent variety here, but the gameplay experience will still feel very familiar to Jumping Flash veterans, just now cut up into smaller bite-sized chunks. As a result, the maps in this game tend to be a lot smaller than what you would see in previous entries. While Jumping Flash's levels wouldn't take very long to complete if you know where to go, missions in this game can take anywhere from 60 seconds to 5 minutes depending on the challenge itself, and most maps are designed to cater to these shorter segments. And while I do like the level design on offer here, there's no denying the smaller maps definitely feel a bit lacking compared to the larger playgrounds that I'm more used to from the previous games. Plus, it's also a little disappointing that these maps tend to be revisited multiple times for different missions, so not only are they small, you'll be seeing a few of them quite often too. Although for collectors, you can find these cards hidden around different maps, and money you earn from missions can also be spent to purchase booster packs for more cards. What these cards do? Not much really, but you can select them to see a very short video of everyday objects in 3D. So that's nice. Beyond all of that though, the most important thing is that the core Jumping Flash gameplay remains as fun as ever, with both action and platforming continuing to be the game's biggest strength. Control is more or less unchanged, with your new yellow robot maintaining the series' iconic triple jump functionality. Tap the X button once for a short jump, tap it again to jump even higher and point your camera towards the earth, and then finally jump once again to get that final extra bit of height. This system here works so well, not just for shooting and jumping on enemies, which not only looks cool but is really fun, but platforming in this game is a breeze, solely down to this little shadow that appears below your character while you're in the air. If anything, the platforming here is more precise than many of the 3D platformers on the console. This is why I said the game is kind of easy, but regardless of difficulty, I just find the platforming so responsive and satisfying to do. I just Never get tired of it. Besides the platforming, the game also has FPS elements too, with all of your main attacks being projectiles. You've got an infinite standard shot and can also hold one special weapon as well, either a bomb, some rockets, or this OP laser, which for obvious reasons I always use. Although annoyingly this game does only let you hold one item compared to the previous game's 3. Also you can free aim using the R1 button if you like, which does come in quite handy. And new to this game, you can now slam down on enemies by pressing the triangle button while you're up in the air. I didn't actually use this feature too much for killing enemies, but I did find it invaluable for jump cancelling, allowing me to move much quicker through levels and saving me during some of the trickier time segments. So yeah, in a nutshell, this is classic Jumping Flash, just smaller and more bite-sized. It's a concept I quite like, but I'd be lying if I said that I didn't miss the bigger maps and worlds of the older games. The gameplay is still great, no doubt about it, but for a non-Japanese speaker, you're looking at maybe 2 minutes of gameplay and then 4 minutes of dialogue versus a normal 5-minute level with no interruptions. And well, if you look at it that way, you might see where this game can fall short. There is of course nothing wrong with the inclusion of these parts. The game definitely feels like a more lighthearted and comedic take full of individual stories and fun characters, but they take up about half the game's runtime. With these included, I actually think this is the longest game in the series, but if you skip all of these, you'll actually end up with the shortest game with the weakest level design in the series. And once you beat 30 of the game's missions in any order, you just go right into the end section and that's about it. That's not to say there aren't some definite highlights in this game. Some of the missions are the most challenging that I've played in the series, the callbacks to older games are always great to see, the boss fights feel like proper Jumping Flash boss fights, the last boss in particular being quite the challenge, I gotta say. But if you take away all of this game's dialogue and plot, what we have here is easily the weakest Jumping Flash game from a gameplay perspective, I am unfortunately sad to say. The presentation is also an interesting topic as well, because this game has the benefit of coming out 3 years after the last entry in the series, which usually would mean it would see some significant upgrades on the visual front, and in many ways the game does deliver, with some great looking cutscenes, a charming world map, nice visual upgrades to your robot's cockpit, and some improved texture work, giving the game a much cleaner look overall. That being said though, I think this entry also lost a little of the charm from the older games. The environments and colours just seem more muted in this entry, and I think this goes hand in hand with the levels themselves being a little less fantastical here too. I always associate Jumping Flash with large, bright, colourful locations, and this entry, while more technically impressive, doesn't really match up to the vibe of the older games, at least in my opinion. Performance is also a bit all over the place too. The game seems to have an uncapped frame rate, so your gameplay can go anywhere from 60 FPS to 15 FPS depending on the situation. Most of the time the game does seem to float somewhere in the 30s and the 40s, which is pretty good, but I'm not going to say it's the smoothest experience out there, but most of the time it does run really well. Music is another interesting one as well. I actually think this game has some really catchy tunes covering a very eclectic mix of genres. A lot of the music is quite strange, lighthearted and whimsical, matching the tone of the game really well, like the world map music, which just has a cat meowing as an instrument. My only real issue with the music is that many of the game's tracks are very short loops lasting only about 60 to 90 seconds on average. I guess it's just because the levels are generally quite short, but the tracks always just seem to finish as they're about to get good, which is a shame because there actually is some really great stuff here. So that's Robot Manju, a different yet familiar take on the Jumping Flash formula that unfortunately doesn't meet the highs of the other entries in the series. That's not to say that it's a bad game, I actually enjoyed playing through this one from start to finish, but it's clear a big part of this game is its emphasis on story and dialogue, and if you can't experience that, what you're left with is a Jumping Flash game made up of brief missions, a small selection of maps, and a few boss fights, and it's telling that the game's clear highlights are the parts where it pays homage to the originals, so I think that says it all really. I'd still happily recommend Robotmonju, but only to existing Jumping Flash fans. I think this will definitely scratch the itch if you're looking for something new in the series. Everybody else though, if you like the look of this game, just play the originals first. They are still some of the most underrated platformers on the console in my opinion, and if you dig them, then no doubt you'll probably dig this one too. Or just try Gyakushū. That game does look pretty great, I'm not gonna lie.
You will provide.
Our final game and viewer selection for Volume 8 is Bunmei KoroKoro Game Egg, which made its way to the PlayStation in February of 1998. You can also just call it Egg! This game was added to the wheel by GeGeGe. I think I have a cousin with that name. This game was developed by a studio called Beyond Interactive, and while there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of info available online about their work during the 90s, these guys are still active in Japan, having been brought in to support development for games like El Shaddai, Devil's Third, and most recently Samurai Jack Battle Through Time. When you leave them to make a game on their own though, well, what you get is an egg-centric turn-based strategy, golf game. That's also a city builder. It's certainly a unique concept, but how does all this egg rolling work, and more importantly, is it any fun? Well, let's find out. Now when you boot up Egg, you'll have access to two different options, a single player mission mode and a versus mode that you can play with up to 4 people or even 4 AI if you like. This mission mode represents the main single player content and also kinda acts as the game's tutorial. Now when I say tutorial, the game doesn't have one in the traditional sense, and if you go into this game blind from the get-go, no doubt you might be feeling a little bit confused about what's acting out in front of you. Luckily though, if you hang out on the main menu for a little while, a short tutorial video will play explaining some of the game's basic concepts. Now while the visual aids here are useful, you'll probably want to pick up on the text appearing on screen too, so Google Lens once again comes in very handy here. So the core idea is that you're in a battle against an enemy egg, and you can win in one of 2 different ways, either destroying the enemy egg, or build a city so advanced that you simply transcend into the cosmic abyss and just win. This may all seem kinda confusing, but surprisingly the gameplay here isn't all that complicated once you know what you're doing. As mentioned, this is a turn-based game where you and opponents take turns rolling around the map by using a simple golf-style shooting mechanic where you pick a direction and power level and then shoot your egg off to create some life. As you can see, as the egg rolls across neutral territory, it will leave newly constructed buildings in its wake. This here is really the core gimmick of the game. The egg builds cities, and by building larger connected cities, you gain more ways to both defend yourself and attack your enemy's egg, all while in the process they're trying to do the same thing to you. Now while these cities can get pretty big and complex, all of the legwork here is actually done automatically. These cities are completely self-sufficient and upgrade automatically over time depending on the size of your city and the proximity of your egg to its location. What starts out as a pretty modest cityscape can soon turn into a complicated and well fortified city with tons of unique areas and buildings. It's actually really fun seeing these things come together, and the style of city built differs depending on the color of the egg selected. These are purely cosmetic, but there's 8 different types included in the game, and there is some great variety on show, especially when it comes to the weird eggs. Now, the key to creating a city isn't just to roll all over the place and cover as much distance as possible. The secret is to actually try create connecting tiles in a circular formation to close in gaps on the map. If you connect all the tiles around a certain area, that area will then automatically get turned into a city space on the map, allowing you to take huge portions of land with very little effort. So what did these cities actually do, you might ask? Well, not a whole lot really. As mentioned, you don't have any direct control over your buildings. Instead, they mostly serve as a power source to generate energy for your special attacks, as well as a blockade that damages enemies and even heals your egg. You see, if an enemy rolls over some of your spaces, depending on the level of the buildings, the enemy egg can actually delete your land, which is no good. Of course, you can do the same to them, but if you like, you can also activate some special attacks with the energy generated from your cities. You have access to tsunamis and bombs if you want to straight up delete away parts of the map. You can roll around and create an earthquake to cause some hassle, or most annoyingly of all, you can reinforce your land with barriers, making it much more difficult for enemy eggs to get over to your position. Well, without bombs, that is. All that's really left to discuss are the actual methods of victory, because you've got a few different options available to scramble some eggs. The first and probably most straightforward way is to ignore everything else in the game and just shoot yourself at the enemy egg. Each egg has a health bar, and if you can destroy the enemy egg, well, you just outright win. This is why barriers and strong buildings can be quite the hassle, because they can very easily damage your egg, making for very precarious back and forths. The second way to win is by destroying your opponent's tower. Oh yeah, so this is your tower, more or less the heart of your civilization. You see, when you make your first loop on a map, a tower will spawn in the center, and if you can destroy your opponent's tower, this will make their egg shatter, and you also just win the game. And the final way to win is the defensive tactic, leveling up your tower to max rank. As your city grows and evolves, the tower in the center becomes more powerful, and when you reach the final power level of 9, you transcend and also just win the game. And yeah, that's about all there is to Egg, and as weird as it may seem, it's actually not the most complicated game in the world. There's a lot going on, sure, but really at the end of the day, you're just playing golf with an egg and creating civilizations, you know? Now, about the mission mode, this is a series of 1v1 battles that aim to teach you the core fundamentals of the game. Each mission aims to highlight things like movement and the various ways that you can win. For example, the first mission, your goal is to cover 30% of the map before your opponent does. The next is to win by crashing into the egg. The one after that is to win by destroying its city, and then after that by getting a max level tower. Now at first I thought this was going to be a fun series of scenarios, each with a brand new strict objective needed to win, but once you make it past the first 4 missions, the game then just becomes a series of 1v1 fights where you just try to win using any method you like. Only the missions start throwing in big obstacles, namely tons of enemy barriers that they can pass through and you can't. Also, they damage your egg. Yeah, it's kind of hard. Now, while these missions are very challenging, they're also kind of fun. The problem though is that there's only 3 of them after the initial 4 tutorial ones, and then the game just kind of ends. Although you will earn one of the strangest cutscenes you'll ever see, so that's something. So yeah, mission mode, really just an advanced tutorial for the meat of the game. Versus mode. Now truthfully, this game is very much geared towards multiplayer gameplay. Don't forget, you can play this one with up to 4 players, and as you can imagine, it becomes much more hectic when played like this, but I'd be still lying if I said it wasn't pretty fun. You can choose from any of the 8 different eggs, there's 8 different map styles to select from. If you somehow find 3 other friends who really wanted to get hooked on a game called Egg, well, you could certainly waste away the hours here, although for those playing this solo, content-wise, there's really not a lot here beyond AI battles when all is said and done. And I suppose as for the presentation, I don't know, there's just something oddly captivating about this game. Like, it's certainly not the most technically impressive game for 1998, but something about its city designs, the weird buildings and devices that show up, the fact there are ominous giant eggs rolling about, whatever the hell is going on during the game's cutscenes, the game's font choices, the game's end screens. It's just mad. Also, Egg is kind of spooky in a way too, which mostly comes down to the game's strange music and audio. Now the game actually has some bops in here. The music often features some traditional music flavors, which I think goes along nicely with the city building gameplay. But some of the music is also very, very strange, and dare I say a little ominous at times too, like the music that plays when you lose, straight out of a survival horror game. And the music on the Black Egg stage, it sounds like an industrial nightmare. I still kind of love it though. So that's Egg, a deceptively simple turn-based strategy game that is also absolutely insane. Truthfully, this game would have been very confusing to play if I didn't try to pick up on some of the tips using Google Lens, because I mean, what's even going on here really, you know? It's not like anybody is making an online guide for this thing. But once it all clicked, I actually quite liked it. It can certainly be a little frustrating and difficult, the wait times between turns can drag on a little, and the content is very low if you don't plan on playing it with friends, but as a unique concept that's really out there trying something different that actually kind of managed to succeed, well, I can't help but admire it, you know? So I guess that puts Egg as my current top Egg game on the PS1 for now. We still gotta try Cyber Egg and Eggs of Steel, but regardless of how those games turn out, I doubt any game is gonna out-weird this Egg for a little while yet.
PlayStation
The wheel will provide.
Starting things out this volume, we have the wonderfully titled Tokyo Insect Zoo, which made its way to the PlayStation in March of the year 1996. It was both published and developed by a studio called GE, and no, not Jack Donaghy's GE, but a company by the name of General Entertainment. Dreamcast fans might know these guys for developing the launch titles Godzilla Generations, as well as the penguin racing game Pen Pen Tricellion, which is about as weird as it sounds. FMV aficionados might also know them for their work on games like Alive on the PS1 and the absolutely bonkers Combat Queens on the PS2. Seriously, you should check all these games out if you get a chance, you will not be disappointed. So, going by what I just said, it's safe to say that when you see the General Entertainment logo on screen, you're usually in for a wild ride, and well, even the logo itself can make that very apparent. So what is Tokyo Insect Zoo? Well, the game itself describes it as a playing movie game, and yeah, that's pretty much what we got, a movie that you play. Now, full disclosure, before I even picked this game to add to the wheel, I kinda knew it was going to be a no gaijin game, and yes, it is very much a no gaijin game. Not only is the whole thing in Japanese, but all dialogue and story in this game is conveyed through spoken word, so I can't even rely on Google Lens to fumble my way through this one. Heck, the game doesn't even have any menus, no save functionality, not even any way to pause it. It is very much, as described, a playing movie game.
Now, taking all this into consideration, why would I even pick a game like this? Well, I mean, look at it. Sometimes a game seems so strange and interesting that you want to try it out even if you know you can't fully understand it, and well, Tokyo Insect Zoo is one of those games, and to my surprise, it turns out you can kinda get through this game just fine even if you don't understand Japanese. Sure, you won't have a clue what's going on, but hey, it's something at least. Thankfully, we do have the internet though, so I can at least detail a little bit about what's going on here. In Tokyo Insect Zoo, you play as a small boy named Ryo, who one day after having a conversation with a mysterious woman, falls asleep and then inexplicably finds that he has been shrunk down and turned into a beetle. After some brief exploration, we come across some other friendly insects, the brothers Brew and Zuka, and a girl named Orga. From here you learn that you are actually in a location known as the Tokyo Insect Zoo, a safe haven for insects located within, Tokyo. Who would have guessed? After palling around with your newfound insect friends and doing cool insect things, you eventually learn that the Tokyo Insect Zoo is set to be destroyed, and the story actually takes a pretty heavy turn with themes surrounding death, reincarnation, and the apocalypse, and if that seems kinda heavy for a game aimed at kids, well, yeah, it is actually. But hey, if Animals of Farting Wood could scar me for life, why can't a cute insect game too, you know? Now of course, this brief synopsis doesn't really do the full plot justice, as pretty much every conversation that took place in the game flew right over my head, but if the story sounds interesting to you and you can understand spoken Japanese, well then you're probably in for a treat. As for the game itself, well, it's mostly a mixture of two different styles. We have your traditional visual novel elements, which are mostly reserved for dialogue between characters. As mentioned, no text appears on screen while playing this game, so dialogue choices are actually selected using the shoulder buttons. There's no real way of knowing what you're going to say when choosing them, and some choices seem to play internal monologues while others are spoken out loud to other characters, but as far as I can tell, there's no real branching paths or dialogue trees per se, so in most cases, choosing every available option is all you really need to do to progress further in the conversation and keep the game moving forward. As you may have noticed, the game has some pretty stellar character designs and animations, and that's because they were all designed by famed animation studio Pierrot, who worked on anime adaptations such as Naruto and Bleach, and everything here was created exclusively for this game, and it's no surprise that the work here is top notch during all the still scenes or the many animated segments that appear throughout the game. Unfortunately, the PS1 video compression hasn't been the kindest to it over the years, but it is still a treat for fans of that distinct 90s anime style. The rest of the game actually plays somewhat similarly to a walking simulator. Early on in the game, you get to explore some cool environments in your human form, but it's not long until you're shrunk down and exploring things from the perspective of a tiny little insect. You get to roam through grassy fields, hang out with some scorpions in the desert, chat to spiders in the forest, or even explore through vast sewer systems. This part to me is what really made me want to try out this game, even if I knew I couldn't truly get the most out of it. One thing that I always love doing in video games, especially early 3-dimensional games, is exploring the environments and just having a little look around and taking it all in. And in a game like this, where you get to experience things from a unique shrunk down perspective with strange bugs and creatures roaming around, some in 3D and some in 2D, I don't know, I just found this kinda neat. Now granted, these segments have pretty much nothing in the way of any true gameplay, outside of a few segments that let you jump around and do some platforming, and the odd time where you'll need to tap some shoulder buttons to fly off to new locations. Everything else is pretty much just wandering around until you trigger a new conversation or cutscene, and then do it again on repeat. But regardless, it's still one of those games that keeps you on your toes, constantly taking you to new and strange locations, and even just outright bringing you straight into the realms of psychedelia at times. Honestly, some of the things that you'll see in this game, you'd swear LSD was actually the sequel to this game. As for the sound, well, as I already mentioned, all the dialogue in this game is voiced, and even though I can't understand it, you can tell the actors were having a pretty good time doing this one. There's some scenes in particular that will bring a smile to your face regardless of what language you speak. That being said though, the audio quality on the voices did seem a little lacking, almost like they were kinda tinny and echoey at times. I guess that may be the result of squeezing the game onto a single disc, which likely explains the compression on the animated scenes too. It is a little disappointing, but hey, it's at least understandable.
Hey, Shinchan, テテちゃん？
違います。お母さんの話の話でしょ？
そう、この世界の空が壊れ、じゃーん、崩れ落ちる日が来るのです。
The music, on the other hand, is pretty high quality. While it's not exactly something I listen to outside of the game, we do get a nice mixture of lighthearted and whimsical tracks and some darker, more atmospheric music to kind of juxtapose the different locales and themes of the game. All in all, it's pretty good. So yeah, that's about it for Tokyo Insect Zoo. Very much a non-import friendly title, but still one that I enjoyed playing even if it was just to experience being a bug in a trippy polygonal universe. Although truthfully for most people, this is a hard one to recommend. The whole thing only takes about an hour or two to see to the end, and if you wanted to experience it all, the FMV and gameplay is online too, so you can kind of get the full experience there since the game doesn't really require you to do anything beyond just walking from place to place. But hey, if that sounds appealing to you, who am I to tell you what to try? Plus, you never know, maybe one day it will get a fan dub or even some in-game subtitles. Heck, even some subtitles on a YouTube video would be enough to experience it somewhat. But for now, Tokyo Insect Zoo remains a quirky, strange trip into the life of a bug, and at the very least, I quite enjoyed the journey, even if I left feeling more confused than when I began.
The wheel will provide.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the jazziest tennis game around. It's World Pro Tennis 98, which, can I just shock you, made its way to the PlayStation in 1998. This game was both published and developed by a team called Magnolia Corp. There's not much information available about them online, but they dedicated this game to tennis fans everywhere, so they seem like nice people. Now, I can already hear a number of you at home. Come on, Sean. Tennis? Of all the cool Japan Only games out there ripe for the picking, you're going to talk about a sports game. And to you I say, yes, the wheel doesn't discriminate. We love all games here on Seanson's wild Japanese PlayStation ride, except pachinko games. We still hate pachinko games. Now truthfully, I have quite the soft spot for tennis games. Some of my favourite sports games of all time are tennis games, in particular the many Mario Tennis titles, especially those Game Boy ones, Sega's excellent Virtua Tennis series, and the underappreciated Sega Superstar Tennis, which is pretty much just Virtua Tennis, but full to the brim with Sega fan service. And if we're going to talk about the PS1, I think it's a safe bet to say Namco's trilogy of Smash Court games are probably the console's best option for tennis aficionados. Also, they feature some of Namco's finest music on the console too, and considering this is Namco we're talking about, that's really saying something. Now here's the thing, all those tennis games I just spoke about, they all share one thing in common. They're all arcade-style tennis games, with an emphasis on fun and accessibility, over, well, trying to bring a true-to-life tennis experience to your home console. And this is where World Pro Tennis 98 comes into play. It's a tennis game made by tennis fans for tennis fans. And while nowadays I'm sure tennis games have evolved to the state where they are about as accurate as they possibly could be, I personally wouldn't know since I'm still playing Mario Tennis, back on the PS1 it was a struggle to find games that offered a decent simulation of a real life sport while also overcoming the limitations of early 3D game design. So keeping all that in mind, let's see how World Pro Tennis 98 holds up all these years later. Now, when it comes to modes, things are relatively bare bones for the most part. World Pro Tennis 98 offers up 3 options from the main menu. We got your standard exhibition match, tournament mode, and a training mode. Training mode would probably be a good place to start since it helps us learn our tennis fundamentals. Starting out, we have a tutorial which, even without any Japanese knowledge, is pretty easy to understand. All 4 of the face buttons represent different types of shots, from your standard hit to power strikes, slices, and volleys. You can alter the direction of your shots and increase their power using the D-pad while pressing an input. It's all pretty basic stuff, but even in this limited form, it gives you a lot of options and control over how you want to play the ball. Beyond this, serving the ball functions more or less the same. Press any of the 4 face buttons to throw the ball in the air, and depending on which face button you press when hitting it over to your opponent, a different type of serve will be performed. And outside of using the L1 and L2 buttons to change the angles and positions of your camera, yeah, that covers the basics really. It's tennis. Who would have guessed? Now, where things get a bit more interesting are a few of the more pro elements the game gives you access to. First off, depending on your positioning and timing when you return the ball to your opponent, this can also drastically change the power and direction of your shot. The game even tells you that this is a trickier technique and not to worry too much about it at the start, but for players who are very aware of the positions of their character, the racket and the ball, this is just another element that allows you more control over the gameplay. And finally, probably the element that piqued my interest the most is the ability to use the R1 and R2 buttons to control the height of your shots. So for example, you can use the R1 button to aim your ball higher and the R2 button to aim your ball lower on almost any type of shot. And doing this allows you almost complete control of every aspect of the ball, allowing for some crazy precision. And pressing both R1 and R2 together allows you to boot the ball over the net as well. I'm sure there's a technical term for this type of shot, but I just prefer to call it booping. So as you can see, on a basic level, it's your standard tennis game for the most part, but these extra little pro features allow so much extra control and choice compared to a standard tennis game. You can see why tennis fans might dig what this game is offering. Now, of course, to practice all these techniques, the game does give you a few training modes as well, including a wall mode, an auto shot mode, and some service training as well, which allows you to knock down cups, which is very, very satisfying. Once you're comfortable with your newfound tennis skills, you can then bring them into exhibition mode, which allows you to choose from either singles or doubles tennis action for 1 to 4 players. You've got a selection of up to 4 different difficulties and 3 different types of court: hard, clay, and grass. And when it comes to the roster of selectable characters, well, we've got a choice of 32 men. No playable women, unfortunately. We do got some kind of familiar faces here, complete with a few minor misspellings to avoid any copyright or legal disputes. But what's cool about each of the selectable characters in this game is that these stats all drastically change how the character plays and controls. In most games, the stats usually increase minor parameters to speed, strength, and whatnot, but here, they affect swing and serve timing, shot angles, a whole host of different things. So trying one character and then moving on to another can feel like you're learning the game from the ground up all over again. Now, I don't want to make it seem like World Pro Tennis 98 is the Rolls Royce of PS1 tennis games, but in terms of systems and techniques, it is far beyond anything else that I've played on the console, and as such, seeing as I've limited real-life tennis knowledge and have been coddled by arcade tennis games all my life, naturally, I'm pretty terrible at it. It took me a long time to get used to the inputs and controls, and if the AI wasn't trouncing me, I was probably setting myself up for failure on the regular too. But of course, I can't just quit a game because I'm bad at it, can I? So, after a lot of practice, I eventually started getting the hang of things, albeit on the easy difficulty, but trust me, it still didn't feel all that easy to me. Now, when you think you're good enough and are ready to leave the safety of exhibition mode, you can then move on to the game's main single player component, the tournament mode. Here you choose one of the game's many characters and try to work your way through a series of tournaments based on their real life counterparts with the goal of becoming the world #1. And look, if you like playing challenging tennis and want to be the very best, like no one ever was, well let me tell you, there is a lot to keep you busy here. Winning tournaments, earning points, and seeing your character move up the rankings after some hard-fought victories is always a nice feeling, and most importantly, you can also taunt and slam your racket whenever you lose a round, so if you like being a jerk, that's also possible too. You can even run over to your opponent's side and make an ass of yourself. It's great. As for the content, well, that's about all World Pro Tennis 98 has to offer. Truthfully, at its core, it's a relatively bare-bones tennis game. The 32 characters don't look all that different from one another outside of some minor clothing choices. The 3 available courts are all pretty much palette swaps in the same location, so much so that you can even swap the court mid-game if you like, which is actually kind of cool, really. And outside of the amazing lounge jazz that plays in the menus, the rest of the game is just tennis sounds and polite crowd noise, which, to its credit, is what tennis sounds like, if we're being fair. It's clear that this game was made by a small but very passionate development team, and while the package and presentation is rather limited and bare bones to say the least, especially when compared to other PS1 tennis titles like Smash Court, it's clear the effort and focus was put entirely into the tennis gameplay itself, and even though in many ways it's not the type of tennis game I would normally gravitate towards, once you try and understand its complex and well thought out systems, there's still no denying the care and effort that was put into making this the definitive PS1 tennis game for hardcore tennis fans. And if you're a hardcore tennis fan, well, this import-friendly tennis game that features some very, very smooth jazz is definitely worth a look.
The wheel will provide.
Well, I hope you guys are in the mood for something strange, because next up we have a little known game called Metaflist Mu X 2297, which made its way to the PlayStation in January of the year 1997. And I suppose before we dig into this game, I should note that not only is there very little information about this game online, but what info there is often under an incorrect title. The game is commonly known as Metaflist Gamma X 2097, whether we're looking at long plays, game facts, or the video game library, and even the PSX database. But looking at the game's cover, we can see that it should actually be Metaflist Mu X 2297. That's what the Japanese PlayStation website has it as anyway, so who am I to disagree with them? So Metaflist might be one of the most interesting games the wheel has ever chosen for us. On the surface, it looks like a pretty generic vertical shoot 'em up, something that the console certainly isn't lacking in its library by any means, but dig a bit deeper and Metaflist reveals itself to be one of the most ambitious shoot 'em ups ever made, and also maybe one of the strangest.
Chameleon, whatever you are, the drink that lasts a whole 24 hours long. You don't need air, wow! Don't need sun, really? Unlimited fun, so it's no problem. Gotta get me some. Add some excitement to your life. The #1 drink in space, Chameleon. It's a miracle taste.
Okay, it's definitely one of the strangest. So this game is the product of a development team called ADM. I can't find any information about them online whatsoever, so as far as I'm aware, this is the only game that they ever made. Now, as we've already mentioned, Metaflist at its core is a vertical shoot 'em up. You go from level to level shooting bad guys using a variety of different weapons. You've got your standard shot, which fires in a spread pattern, a laser shot, which is a more concentrated pattern, and you've also got missiles, which you can use to paint targets and are also required for attacking enemies below your ship. All 3 of the weapons are available from the get-go and can be cycled through on command. Nothing too unusual so far.
Something a little bit more interesting though is your ability to aim in a full 360 degrees around your ship by using the shoulder buttons to rotate your cursor, meaning you can attack enemies from pretty much any direction you like, all while maintaining separate control of your ship's movement. It's certainly not the first or last game to try something like this, but I've always quite liked this type of separate aiming and movement dynamic in shooters whenever it does appear. Now you may have noticed the game is a little busy, I guess you could say. Metaflist isn't really a game that takes itself too seriously, or maybe it does, I'm not 100% sure, but one thing I know for certain is that the developers wanted to make something wild. For example, every now and then you might come across a power up for one of your 3 weapons. These are temporary, but instead of powering up your weapon a little bit, look how big your shots get. This is absolutely insane. In fact, I'd almost call this taking the piss a little bit. Also, check out this game's versions of bombs, which the game refers to as go to hell bombs. So yeah, clearly there's a lot going on here, from the music to the visuals. This is, for all intents and purposes, kind of a mess, right? A shoot 'em up purist nightmare, but in a way, it's so overtly dumb and over the top that I kinda love it. And that's Metaflist in a nutshell. It's one of the dumbest shooters I've ever played. In fact, it's a fucking mess, but it's damn proud of it. The levels and visuals are at times so chaotic and intense that there's no way to fully keep track of everything. The bosses literally just awkwardly float onto the screen and are, for the most part, just different shapes attached together that fire lasers at you. Levels can last on average anywhere from 2 to 3 minutes and end seemingly at random, with you just getting whisked away out of nowhere, and sometimes you might even just get whisked away to a completely different level, and in some very rare cases, you'll end the level before you even fight an enemy. Confused yet? You should be. Because here's the kicker, Metaflist isn't just a bonkers shoot 'em up, it's also a shoot 'em up with RPG elements and a persistent leveling up system, a map screen with multiple planets to visit and a number of different levels contained within each, and guess what? It also has a deep story played out through a ton of different cutscenes that's so big, it spans 2 PlayStation discs. A story-driven shoot 'em up that covers 2 whole discs. Have you ever in your life heard of such a thing? And here's the best part. The entire story is fully voiced in English. And not only that, the voice acting isn't even that bad.
Seen this kind of terminal before. We can get some good shit out of it.
So as you can see, when I said Metaflist was one of the most ambitious shoot 'em ups ever made, I wasn't lying. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that the game isn't a mess, it's 100% a mess, but my god, it is an ambitious mess. So we already know the deal with the shoot 'em up gameplay, right? Well, let's now talk about some of the deeper systems at play. So the idea is that in Metaflist, you're at war with an enemy army, and you're constantly in a sort of tug of war for control of the galaxy. When you enter into a battle, you'll see this meter in the top right corner. This is meant to represent your control over the front line. The more enemies that get by you, the more the meter moves towards the red. The more enemies you destroy, the more it moves towards the blue. The goal is to finish each level with the meter in the blue. Do so, and you win a level. End it in the yellow, and the level is a draw. End it in the red, and then that's a loss for your army. When you finish a mission, you'll see a meter at the top called Frontline, and depending on your results in that mission, the meter will either increase or decrease. Winning battles across the map increases the meter bit by bit, drawing or losing will decrease it, and if the meter falls to 0%, it's game over, and if the meter gets to 100%, you can then enter the final battle and beat the game. Now, of course, that's just the general gist of things. There's obviously a few more aspects at play here. For one, there's the RPG systems that we previously mentioned. Now, at the beginning of the game, your ship's weapons and shield begin at level 1, and instead of lives, your ship has a shield gauge. Now, your ship can take quite a number of hits before it gets destroyed, which is a good thing because dying once ends the game outright, and there's also no way to save, by the way, so don't die. After you complete a mission, your shield regenerates a little bit of its meter, but it also levels up so you can take more hits. As for your weapons, these also level up individually depending on how much you use them, meaning if you focus on one particular weapon, that weapon's strength, fire pattern, and shot size will increase sporadically throughout the game, and this is permanent too, assuming that you don't die, that is. Now, not only does this give the game a nice sense of progression, but it's also mandatory for taking on some of the game's tougher missions. Generally speaking, the planets at the bottom of the map represent the game's easier missions, and the planets at the top are the game's tougher missions, and as you move up the ranks, you'll notice a pretty sharp spike in difficulty unless your ship has been appropriately leveled up to deal with the tougher enemies. This means that it pays to replay some of the various levels, either to regenerate your shield or just to get a few extra points in your weapons. But interestingly, replaying levels can also lead to completely new levels within the same planets, sometimes bringing you to new locales, new bosses, and most importantly of all, new story segments. Honestly, it can feel a little bit aimless and random how this all plays out, but really no matter where you are or what you do, as long as you're winning battles, you're always contributing to something and moving the game forward. Now, while I would consider this game import friendly for the most part, it does pay to know what these pieces of Japanese text say on the map screen. Now, these change after each mission and generally give you hints on which planet you should visit next to help move the story along. Sometimes when you finish a mission, you'll get brought straight back to the map screen, but if you pick the right planet, you'll instead be treated to a new story sequence. Now, I used Google Lens to translate these and generally just moved to whatever planet it told me to go to next, and that seemed to work just fine for me. So I suppose we should finally talk about the story, and truthfully, early into the game, I found it very hard to follow a lot of what was going on here. The game follows two main characters who are members of an allied military team, and the early parts of the game follow your characters as they disobey an order to save some friendlies, and the repercussions that they face because of that. It's a lot of sci-fi and military jargon, and it can be a little hard to keep up with at times, but as the game goes on, the story begins to shift towards conspiracies, the disappearance of your family members, evil AI, and some deep metaphysical stuff that blurs the lines between good and evil. It's certainly not amazing or even good really, but it is surprisingly ambitious all things considered, and it even ended up being kind of coherent by the end. Truthfully, I'm still kind of amazed that a Japanese studio opted to record the entire thing in English. It certainly benefits my dumbass all these years later, but it's still such an odd thing to experience.
Humans weren't meant to be way out here in space, you know? Out in this cold, jet black world.
Also, you may have noticed that all the characters are highlighted as coloured silhouettes rather than fully fleshed out or defined characters. Another interesting stylistic choice for sure, but I didn't mind it too much. As for the voice acting, as mentioned before, it is way better than it probably has any right to be. I think the whole cast is comprised of maybe 4 people in total, and for the most part, it's clear and comprehensible the whole way through. The only character that I had any trouble with was the allied commander who sounds like a garbled robot and is pretty hard to make out.
I wanted to speak to you directly about the prototype game that you discovered inside the enemy depot. First, tell me how this happened.
Well, it was when we were heading into enemy territory on an offensive mission.
Also, it turns out this character was in fact a robot in disguise the whole time.
I think I have all of the information I need. You can go now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Not sure how they didn't figure that one out. Also, let's take a brief moment to talk about the opening movie for this game. This is also in English and it has nothing to do with the story of the game at all. It's basically this robot DJ who's going through a list of the top 5 selling games at the moment, featuring such classics as The Highest Dreams, Parisian Mouse, and of course, the top selling game, Metaflist itself. It is so bizarre.
Dynamite Honey and Peach Boy 3. Little Marilyn's got this awesome body, see, but because she's riddled with low self-esteem, wraps 500 dynamites around her body. She then meets this young samurai and falls into love. Lots of naughty sex and action.
What the hell was that?
I guess all that's left to talk about then really is the music and presentation, and as for the visuals, well, we've already mentioned that this game is for the most part a busy, distracting mess, but to its credit, it does have some nice parallax scrolling in some of the levels, but the backgrounds range from boring and uninspired to absolutely insane and way too distracting for a shoot 'em up, even if they're kinda cool.
Like I said, I appreciate the balls to the wall, fuck it attitude ADM took with some of this stuff, but if we're being objective, it's not very good at all. The enemy design is also kind of boring and repetitive, the bosses are generally very bad, and the OTT gunfire and bomb animations are, like I said, just taking the piss a little bit, even if I kind of love them all the same. And despite all this crazy stuff happening on screen, at least the performance isn't too bad. Depending on the backgrounds of the level you're in, you'll see the game swap from 60 to 30 FPS, and slowdown for the most part was quite minimal outside of a few instances of extreme slowdown. But considering how often this game goes off the rails with the visuals, slowdown is surprisingly rare, all things considered. Also, for the music and sound, it's also kind of a mess. There's tracks here I would consider bangers, tracks I would consider terrible, sound effects I really liked, and others that blew out my speakers. It is once again all over the map. But on the whole, I would say that I liked more of it than I disliked, and truthfully, I would have loved to see the soundtrack for this thing online. Apparently it did get released on CD, but I, for the life of me, cannot find a rip online. But hey, here's a little sample of some of the game's music so you can at least get a feeling for it yourself. So yeah, that's a look at Metaflist, one of the most bizarre games I have ever played. I get the feeling it's the type of game somebody could play and genuinely consider one of the worst games ever made, and another person could try it and say it's one of the coolest games that they've ever played. And you know what? I love games like that. Truly unique, batshit, and very polarizing. Now, as for me, I think it's got a lot of problems. It's annoying that you can't save mid-game, it goes on a little too long and ends up getting quite repetitive towards the end, and as a shooter, it's mediocre at best. But truthfully, I really kind of love how ambitious and insane it is all the same. A game I can honestly say is kind of bad, but would still recommend people try just to experience it themselves, especially if you're a shoot 'em up fan and wanted to try something so far outside the box that it exists on a different plane of reality. Also, to make it even more strange, it also supports the PlayStation mouse. If you're wondering how, well, you control the ship's movement with a controller and you control the cursor with the mouse. It's actually kind of fun. Who would have guessed? So yeah, Metaflist is a fine example of a messy bad game that's infinitely more interesting and entertaining than a lot of the more coherent and competently made games out there. It's one that I'm happy I got to experience, even if it hurt my eyes a lot and screamed "go to hell" at me often. But sure, why else would I be making these videos?
You will provide.
Volume 9's final game and viewer selection this episode is Cosmo Warrior Zero, which made its way to the PlayStation in May of the year 2000, courtesy of legendary arcade developer Taito. This game was chosen for the wheel by KM, 2 top tier letters, I'm sure we can all agree. Congrats! So first things first, similarly to our previous game, the title of Cosmo Warrior is often spelled 2 different ways in the West, either as Cosmo Warrior Zero or Cosmo Warrior Ray Zero, and in this case, I believe Cosmo Warrior Zero is the correct title because Ray is just the Japanese word for zero, and also the title screen just says Cosmo Warrior Zero, so yeah, let's go with that. Now, before we dig into the game itself, we should probably briefly talk about the works of legendary Japanese manga artist Leiji Matsumoto, whose works include the very popular series Galaxy Express 999 and Space Pirate Captain Harlock, and even if, like myself, you've never gotten around to reading or watching anything from these series, if you're an anime fan, you're probably at least familiar with Matsumoto's distinct character designs. He also worked on Daft Punk's Interstellar, so if it rings a bell, that's probably why. Well, many of Matsumoto's series all take place in the same shared universe, known by fans as the Leijiverse, and today's game, Cosmo Warrior Zero, is a game that takes place in said universe, bringing together characters from a collection of Matsumoto's works into one big fun video game adaptation, and not only that, Matsumoto himself was involved in the creation of the game, and this even led to an anime adaptation of the same name a year later, so there you go. So what type of game is Cosmo Warrior Zero? Well, what we have here is another arena-style battle game. If you remember Project Gyare from Volume 8 of Japan Only PS1 Games, it's actually not unlike that title, although truthfully, this game actually reminds me a little bit more of a duo of Capcom arcade titles that were ported to the Dreamcast, Heavy Metal Geomatrix and Spawn in the Demon's Hand, and it's probably no surprise that Cosmo Warrior Zero feels very much like an arcadey game, and even though at its core it's more or less a fighting game that takes place in a 3D space, it definitely feels like a game that's more focused on quick pick up and play fun rather than the technical depth you'd see in other combat games, and hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Plus it's a single player only game, so it's not like you're going to be playing in any tournaments anyway. Now before we get into the various modes, let's break down the gameplay on offer. Cosmo Warrior is a game played from a, hold on, let me try say it with a H, third-person perspective, and like many arena-style fighting games from this era, your directional inputs move you forward and back and turn you left and right. The L1 and R1 buttons allow you to strafe left and right, and you can also do a sharp 180 turn by pressing the L2 button. Honestly, the movement may look kinda stiff, but truthfully, it's pretty good and quite easy to pick up and get to grips with. There's no dashing or cancels or any real crazy tech stuff here like you might find in mech-based arena fighters, so this does feel like a more beginner-friendly entry to the genre. Rounding out the moves, you can also dodge in one of 4 directions by pressing the L2 button, and as you can imagine, this is very useful for avoiding damage, and depending on your character, it can also look pretty cool too. And if you're wondering about camera controls, well, generally it just follows behind your character. It's not perfect, but I personally never found it too troublesome. You kinda just auto-aim at enemy targets anyway, so it's not something you'll ever really worry too much about. Just keep shooting, and you'll be fine. Speaking of shooting, all your attacks are mapped to the 4 face buttons. Your basic infinite projectile attack, which is activated using the square button and can also be charged for a more powerful variant. There's also limited bombs, which are mapped to the X button, and you can charge these as well to control your throwing range. And you've also got special abilities mapped to the circle button, which are generally your character's strongest moves. Pressing circle at range unleashes a special ranged attack, and if you get up close to your opponent, you can press circle to do an incredibly powerful melee attack, which oftentimes can take nearly half an opponent's life bar and almost always looks really badass. In some cases, certain characters might also have a second special ability, which is mapped to the triangle button. For example, some characters can activate a temporary shield or even turn invisible, which is about as OP as it sounds. Although when a character has a bonus ability like this, it usually means they are gimped in some other way. For example, these characters have no bonus abilities but can fire while strafing, and this character has a shield but can only fire while standing still, so it kind of balances out. The game has a roster of 8 different characters total, representing characters from across the Leijiverse, which isn't a huge amount really, but to its credit, each character has different projectiles, bombs, special attacks, and melee abilities, so there is a lot of gameplay variety here, regardless of the low roster number. As for the battle arenas themselves, well, there's one for each character, and they all tend to offer up some hiding spots, destructible objects, and plenty of visual differences to give each location its own style. There's nothing really too dynamic or different between them on the gameplay front to really make them stand out beyond the visuals, but I do think they complement the 1v1 gameplay well enough and do make for fun combat arenas. Also, I should probably talk about this incredibly large HUD. Now, I actually kind of like it just because it's really extra, I guess you could say, but if you want it out of the way, you can just press select and get a nice basic HUD instead, so it's nice that the choice is there. And yeah, that's about it for gameplay. So what about the game modes? Well, we have two on offer. Your standard arcade mode, where you pick one of the game's 8 characters and fight the entire game's roster one after another and see how quickly you can do it. Beating arcade mode with a character will then unlock you some artwork which can be viewed in the game's gallery mode, which is always a welcome addition in any game. Although if I'm being honest, arcade mode is really just a side piece to the game's main single player content, which is the story mode. Now, the plot revolves around our title character Zero, who lost his wife and child in a great war between humans and machines. Fast forward into the future and the Great War is finally over, and Zero is now captain of an Earth fleet ship called the Great Fire Dragon, working alongside the newly allied machine men tasked with capturing the great space pirate Captain Harlock. Our quest will take us from planet to planet in search of Captain Harlock, but things slowly begin to unravel and ain't all what they originally seem. Now, there is a decent chunk of story segments in this game, all of which play out using fully voiced cutscenes that use static images, of course, without subtitles, so I have no way of actually picking up on what's happening in the story segments here, but realistically, this is the only part of the game that I would say is locked out to non-Japanese speakers, and while there is a lot to take in here for fans of the series, they really don't take up too much time and are completely skippable if you like. It's a shame the scenes aren't fully animated like the game's opening cutscene, but the stills are at least nicely detailed and colourful all the same. Now, as you'd expect, the parts in between the story involve you fighting various enemies across different planets, just like arcade mode. But what actually makes the story mode pretty cool is that it also features exclusive sections that play more like a traditional single-player action game. You'll wander around levels with branching paths, collect items, pickups, and search out a few new pieces for the gallery, find keys to open new areas, and even take on the odd mini-boss here and there. These to me were honestly such a nice addition to the game. Almost every planet has one of these prior to you making it to the big fight at the end, and while the gameplay doesn't exactly change much, the different objectives, enemies, and locales were always a lot of fun to experience for the first time. In particular, the train from Galaxy Express 999. There's just something cool about battling on a galactic space train, you know? There's even one strange level that features no combat and changes to a sort of tank control style adventure game where you explore a house with some cats, a weird bird that yells a bunch, and you can even talk to Leiji Matsumoto himself if you like, complete with some voice dialogue. Now, while these sections aren't exactly the pinnacle of gaming excellence by any stretch of the imagination, they do act as a nice palate cleanser in between the various 1v1 battles and story sections, and really just add to making the story mode feel like a nice complete single player package. And it also makes it feel like the game is going above and beyond, not just in terms of a fun story for fans of the Leijiverse, but just a fun arcadey single player experience. The game could have left it at the fights, but having all this here too, it's just such a nice bonus. Now, beating story mode will probably take most people anywhere from 40 to 50 minutes, and doing so is how you unlock new characters for use in arcade mode, and also how you unlock more characters for story mode. There's up to a total of 4 different story mode experiences. Now, these generally cycle through the same few levels, just with some changes to the order and structure of the stages, but the main difference really is getting to experience the story from a different perspective, so your mileage on these may vary. It is a shame that it's only available for 4 of the game's 8 characters, but if you want to unlock all 8 characters anyway, you'll have to play through the story mode with each available character, and sure, look, it's a fun time, so you might as well. So yeah, while the combat and gameplay isn't exactly the most refined and technical that this genre has to offer, it does provide a fun, arcadey, story-centric single-player experience, which honestly, if you know Taito, isn't all that surprising. I would say the game has some annoying issues, mostly regarding some brain-dead AI, annoyingly overpowered attacks, and the game's obnoxiously long recovery animations, but for the hours that I spent with this thing, it was a pretty good time, even for somebody who's not well versed in the source material. All that leaves us with then is the sound and presentation, which truthfully
is probably where my biggest issues with this game lie. Now, visually, I think it's a pretty nice looking game, nothing too stunning, especially by 2000 standards, but some of the area design and visuals I do quite like, especially the later levels that take place on big battleships, and also this funky blue mushroom zone, which sounds like the name of a scrap level from a 16-bit Sonic game. That being said though, the textures aren't the sharpest and most detailed that you'll ever see, and while I do like the character models overall, they are very prone to a bit of the old clipping, which you really don't love to see. The music, on the other hand, is probably what I found to be the most disappointing aspect of the game, because there's times where you get these great intense tracks that invoke the spirit of classic grand anime battles, which is exactly what you'd want from a game like this. But the vast majority of the time, the game gives us music that can quite literally last 20 seconds and doesn't loop. Levels that opt for mostly dull ambient background noise. Or some levels that just outright don't have any music. It's odd enough that there were times where I thought my game might be defective, but nope. This is just how the game is. And the fact there's rare times where the game knocks it out of the park with the music makes it all the more disappointing. Although one saving grace is that the game's sound effects are absolutely stellar. There's not a bullet, special move, or explosion that doesn't evoke that iconic classic anime sound, and I wish the music was given as much attention as the sound effects, but hey, it's a nice consolation prize at the very least. So that's Cosmo Warrior Zero, a fun single-player arena combat title filled with fan service and love for the Leijiverse. And while it's a game that I would definitely recommend, it still features a lot of shortcomings that plague the genre even to this day, most notably a simple battle system that lacks the technical depth to keep people sticking around when they've run through the game's content. But between the numerous story segments, various action levels, fun battles, and unlockable characters and artwork, there's definitely enough to keep fans of arcadey action sticking around for a few hours at least, and as long as you don't mind skipping a few story segments, the game is also very import friendly too, so if you like what you see or are a fan of Leiji Matsumoto's work, this is a game that is definitely worth your time. Also, you get to hang out with cats and a bird, and look, I don't know about you, but I would pay good money for that any day of the week.
こちらこの公演初めてなの。よろしく。まあガツガツとよく食べること。冗談よ。可愛い坊やじゃない。女の子なんですけど。冗談よ。テレビの中でペットが育つ。頑張れ森川くん2号。プレイステーション。
You will provide.
Goku!
誰だ俺を呼ぶの
悟空お願い助けて
誰だ各界何でやめろ俺だ悟空だ千葉雄太か兄貴
悪いが勝たせてもらうで。
Coming up first in our viewer special is Goku Densetsu Magic Beast Warriors, a PlayStation exclusive which made its way to the console in May of the year 1995. This game was chosen for the wheel by Spectre227, and let me tell you, Spectre has picked a wacky one for us here today. So, fighting games. The PlayStation sure does have a lot of them, some in 3D and some in 2D, and some using the old 90s classic digitized graphics. You know Mortal Kombat's influence was pretty big when even Street Fighter tried it out that one time, and thankfully it didn't catch on. Well, Goku Densetsu Magic Beast Warriors is another of these digitized fighters, although instead of capturing images of actors to superimpose them into the game, they went one further and got the actors to dress in wacky monster costumes, and then decided to build a fighting game around that. They also might have blown all the budget on some crazy cutscenes and special effects too. It's kind of amazing, all things considered. Of course, beneath the zaniness you're seeing on screen, there is a fighting game here too, and I'm sure as you all know, some funny characters a fighting game does not make. Just ask that Jaguar game with the Scottish lad who shoots fireballs out his jaffers. Man, how did they fuck that one up? That's a moneymaker right there. Anyway, back on topic, let's see if Goku has the fighting chops to back up its zany concept. So, first things first, this game was both published and developed by a studio called Alamur. I have never heard of them before playing this game, but a little research shows that they've had experience making fighting games in the past, most notably in the arcade, with titles like Gladiator in the 80s and its 1992 follow-up called Blandia. Man, Blandia. What a name. So, with the advent of disc-based systems, Alamur obviously wanted to try something a bit grander than what they were previously able to do in the arcades, and I suppose they said, okay, what if we made a fighting game that was a cross with like a tokusatsu style show, and used that to retell the age-old Chinese tale, Journey to the West, but now with like B-movie special effects. By the way, for those unaware, tokusatsu is a term used to describe a movie or TV show full of special effects. You know, your Ultraman, Super Sentais, anything kaiju related, and yeah, there you go, that's a tokusatsu. So, Magic Beast Warriors aims to give you the best of both worlds. Special effects laden live action scenes where people in amazing costumes beat each other up, and also a fighting game where you essentially do the same, only it looks marginally less realistic. So I suppose we should break the game down into two parts, the gameplay itself and these live action scenes, and since the gameplay is the most important part, we should probably start there. Now, considering this is a very early release on the console, it doesn't surprise me when a fighting game's menu screen is pretty low on content and modes, but this game might actually have the least amount of options I've ever seen in a fighting game, with a choice for story mode and versus mode, and that's it. The game doesn't even have an options menu or difficulty toggle, it's just story mode for single player or versus for multiplayer. But hey, at least it does have multiplayer. That's something. Anyway, let's start with the game's single player content, the story mode. This mode sees you work through a series of 8 best of 3 brawls, and when you begin, you only have one character to play as, that of course being the star of our game, the Monkey King himself, Sun Wukong. Now, as you move through the story and win fights against your opponents then join up with you as part of your crew, and they become selectable for the next fight. This happens all the way up until the end of the game, so by the time you're fighting your final opponent, you'll have a total of 8 different costume-clad fighters to choose from, a decent number overall in my opinion. As for the fighting itself, it's fine, I guess. Here's the thing, I've played many fighting games from the early and mid-90s especially that are aggressively unfun to play, right? And these digitized fighters, when done poorly, can absolutely be some of the worst out there by a long shot. Thankfully, this absolutely isn't the case with this one. As a fighting game, it feels competent. I guess that's the best way to describe it. It works as you'd expect, attacks come out quickly when you press a button, it feels and plays like a fighting game. That being said though, the fighting itself is just very uninteresting. The game opts for a 4-button input system most similar to an SNK fighting game, 2 buttons for light and heavy kicks and another 2 for light and heavy punches. A lot of the core stuff is there, from sweeps, throws and some basic combos. It's nothing spectacular, but it does all function well enough. The special moves, on the other hand, are a little disappointing. It's not that any of them are particularly bad, it's just once again none of them are particularly good. You've got projectiles, dashes, some anti-air stuff, all performed using the usual quarter circles or double taps.
And while the game doesn't have an in-game moves list you can access from the pause menu, the character select screen is nice enough to give us inputs for each of the playable characters prior to entering a fight. Although this highlights another issue, the incredibly small amount of special moves on offer. Each character has anywhere from 2 to 3 special abilities, and while in a game like Street Fighter a limited special move set doesn't really matter because all the abilities are very useful, in this game some special moves are utterly useless, so the character balance just isn't all there, I'm afraid. It just makes for a fighting game that works well enough, but isn't really anywhere near good enough to make you want to play it for the fighting itself. You're mostly just going to play this game because it features digitized actors and costumes, shooting weird faces at you while some weird FMV plays in the background on the stage. And honestly, while this stuff has certainly aged a lot, this is one of those of the era games where the reason you're playing it isn't for the gameplay itself, it's really everything else that surrounds it. Some of this stuff has to be the most out there imagery I've seen in a fighting game. I know it's all loosely based on A Journey to the West, but there is some straight up nightmare fuel in this game, let me tell you. On the whole, would I say the graphics and visuals here are very good? I mean, it's really going to come down to how you personally feel about the digitized style and the vibe that they were going for, but for me, personally, I think they actually did a pretty good job capturing the feeling of the tokusatsu style in the gameplay. I love the faces the characters make in the portraits when they get attacked, the fight choreography is quite good for a game of its era, and the whole thing runs quite smoothly as well. I could see some folks not digging this style at all, but genuinely I think they executed on their vision quite well, and it's one of my favourite examples of the digitized fighter style. And adding to the overall presentation, the in-game music and sound effects are top notch as well. All the characters in the game are fully voiced, we'll get to that in a minute, don't worry. And while they don't talk much during the fights themselves, the professional voice acting does really add to the usual grunts and groans you'd hear during battle. Plus general sound effects for hits and damage pack a nice punch too. But maybe one of my favourite things about the game is the game's suitably cheesy guitar-heavy soundtrack that expertly straddles the line between badass solo-heavy hard rock and complete unadulterated butt rock. When a game is this extra on the visual front, it's nice when the devs give the game a soundtrack that only serves to enhance it in every possible way, and believe me, they did just that. So yeah, that's about it for the single player content, and as we already mentioned, the only other playable content is the versus mode, which is limited to 2 players only, no CPU battles unfortunately, but you can at least play as every available character in the game, including the final boss from story mode, who is exclusively playable here, so that's nice. So finally, now with all the gameplay covered, let's move on to the undeniable highlight of the game, the story cutscene. Before and after every fight, you'll be treated to live action scenes featuring your fighters going at it in real time. And while these are fully voiced in Japanese with no subtitles unfortunately, let's be fair, you really don't need to know Japanese to understand or appreciate what is going on here. Everything is just so gloriously over the top, delightfully low budget yet incredibly high effort, and the actors are hamming up each of their lines to the max. Here is just a small sample of some of the stuff that this game is packing.
覚悟せいいいよ奴のところまで案内しろ知らんわ
皆さん私が案内しますついてきてください
待て奴は偽物だ
バレたら仕方がないさあ誰から行きましょうか
I love this so much. Look, if I had any gripe with these things, is that there is nowhere near enough of them. These scenes often last about 20 or 30 seconds, and they always just leave me wanting more. The reason I play the fights is for more of these, and truthfully, when you add up the total amount of time it takes to watch all of these and then actually beat the game, you're really only looking at about 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay, which is short to say the least. Sure, there are different endings depending on who you beat the final boss with, but those endings only last a few seconds, so it's really hard to say if they're actually worth the hassle. So that's about it for Goku Densetsu Magic Beast Warriors, a concept that I really can't get enough of, which is a shame because there is really very little to this thing at all. Let's be fair, this is a game you play for everything in it but the game itself. If you took away all this crazy stuff, you would have a functional but incredibly dull fighting game that is criminally low on content. Sure, adding all these cool costumes, live action scenes and butt rock make it significantly better, but at the end of the day, the gameplay is really what counts, and it drags down this game from a potential cult classic to a funny game that you crack out on a stream or when you're drinking with your pals. Although that being said, I had a look online to see how much this game goes for nowadays, and I was shocked to see it is actually quite pricey to buy physically. And like I said, if you keep in mind that this game has roughly 20 to 30 minutes of unique content, even with the live action stuff, it becomes quite the hard sell. Goku Densetsu is a game I can't really recommend buying, or playing for that matter, but it's another very memorable, very funny, and very unique video game from Japan, and hey, at least that makes for good YouTube content, so I got that going for me, which is nice.
お久しぶりです。昔のようにはいきませんよ。
You will provide.
Next up, we got one of the most infamous Japanese exclusives on the console. It's the wonderfully titled Harmful Park, which made its way to the PlayStation in February of the year 1997. This game was chosen for the wheel by Silver Soliloquy, and out of all the words that I struggle to pronounce correctly, I'm surprised that Soliloquy ain't one of them. For many, Harmful Park is a game that needs no introduction. In spite of being a Japanese exclusive title, I'd argue that the game is probably the console's most well-known exclusive shooter, second only to Einhander. And while this game is known for being quite good, its claim to fame is actually due to how expensive it is, and as of this video, the prices a box copy are going for are absolutely eye-watering, making this possibly the most expensive regular release PS1 game of them all. Not bad for a cute little shoot 'em up where you fight giant women. Now look, if there's one thing I've learned over the years, a game's price and rarity is absolutely not an indication of its quality, so let's ignore the game's perceived value for now and actually see what this game is all about. So, Harmful Park was the product of a development team called Skythink Systems, a short-lived studio responsible for an early puzzle title on the platform called Karurun-Pa. This series seen 2 entries in total and might just show up in a future volume of the series, if we're lucky.
And of course there is Harmful Park, which was their final game as a studio. A game that naturally didn't sell very well and ended up with the studio shutting its doors. An unfortunate but all too familiar sight for studios focused on 2D pixel art games in a market where 3D was becoming king. And it's especially sad when you consider Harmful Park might just be the console's most impressive 2D game, featuring some of the brightest, most detailed and visually interesting pixel art that I've ever seen in a game. Normally I'd wait to talk about the graphics and presentation, but I mean, look at this thing. Every enemy, every background, every boss, every explosion is just bursting with personality. I usually watch back some of the footage after I've played a game, and I could not believe the amount of cool stuff that's just going on in the background that I completely missed while focusing on the action. This cow getting abducted, this bear and rabbit saying goodbye. Like, I want a game about these guys. I want to know their story. Now, there's no denying Harmful Park takes heavy inspiration from some of the parody shooters and cute-em-ups that came before it, most notably the Parodius series of games, but there's just something about the look and feel of the various theme park worlds you'll visit throughout this game, the little animal friends, the amount of moving parts. I really think this is like top tier 2D work and design, a game made by experts in the craft. Never in a game have I died because I was too busy focusing on some little friends clinking beers, but in this one, I have. And most impressively of all, in spite of how much is happening both in the foreground and in the background, the gameplay is also never messy or unreadable, an issue that I've had with many shooters on the console, some a little worse than others. So yeah, straight out the gate, Harmful Park has got to be up there with the likes of Mega Man 8 as one of my favourite examples of 2D gaming in the 32-bit era. Top marks from me. But of course, why are we actually shooting all these weird cute enemies and bosses in a colourful theme park? And more importantly, is shooting them actually any fun? Well, let's find out. So the story in this game is actually quite an enjoyable one. In the far-off future of 2017, a mad scientist by the name of Dr. Tequila has opened an amusement park named Heartful Park on an isolated island. Within days of opening, the park was a massive hit, filled to the brim with happy customers enjoying the various rides and activities. But then, out of nowhere, Dr. Tequila activated his trap card and turns all the rides and fun creatures into murderous killing machines. Think of that one episode of The Simpsons in Itchy and Scratchy Land, and you've got the right idea.
Dad, the Flash must have scrambled their circuit!
What are you, the narrator?
So yeah, Heartful Park has become a harmful park, if you will, and Dr. Tequila is now requesting the island become an independent nation using the hordes of people trapped in the amusement park as his hostages. But how do we stop him, you ask? Well, a scientist who previously worked for Dr. Tequila has decided to send her 2 daughters on some experimental superbikes to take out Dr. Tequila and rescue everybody in the park. It's a shoot 'em up story, alright, let's just roll with it. So that's pretty much all you need to know. It's certainly one of the better in-game excuses I've found for killing a whale using finger guns, I suppose. As for the gameplay, it's very much a traditional horizontal shooter. You and up to one friend go through 6 different stages of cute 'em up action. You've got a total of 4 different weapons available to you at any time, which can be cycled using the X and O buttons, but a better way is to actually use the shoulder buttons, each of which being assigned to one of your 4 weapons. Each weapon can be powered up 4 stages by collecting a P icon in-game, and each weapon also has a special attack variant which drains one of your limited special stock upon use. The weapons themselves aren't anything you haven't seen before, but to add some flavour, in this game, they're all food themed. Your standard shot is a potato gun, with the special being a screen clearing potato. Your laser shot is an ice cream gun with a very powerful mega ice cream laser as the special. Your homing shot is a jerry bean gun. No, not jelly bean. Jerry bean. Its special is a Jerry Dessert Shield, which makes you invincible for a short period. And finally, your explosive or grenade type weapon is Throwing Pies, the special of which launches a big bunch of rockets all over the screen.
Lovely stuff.
This is one of those games where if your weapon is powered up to max, you are very strong, and if you're at level 1, you are very weak. So you'll want to avoid dying if at all possible, not just because dying is bad, but it also resets your currently equipped weapon back down to level 1, and of course getting hit once is enough to make that happen. Although as long as you have another weapon sitting at high power as a backup, Thankfully, it shouldn't take you too long to get your previously lost weapon back to murderous levels of firepower. As for the scoring system, well, the name of the game, as always, is multipliers, and the way you get a multiplier in this game is by killing multiple enemies with the same bullet, meaning your laser, explosives and homing shot are quite good for this, and your standard potato shot, while probably the best weapon in the game for clearing enemies, is in fact terrible for getting a high score. So while the scoring system here isn't terribly unique or original, it does promote playing through the game with a different mindset rather than just blasting everything as you see fit, which is the way that I like to play. I've got a donkey brain, what can I say? All in all, it's a very satisfying, if unoriginal take on the horizontal shoot 'em up formula, and while the gameplay is very good, the thing that is really going to sell you on this game is just how beautiful and absolutely bonkers it is from beginning to end. Like, the things I'm going to remember about this game are the parts where you fight a Frankenstein who's flipping you the bird, or the bit where you're dodging the tears of a poor soul left at the altar. Whoever comes up with this stuff, bless your beautiful mind. And I suppose, considering how memorable the game's visuals are, it's a little disappointing to say that the music doesn't quite live up to the rest of the game, I'm afraid. While there are some definite standout tracks, the Halloween and roller coaster levels being two fine examples, the rest of the game's music, while very fitting to the overall aesthetic, is very much just kinda there in the background. And in a genre like this, music can oftentimes be what make or break a game's icon status, so it's a shame to say Harmful Park misses the mark somewhat. It's certainly not bad, but by shoot 'em up standards, it's not that great either. At least the sound effects pick up some of the slack in the sound department, with some bright and punchy shot noises and some explosions that almost sound like they're ripped straight from Metal Slug. But hey, Metal Slug has some peak explosion sound effects in my book, so there's nothing wrong with that. The game also features a hefty amount of voice work, as well as cutscenes, not just for the opening and ending scenes, but in between each level transition as well, making for a game that pushes a cut above most other shooters on the story element, something that's clearly a benefit of the game being developed with console in mind. So that's a little overlook of Harmful Park. A full playthrough will take you about 25 to 30 minutes, a breezy but very enjoyable experience from start to finish. I actually ended up playing through the game a few times, not just because it was fun, but the default difficulty in this game is actually set to easy, and let me tell you, it is very, very easy. Normal mode certainly offered a more balanced challenge in my opinion, but for those looking for a nice beginner shoot 'em up or even something a bit more challenging, the various difficulty options definitely make this a good choice for any level of shoot 'em up player, be they a veteran or a complete novice. Also, hold up, we didn't even get to talk about the bonus extras included in the game. For those looking for a real challenge, the game also features a score attack mode where you play through a bonus 7th level not included in the main game. A very, very hard level, which I did not do very well in. At all. And also, nestled in the options menu, there are a selection of 3 different minigames. We've got Punch Ball, a Pong style game for 2 players. There's Sky Circuit, a racing game for 1 to 2 players where you gotta blast through a course as quickly as possible over 3 laps. And finally, there's Tank Battle, a take on the classic combat from the Atari days, which can be played with up to 4 players if you've got a multi-tap handy.
Minigames are usually nothing more than a nice little addition to pad out the game, but the quality of these things are also significantly higher than they really needed to be, so their inclusion here is very much appreciated. And there you go, that's everything Harmful Park has to offer. And after all that, is the game worth the prices it's demanding online? No, absolutely not. In fact, no game is worth that much money, let's be real. But is it a good game? Yes, 100%. It's an incredibly pretty, joyful, and solid playing shoot 'em up that's just a good time all round. It's not the most technical or unique shmup on a gameplay level, and the music ain't really up to the standard of some of its contemporaries, but it is a game I think any shoot 'em up fan would enjoy from start to finish, and it's also a great choice for complete beginners too. Plus, it's very import friendly, just maybe download it from the Japanese PSN for $6 or emulate it instead of bankrupting yourself. That's a much better and more ethical option, I think you'll agree.
You will provide.
Kicking off the second half of our viewer special, we've got Love and Destroy, releasing on the PlayStation in the tail end of 1999. This game was chosen for the wheel by Gabriel Lucas, and Gabriel here might have delivered us the most Japanese game we've seen on the series so far. You see, Love and Destroy is sort of a hybrid genre mix-up of a game. On one hand, we have a third-person mech action title that takes heavy influence from a certain Gainax classic, and on the other hand, we have a dating sim where we build relationships with robotic female navigators that help us pilot our mechs. Love and Destroy, it's all in the name, see? So yeah, quite the concept, and truthfully it's one that I find very intriguing. I can't personally say I'm really into dating sims at all, unless it involves pigeons that is, but I do love mech games, and really anything with an idea as out there as this game's, well, I'm more than happy to dive in and see what it's all about. So first things first, this game is actually published by Sony themselves. It was a co-project between Sony's first party studio, Arc Developments, probably most famous for their work on the Arc the Lad series. I mean, it's in their name after all. And also Inti Creates, who I'd imagine more of you would likely be familiar with. Inti Creates was a team made up of ex-Capcom staff who broke off to do their own thing, and ironically ended up making a lot of games for Capcom down the line anyway, so they wouldn't go bankrupt. Although nowadays they're probably known most for their excellent retro revivals like Blaster Master Zero and Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, but Love and Destroy here is actually the second game they ever put out as a studio, the first being the PS1 title Speed Power Gunbike, which doesn't just have a cool name, but great box art too. That game is floating around in the viewer wheel as well, by the way, so rest assured we'll be talking about this game at some point too. But for now, it's time to love and destroy. Now allow me to be upfront, there is a lot going on in this game plot-wise. It's the kind of thing where if I could fully read and understand all the dialogue here, there's a good chance I would still be a little bit confused, and seeing as I can't read or understand any of it, I was very confused while playing this game, but thankfully people have kindly documented the plot online in English, so let me try to break it all down for you. So in the future, an alien entity known only as Germ has wiped out most of humanity. To counter the Germ invasion, mechs known as battle pods were developed for combat. Now, these battle pods were equipped with a system known as SEED, S-E-E-D, which stands for Synchronized Energy of Emotive Dynamics. Are you still with me here? Okay, good. Let's keep going. The SEED system feeds off positive and sympathetic emotions to enhance the battle pod's offensive capabilities, and to maximize SEED's potential, you would ideally form a romantic relationship with the battle pod's robotic navigator, which is known as a Qtron. So let's break it down. We need mechs to be aliens. We need the mechs to be strong to beat the aliens. We can strengthen the mechs by making robot girls fall in love with us. Mech feeds off the happy feelings of love and therefore increases its strength to help us destroy said aliens. This all makes a lot of sense and we should not question it at all. So this whole plan, let's just say it didn't work out very well, and in a last-ditch effort to save humanity, a scientist sends a ship filled with some mechs and Qtrons back in time prior to the Germ invasion in the hopes that we can stop it before it gets out of control. So naturally, it is up to us, horny unnamed teenage protagonist, to save the day. So yeah, this game is, for lack of a better term, fucking wild, let's just put it that way. It's also a really high budget production too, with character designs from manga artist Masakazu Katsura, who also did the character work for Astral Chain, by the way, and plenty of animated cutscenes from Production IG, who worked on projects like Fooly Cooly and Psychopaths to name but a few. So yeah, clearly Sony, Arc Developments and Intercreates were really going all out with this project. Hell, the PlayStation itself even makes a few appearances in game, and we love a good animated PlayStation cameo, let me tell you. So on paper, we've got the making of one hell of a game, but the thing is, Love and Destroy is, in my opinion, a game of extreme highs and also extreme lows. It's a game where within the space of 40 minutes, I've gone, holy shit, this is the coolest thing ever, to oh dear god, what were they thinking? So I suppose we should probably start from the beginning. When you boot the game up and make it past all the cool cutscenes, you get greeted by our little robot instructor friend called Egg. This guy tells us a lot of stuff in Japanese. What that is, I couldn't tell you, but thankfully the menu and UI is pretty easy to figure out, mostly because it's in English, and that I can understand. So the goal in this game is to take on a series of missions against various Germ invaders. Prior to each mission, you get some information on your opponent and the arena that you'll be battling in, but you also have to choose from one of 3 different girls to take on the mission with you. Vivi, our token tsundere, Lulu, our token sad girl, and Kiki, our token happy girl. Not only do these girls have their own individual mechs with different abilities, but the more you use them, the more you strengthen your relationship with them, which not only means more powerful weapons for your mechs, but plenty of cutscenes too, some hornier than others. Now each mech does actually have a unique playstyle, and prior to each mission, you'll get a recommendation on which girl is best for which mission, but you always have the power to pick which girl you want to take. Kiki the green girl offering up a speedy mobile mech with lower strength weapons, Lulu the blue girl giving you a slower, less mobile mech but with powerful long range weaponry, and Vivi the red girl giving you a balance between the two with some cool melee weaponry to boot. How the story plays out really comes down to what mixture of girls you pick. Maybe you want to develop a relationship with all 3, maybe you want to focus on your number 1 waifu. How that all pans out is up to you. Now of course, all of these segments with the girls, both in-game and during cutscenes, were entirely in Japanese, so personally I have no idea what was going on between the girls and my character. So while I would say the game is very playable for a non-Japanese speaker, at least on a gameplay level, all this dating and story stuff, not so much.
We'll talk more about that aspect of the game in a moment, but we should probably finally talk about the gameplay itself, which truthfully gave me such a good first impression. I thought I had struck gold here. So this game being a later release actually makes good use of the DualShock controller and its analog sticks, with your movement being on the left stick and your mechs aiming and turning being on the right stick. Using this method actually felt really good and allows for some great control with simultaneous precise aiming. You fire using the R2 button and you can jump and dash using the L2 button. The only other buttons needed are the R1 button for swapping weapons and L1 to answer incoming messages from your co-pilot. No face buttons needed for this one, guys. By the way, there are a ton of in-game messages. It's actually a big selling point on how many of these there are to discover, and whenever they activate, you get this really cool silhouette of your co-pilot over your screen, which is so stylish and visually striking. Even if I couldn't understand what they were saying, I really never got tired of seeing it. And honestly, piloting this mech, running about this neatly designed city combat arena, fighting creepy looking aliens, I was all for this. I thought it played well, it looked good, and after beating the first mission, I really couldn't wait to try more. So beyond this first mission, you then get to pick the order of the next 3 missions, each with one of the 3 girls in mind. So I said, okay, let's give each of the girls a try. Now, each mission in this game is essentially just a boss fight with a 5-minute timer, and at this point I realized the mech that we used in the previous mission, you know, the one with the cool opening, that's gone now. And now we have our 3 real mechs, and this is where the issues started to arise. So the camera, it's locked to this third person perspective, and to say it's a bit cramped and claustrophobic would be putting it mildly. Now, if you're playing with the green mech that can jump up and move quickly, I'd say it's not too bad. If you're playing with the blue mech that moves really slowly, I'd say the game is almost unplayable. This also gets worse when you're fighting big enemies that fire projectiles at you that you quite literally cannot see coming, or enemies that move so fast you can't keep turning fast enough to keep track of them. This blue mech can do really cool things like activate a long range cannon mode and fire tons of homing missiles, but the camera and controls just make it super unfun to use, and if you want to woo the blue girl, you just kinda have to put up with it. And as the game goes on, it just keeps getting worse and worse too. Okay, what about the red mech then? Kind of unfun too. While it's certainly more mobile than the blue mech, the weapons just aren't all that satisfying to use on this one, and some of the later fights in particular just don't feel balanced for her abilities, and likewise the cramped camera just makes things feel really messy and oftentimes just out of your control. On the contrary, the green mech, by far the most enjoyable way to play this game. It can move really fast, fly across the map, and has 3 excellent weapons that are all useful and serve their purpose. This still doesn't make the cramped camera a non-issue, but the abilities and movement of the mech are at least much better suited to deal with the camera's issues. Now, the reason why this stuff really bugs me is at least 2/3 of the game's mechs just aren't very enjoyable to play with, and that means 2/3 of the pro tags that you can invest time into and level up with make for a rough gameplay experience. And if you're like me and are only really in this for the gameplay, then that's not very good. In fact, I would say the peak of this game is ironically the opening mission, which in spite of it being a training mission and featuring the game's most basic weapons, feels like the most polished part of the entire game, oddly enough. Every other enemy and area in this game falls victim to the camera issues, and the enemy attack patterns and AI that you'll see in these levels are just really kind of annoying to deal with. But what caught me off guard most of all, and this I really didn't expect, was that after about 40 minutes of play and 6 missions in, the credits started rolling. Now, this includes not just the gameplay and menu navigation, but also the cutscenes with the various girls too. Now, I know I'm not the target market for these segments, nor can I fully appreciate them really, but I can't really imagine I'm going to develop any sort of emotional attachment to these characters if there's about 5 or 10 minutes dedicated to them per playthrough. Sure, there are a lot of cutscenes, which although are very high quality for sure, are very short. This game is so short that I managed to play through it a total of 4 times in about 2 hours, once with a mixture of the girls and then once focusing on an individual girl each time. Sure, you get more cutscenes, dialogue options and messages when you play through with a different girl, but the mission structure and mechs never really change. And as I mentioned, a full playthrough with the blue and red mechs, not great. Green Mech, on the other hand, much more fun. Also, if you max out your relationship with a girl before the final fight, you gain access to a hyper love laser that lets you just win the fight immediately, which, while cool, I don't think the game really benefits from a function that makes it even shorter somehow. So yeah, Love and Destroy is in many ways the ultimate mixed bag. I don't think I can recall a game with so many cool features, visual elements, this high a budget, and just outright potential that's just squandered by jank gameplay and its incredibly short length. The game almost feels like it's an unfinished tech demo even, and trust me, I love a short video game, especially when it comes to making these videos, but a dating sim where you're supposed to get to know and connect with these characters beyond their superficial details, well, they just really drop the ball with that aspect. But look, to its credit, when Love and Destroy is good, this game feels like it could have been one of the best mech action games on the console. But when it's bad, it might also be one of the worst. And I know that sounds strange, but trust me, this is a very strange game. But hey, where I am going to give this game its due for all my problems with it, presentation wise, this may be one of the coolest games on the console. Sure, it doesn't feature the cleanest graphics or mech design that you'll ever see, but when you're stomping around a city in a mech fighting some cosmic horror, few games on the PS1 look as good as this one does. There's some amazing effects like these distortions in the sky, the weird visual changes to the level geometry when you or the enemies interact with it, not to mention the performance delivers an almost rock solid 30 frames per second, and the UI and menus are just top notch too. Plus the cutscenes really are some of the highest quality on the console, and the sound and voice work all excellent too. The music, on the other hand, is a bit hit or miss. The in-game music for the battles works best, I feel, when it tries to highlight the horror of the creatures that you're fighting. Other times it uses some rather generic music that, while completely inoffensive, is just mostly forgettable, really.
デリートプログラムスタート。今触れたボタンでコアブロック内のキュートや思考を共有することが可能です。よろしいですか？ターゲットロスト。
Honestly, the highlights for me are probably the main menu and ending themes, probably because they sound like something you'd hear in an actual anime program, but hey, they kinda slap. So yeah, that's Love and Destroy, maybe one of the most frustrating games I've played, not just because at times it can be very, very frustrating, but really because the potential here is off the charts. It's honestly one of the coolest and most visceral mech games on the platform, but to really enjoy it, you gotta put up with some very annoying stuff too. Plus, the dating aspect of the game really does suffer thanks to the game's short length, even on multiple playthroughs, at least. That's what I would say if I could speak Japanese and knew what they were actually saying. You know, in spite of how I feel about this game, I would love to see this thing get a fan translation sometime. I get the feeling it would be a lot of work considering how many animated scenes and character messages are included on the disc, but a part of me still thinks this game is really interesting and cool, even if parts of it are frustrating and very bad. It's actually very similar to a Saturn game that recently got a fan translation called Bulk Slash, and even though Bulk Slash is a much better game in my opinion, a translation similar to the one that got would likely do wonders for Love and Destroy. Also, an interesting fact, Love and Destroy was such a critical and commercial failure in Japan that it almost resulted in the closure of Intercreates, leading the team to eventually reunite with Capcom and go on to make the much loved Mega Man Zero series of games. So there you go, if it wasn't for Love and Destroy, there might not be no Mega Man Zero. It's a funny world. Anyway, clearly I had a lot to say about this one, and really, even with my issues, I think it's a game some of you may still really enjoy, so I urge you, as always, to check it out and make up your own mind. But one thing's for sure, it's a game that I won't be forgetting anytime soon, for better, and most certainly for worse.
デリートプログラムスタート
You will provide.
Rounding out today's selection of games, we have Kitarō King, which made its way to the PlayStation in December of the year 2000. This game was chosen for the wheel by Jerry Curl, which might just be one of the cleverest usernames I've ever seen. Fair play to you. Alright folks, who is in the mood for a sports game? I know after last volume's tennis extravaganza, you're all clamoring for more. But unfortunately, this time we won't be bringing you a tennis game, but in fact, golf. Another relatively posh sport. Now, similarly to tennis, golf is a sport that I'm not particularly fond of, be it playing or watching, at least the traditional variety that is. Now, if we're talking mini golf, then this might actually be my favourite sport of them all, for obvious reasons.
You're gonna die, clown!
Also, I'd like to take a moment to thank America for creating a big budget mini golf themed competition show. Keep up the great work, guys. You'll love to see it. Anyway, back to video games. Golf, once again, in spite of my inability to play it in real life, I really enjoy in video game form. This is probably in no part thanks to the plethora of great golf games over the years. We've got Mario Golf, we got Neo Turf Masters, and my personal favourite, the Everybody's Golf series, the PSP versions of which I invested more hours into than I'd probably like to admit. Generally speaking, the more video gamey a golf game is, the more likely I am to enjoy it. While I'm sure EA's past offerings and the more modern attempts at golf games are quite good, I'm always going to prefer a Golf with Your Friends or a Wii Sports, you know, the zanier the better, really. And that brings us to today's game, Kitarō King, which may actually be the king of zany golf games. Don't tell Kirby's Dream Course I said that. So let me ask you a question. What happens when you take golf
and combine it with a frog? Well, you get Frolf, of course, and today's game isn't a golf game, but the very first Frolf game, or if you live in Japan, Kerof game. Now, I say very first because KeろKing is actually the first game in a franchise that did eventually make it to the West. If you've ever heard of the game Ribbit King, well, this Japan Only PS1 entry is the predecessor to that game. And while I was aware of the game Ribbit King, this will be my first time getting a taste of the wonderful sport that is Frolf. So let's dive in and see what it's all about, shall we? First things first, KeろKing is the product of a development team called Imedio. Imedio had previously worked on a variety of sports titles on the console, most notably a few games in the Simple series, including a golf title that actually did see a release in North America under the name Putter Golf in 2001. Although unlike their previous releases, this game is actually a collaborative effort with a Japanese artist by the name of Yosuke Kihara, whose DNA is all over this thing. The characters, the music, the plot. This is Yosuke Kihara's world. We're just playing Frolf in it. We'll talk more about the look and presentation later, but for now, let's answer the question on everybody's mind. What is Frolf and how do we play it? Well, the good news is Frolf at its core is just regular old golf. Yes, there are plenty of aspects that are very different to golf, most notably the fact that you're catapulting a frog using a hammer, but if you were to pick this game up out of the blue and try to play it like any other golf game, you'd probably pick up the basics quite quickly. You aim like a regular golf game, you have a power meter that behaves like a regular golf game. Your aim is to get the frog into the goal at the end in as little shots as possible, just like a regular golf game. And the frog even moves in the wind and rolls when it lands. Sorry, did I say roll? I meant hops. So clearly the fundamentals and principles of golf are still intact when it comes to Frolf. But you can't have a game as wacky as this and not add a few twists to the formula to spice things up, and this is where KeろKing really begins to shine. You see, while it does benefit you to get your frog into the goal in as few shots as possible, similar to actual golf, Frolf uses a completely different scoring system, one that's based around points, and in this game, big points are what you're after. You see this little gem above the hole. This represents the amount of points you'll receive once you get your frog there. But every shot you take reduces the value of the gem and therefore the amount of points that you'll earn. You have up to 8 shots to make it into the goal, with the score reducing each time. Take more than 8 and well, you fail the course, which is not great, as you'd imagine. Now, while the scoring system here is different, your goal is really no different to regular golf, right? Well, it would be, but getting your frog into the goal isn't the only way to earn points in this game. Throughout each course, you'll see a number of different objects and hazards. We've got some familiar sights like water hazards, bunkers, trees, but in this game you've also got spider webs, whirlpools, thunderclouds, flies, lots and lots of flies. This is where Frolf really begins to shift from regular old golf, because things that would be a hazard in regular golf are in fact good if you happen to be a frog. And not only can you manipulate these things to help you get to your goal quicker, but doing so can also net you bonus points and even buff your frog's power depending on how happy it is. For example, if your frog enters water or eats a fly, you know, like a frog would, it gets happy and can travel further on your next shot. If your frog gets stuck in sand, struck by lightning, or gets hassled by a snake, then your frog will be sad and have reduced power next turn. Not only that, these objects can also help you travel across the map too. Rivers transport you, whirlpools teleport you, webs help you bounce from area to area. And if you land near a fly, your little froggy can't help but jump a few extra steps towards it, for better or for worse. There's even modifiers like golden flies that give you even more power when eaten, and also poison flies that make you miss a whole turn. And when doing some of these things can also earn you bonus points for performing them, with multipliers for combos and even point deductions for certain hazards, well, you can see Frolf is clearly not just your average golf game with frogs. There's a whole extra element in strategy and even puzzle solving included within. Now, there are a lot of variables and objects to take into account when playing this game, and when you look at all of this on screen as a newcomer, I wouldn't blame you for being a little overwhelmed by what you're seeing. Now the good news is KeろKing comes with a very thorough and robust tutorial explaining the controls, basic concepts, and each and every interaction that you can come across. It's a little lengthy and entirely in Japanese, but the game does a good job of showing as well as telling, so even non-Japanese readers and speakers should be able to understand it no problem. And while the game is relatively pick up and play friendly, the game does have some surprising technical depth as well, giving you access to chip and slice shots if you hold a direction on the D-pad while shooting, and even some limited items that can buff your power or give you a timed cure for eating a poison fly. So if you do decide to play this game, trust me, give the tutorial a whirl if you can. You will thank me for it later. So that's a breakdown of what Frolf is, and frankly, this in many ways feels kind of like my dream golf game. It's got elements of traditional golf, mini golf, and just its own unique original ideas, to the point where it simultaneously feels very familiar and completely unlike any other sports game I've ever played. It's probably the most video gamey golf game I have ever played, and I've played Aqua Teen Hunger Force Zombie Ninja Pro-Am, so you know that's really saying something. But unfortunately, while I think the gameplay is both really fun and quite unique, the game does have some issues that I feel hold it back and might turn off more casual players, and it almost all revolves around the game's single player content. So to get this out of the way, the game's single player content is this incredibly charming story mode where you play as a little boy who basically ends up in an alien planet, challenging various creatures to games with Frolf. There are a bunch of cutscenes which are all wonderfully animated, and despite them being in Japanese, are very, very funny on a visual level and are without a doubt one of the best parts of the game.
試合だよ。さあ、握手して始めて。
よろしく。
寝ない。
How could you not love this? Now the way this mode works is each area basically represents a different course, and each course has 10 holes. To beat an area, you gotta beat 3 different opponents in any order across all 10 of the holes. When you beat an opponent, you then earn some cash which can be used to refill your items or sometimes even buy new outfits and clubs from your opponent. So far, so good. Now the thing is, 10 holes may not seem like a lot, but due to the nature of how Frolf was played with the many different chain reactions and variables taking place during a game, and the fact that you also have to watch the AI partake in all of this too, a 10-hole game of Frolf is long, very long, on average about 50 to 60 minutes long. One round of Frolf is longer than the entirety of Love and Destroy, and that's assuming that you do well. If you're bad at Frolf, it will take significantly longer. Now look, I personally don't mind that a game of Frolf is long. I play games like League of Legends and I'm used to games spiraling into chaos and being dragged out for 50 or 60 minutes. It is what it is, you know? But there's so much downtime while playing this game solo, and especially with your early opponents who are so bad they'll often run out the 8-shot limit, the games can really drag. And when you also have to do this not once, not twice, but thrice on the same 10 holes before you unlock a new course and new opponents, well, that's nearly 3 hours of gameplay before you begin to even see some new content. And this continues with each new area as well, and the opponents get much tougher too. So if you end up losing, that's even more time down the drain. Now look, this isn't going to be an issue for everybody. Truthfully, the game has a plethora of content, and maybe a nice long steady game to play in the background is good for you, but for me, it's spread out just a little too much for my liking. I think 2 characters per course would have been ideal versus 3, and it just serves to alienate all but the most patient of players, which is a real shame, because the core gameplay itself is really quite the treat. Now these issues of course wouldn't be a problem in multiplayer, because if you're taking turns with friends, clearly the game would be at its best. But of course, to unlock additional courses and characters,
you gotta invest time into single player mode, and it is gonna take you a long time to get stuff. I feel like this is a monkey paw moment for me because I hate when games either give you bonus content very easily or make you pay real money for it rather than having to earn it in game. And in this, it's exactly what I want, but I have to work too hard for it. Man, gamers can never be happy, can they? I feel like it's just built into our DNA to be whiny, right? Ugh, feels bad, man. Although, let's take some time to be positive again, because we gotta talk about this game's presentation, and it is absolutely wonderful. Yosuke Kihara's artwork really elevates this game to the next level, and its implementation into the game using both 2D and 3D is such a great look. There's definitely shades and inspiration from what was done in Nana Onsha's classic Parappa the Rapper, who themselves collaborated with American artist Rodney Greenblatt to bring that iconic world to life. I think if that game didn't exist, we wouldn't see a collaboration as out there and risky as this one is, but I'm oh so glad it does. Characters range from Animal Crossing-esque humanoids to cats, monsters, and peanuts. Not to mention, each character also has their own unique frog wallet in game, just to add that extra touch of charm. It's just a game that's bursting at the seams with personality, from the way the frogs roll into the goals or the many different parts of the UI. And while the 3D elements maybe aren't the strongest you'll see on the platform, and the map design can feel a little bit cluttered and claustrophobic at times, the game's quirkiness and pure unbridled joy always manages to shine through. Even the loading screens are cute. You love to see it. Music and sound are another strong point too. As mentioned, the game's many cutscenes feature full voice acting, which, while I can't understand, very much match the energy levels of what you're seeing on screen, which only adds to the scenes at hand. The sound effects and music are also pretty great too. The game features a very playful soundtrack that sounds like it was recorded by somebody just hanging out and vibing in a room with a Casio, and I mean that in the best possible way. It can be catchy, it can be funky, but it never sounds overbearing or out of place for a golf game, you know? And considering how long the matches are, it's a good thing the music is enjoyable to have in the background constantly. Well, that's about it for Kitarō King, a very enjoyable and original take on a golf game, both mechanically and visually, that I unfortunately feel is held back by just how long the thing takes to play. Now, of course, this won't be an issue for everybody, but I do think it will rub less patient people the wrong way. And honestly, it's a shame because the game really does kind of rule otherwise. It's so nice to see a game turn a basic concept on its head like this and make a weird, funny, joyful video game out of it. And really, there are few better examples of this out there than Kitarō King. I'd say if you're interested in trying this game, the game's next-gen follow-up that did make it to the West, Ribbit King, might probably be your best bet, but it turns out that game is also rather expensive. Man, retro collecting kind of sucks these days, doesn't it? But lo and behold, a copy of the original on the PS1 is much more affordable, and it's even got PocketStation content too, so hey, it's a win-win. So yeah, even with my issues, the game has more than enough content here to make this a decent purchase if you like golf and or frogs, although probably ideally both. There's gotta be some of you out there.
冬だってみずみずしい自分でいたい。だから私はプレイステーション、大好きなソフトと過ごす癒しの時間、プレステラピー。これが私。ママだってプレイステーション。